seems to be a nice group.
All right. All right, I will now call this meeting of the Joint Senate and Assembly Judiciary Committees to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Assembly members Cole, Dahlia, Gonzalez, Gray, Hanson, Hardy, LaRue Hatch, Marzola, Moore, Nadim, Orntlicker, Roth, Urick, Chair Miller, Senator Flores, Senator Orenshaw,
Here.
Senator Lang, Senator Nguyen, Senator Hanson, Senator Krasner, Senator Ellison, Chair Scheibel.
Here, thank you so much. All right, welcome everybody to this joint committee hearing. You all know why we're here. We're here to hear 3 different bills this afternoon. I will be taking them slightly out of order. We'll start with SB 89, we'll then go to AB 245, and we will conclude with AB 105. Before we get started, I just want to kind of lay the ground rules and let you all know what you can expect today. The presenters already have prepared presentations that are within any time limits that they've been given. After the presentations, members of both the Senate and Assembly committees will have the opportunity to ask questions. I will call on members in roughly the order that they request to be recognized. You will be allowed to ask as many questions as you like. Don't abuse the privilege, otherwise I will take it away. And I ask that you try to ask all of your questions at once so that we only do one bite at the apple. I will check if there are follow-ups or something urgent at the conclusion of questions before moving on, but my goal is to get us all out of here by 6 p.m. So that gives us 5 hours to hear 3 bills. After the conclusion, it's not a promise, it's a goal, okay? After the conclusion of questions, we will go into testimony in support of the bill. We will allow 30 minutes of support testimony. Each individual's testimony will be limited to 2 minutes, but you will also be allowed to come up and indicate that you just agree with the prior testifiers. You can say ditto or me too. And in fact, we commend you if you do that because it means that you're listening well enough to realize that someone else already said what you planned to say. We will divide that time between the in-person locations here in Carson City, down in Las Vegas, and the phone. And then we'll do the same thing for opposition testimony. 30 minutes total, no more than 2 minutes per person, divided between the in-person locations here, Las Vegas, and on the phone. We'll go to neutral testimony. I doubt we'll have 30 minutes of neutral testimony, but if we did, that would also be limited to 30 minutes. After that, we'll go to the next bill and do the same thing 2 more times, okay? The only ask that I have of all of you who are here present with us, who are not members, I guess for the members of the committee too, is that your comments remain respectful and civil. Any name calling, any threats, I wish I didn't have to say it, but I do, any threats will end your testimony and you will be escorted out of here. I think that covers all of the kind of housekeeping items that I wanted to go over. As I indicated, we are being streamed live to Las Vegas. We also have live captioning in Spanish, English, and Tagalog, which I know we can see on the dais. I'm not sure if it's also behind me, but excellent. It's also behind me and also available in Las Vegas. I think we also have some interpreters available in both locations. So if you are in need of a Spanish interpreter, please see a staff member who can help you get connected to that person. And with that, please make sure that your cell phones are off. And there is 2 more things. Members will be looking at their computers and phones to follow along with the bill, to look at the supporting documentation. Please don't take this as a sign of disrespect. It is our best effort to stay organized. And likewise, I do already know that a couple of members will have to step out at various points during this meeting. Please don't read anything into that. We have a lot going on at the legislature right now, and so it was simply unavoidable to have some meetings overlap. And so members are going to take care of other business. They're not slacking off. So I think that covers everything that I wanted to let you know. And with that, I would be pleased to open up the hearing on SB 89 and welcome our presenters to the table in front to introduce themselves and give us an overview of SB 89.
Thank you, Chairs Scheibel and Miller, members of the Senate and Assembly Committees on Judiciary. For the record, my name is Julie Pizzina, representing Senate District 12 in Clark County, fortunate to represent parts of both Henderson and Las Vegas. Today, I'm here to present Senate Bill 89, which revises provisions related to firearms. I'm joined here by a co-presenter, Elliot Mallon, who will be speaking on behalf of the Anti-Defamation League. I'm also fortunate to have Christian Brown, who's going to be representing Brady, and I also have representatives from Brady in every town who will help me answer some questions as they get more technical. Hate crimes. Acts of violence motivated by bias against race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity are on the rise in this country. A 2023 Federal Bureau of Investigation report documented 11,862 hate crime incidents, the highest number ever recorded. This marks an increase from the 11,634 incidents that were reported in 2022. Additionally, data from the National Crime Victimization Survey, administered by the United States Census Bureau, indicates that on average, over 25,000 hate crimes involving a firearm occur annually, equating to more than 69 such incidents daily. These statistics underscore the critical need for policies that prevent individuals convicted of hate crimes from accessing firearms. Currently, the law prohibits firearm possession for individuals convicted of felonies, but many hate crimes are classified as misdemeanors or gross misdemeanors. It allows those offenders to legally purchase and own guns. Addressing the intersection of hate crimes and firearm access is essential for reducing hate-motivated violence and protecting vulnerable communities. Senate Bill 89 is a reasonable measure, and it addresses this urgent issue. It enacts a temporary 10-year prohibition on firearm purchases for individuals convicted of violent hate crimes. Again, that is convicted of violent hate crimes. There's no better predictor of future violence than past violence. And those who engage in hate-driven aggression pose a serious threat to our communities and our neighbors. Slowing the rise of hate-based gun violence requires action at the state level. Nevada once again has the opportunity to strengthen its protections and ensure those with a history of violence, hate crimes, cannot easily arm themselves. Without action, hate will continue to turn lethal, tearing apart families and communities in an instant. With both chairs' consent, I'd like to provide a brief summary of the bill. Section 1 prohibits a person from purchasing, owning, or having possession, control, or custody of a firearm if the person has been convicted in the immediately preceding 10 years of committing or attempting to commit an offense that is a gross misdemeanor constituting a hate crime under Nevada law, or a similar offense under federal, other state, territory, or district law. It's a short bill. Under subsection 1G of section 1, the same prohibitions on firearms apply if the person has been convicted of committing or attempting to commit certain violent offenses that institute a hate crime. In subsection 4C of section 1, the bill provides a definition of hate crime. I'd like to hand it over to our friend from Brady right now.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here. I'm very happy that we are, again, talking about this very important bill. My name is Christian Brown, again, from Brady, Nevada State Executive Committee. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 89, and thank so much Senator Panzia for sponsoring this crucial bill. Nelson Mandela once said that hating another person has to be learned. Because of skin, because of their background, or because of their religion. People need to learn how to hate. And the learning curve of hate has experienced an unprecedented and horrific uptick in the U.S. in recent years, fueled by disinformation, ignorance, and targeted fear-mongering for profit, painting a vivid picture of our country's current trajectory. This is where we are headed. In 2021, hate crimes in the United States reached the highest level since the federal government began tracking this data. That was over 30 years ago. And a survey from the Bureau of Justice has shown that hate crimes are significantly underreported, even with those statistics, that between 2005 and 2019, there were approximately 250,000 hate crimes. just in every year between those years, a rate of over 20 times higher than the FBI reported totals. Hate crimes have been at the motivation for some of the most deadly mass shootings in U.S. history. The Pulse shooting in 2016, the largest hate-motivated mass shooting ever, targeted the LGBTQ plus community, where a gunman shot and killed 49 people, injured 53 others at a nightclub in Orlando. This also disproportionately affected the Latinx community as the shooting occurred at a Latin night at that club. Other mass shootings motivated by hateful ideologies include, but are not limited to, 2012, a white supremacist with ties to neo-Nazi groups attacked a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, killing 6 people. 2015, a white supremacist looking to start a race war shot and killed 9 black people and wounded 3 others at Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina. In 2019, a mass shooting in El Paso, Texas, at a Walmart killed 22 people and injured 24 others, the majority of whom were Latinx. The perpetrator, the shooter, confessed to having the intention of targeting Mexicans. In 2019, 3 people were shot and killed and 3 injured at a Kroger grocery store in New Jersey. From racially motivated shootings in El Paso that left 22 people dead in August of 2019 to the massacre in Atlanta in which a gunman targeted and killed innocent people of Asian descent, hate crimes are growing in frequency and severity, impacting our country's most vulnerable communities and exacerbating the already disproportionate impact of daily gun violence on minority groups. In a nation where hate crimes arise, we are more comfortable in this country seeing 2 men holding guns than seeing 2 men holding hands. Think about that for a minute. In 2021, 64.5% of victims were targeted for their race or ethnicity, 15.9% for their sexual orientation or gender identity, and 14.1% for their religion. As new data emerges about gun violence, hate crimes during COVID-19 painted a vivid picture about disinformation and denial. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has been tracking these crimes against members of the LGBTQ community, crimes against people who vaccinate, crimes against people who decide to be of a particular religion or not, crimes against people for just speaking up for what they believe in and what they care about. It is up to this legislature to take steps to protect all Nevadans from all of this senseless violence, and this is a drop in the bucket. What I just read is a drop in the bucket. If we wanted to go over all the hate crimes, I could be sitting up here for 3-4 days. But I'm just talking about a few, and that should be enough to shock people. Again, it is up to you to protect all Nevadans from this senseless violence. I urge this committee to pass this very important bill, SB 89. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and Chair Miller, and members of the Joint Committee. For the record, my name is Elliot Mallon with the Anti-Defamation League. Admittedly, this today took a little bit for me to write. It's a little personal at times. I myself am a gun owner, but I also, as many of you know, am a member of the Jewish community here in Nevada. Since October 7th, 2023, we have seen a horrifying increase in anti-Semitic incidents and hate crimes in the United States. Our state is not immune from these events. It wasn't long after the horrific massacre of October 7th that we saw hate targeting Jews pop up here in our home state. On October 30th, 2023, a man here in Nevada was charged with threatening the life of our very own United States Senator Jackie Rosen. According to court documents, the defendant left a series of anti-Semitic and threatening voicemails to the senator. On November 1st, 2023, in Las Vegas, Jewish residents discovered graffiti with "Death to Jews" scrawled on a wall in a community known to have a higher Jewish population. In December 2023, Jewish institutions across the United States, including some here in Nevada, including my own synagogue, were issued bomb threats. Days before October 7th, 2023, news reports came out nationally warning of threats of mass casualty events aligning with the Jewish holidays. Even before the events that have transpired since October 7th, we have seen a rise of anti-Jewish hate across our state, country, and the world. In 2019, a Las Vegas man was arrested for making threats to bomb synagogues and an LGBTQ bar. In 2021, a Sparks family found their garage door graffitied with the words, "F the Jews." inscribed onto it. Per the ADL's heat map of incidents, this year alone, there have been over 40 anti-Semitic incidents reported already. Between 2023 and 2024, there were 167 reported incidents with at least one violent plot planned here in Nevada. Between 2022 and 2023, there were 168 reported incidents with, again, at least one violent plot planned here in Nevada. Between 2021 and 2022, there were 92 reported incidents here in Nevada. Between 2020 and 2021, there were 102 reported incidents here in Nevada with at least one extremist murder reported and at least one violent plot planned here in our state. Between 2019 and 2020, there were 102 reported incidents with 2 extremist murders reported and at least 2 violent plots planned here in Nevada. Between 2018 and 2019, there were 66 reported incidents with at least 1 extremist murder and at least 1 violent plot. If you've been doing the math over the last 7 years or so that I've given the statistics for, you will find at least 378 hateful incidents that have been reported in our state. Reported. This is not a total. This includes multiple extremist murders and plots for attacking people for their identity here in Nevada. I myself had to have a conversation with local law enforcement about personal safety and security for me and my family. After receiving threats after giving a lecture in April in Reno. For part of the last year, the Reno Police Department increased patrols in my neighborhood specifically because we live there, and they knew about the threats I received. 2 weeks after October 7th, there was a protest held in Reno where the first words I heard were "F the Jews," and chants for what would be another genocide of Jews. At another lecture I gave at a local synagogue in northern Nevada, we had to have excess police to ensure the safety of all participants. At all Jewish events at our synagogues, on Friday nights for Shabbat services, on Saturday morning for Shabbat services, on our Jewish holidays, the police have to be there, armed. I have the privilege of calling many of you guys my friends. We have known each other for quite some time now, for quite a few years, and many of you reached out to me since October 7th to check in. You've heard from me the fear that we are living through today and every day. Yesterday, I handed out to each member of this body, of this legislature, a flyer inviting you all to the Passover Seder that we have for the legislature without a location. Some of your legislative assistants and attachés asked why there was no location marked on it. I had to explain that it has become a force of habit for much of the Jewish community to not provide location information until closer to the event because of fear of violence against our community. While I fully believe that this building is safe, thanks to our legislative police, this force of habit, after everything we have seen, has caused me to be extra cautious. Nationally, anti-Jewish hate crimes have increased by 63% since 2023 per the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the highest number ever recorded since the FBI began collecting this data in 1991. The Jewish community nationally makes up about 2% of the population, yet anti-Jewish hate crimes comprise of 15% of all hate crimes and 68% of all religious-based hate crimes. According to the same FBI data, about 51.5% of all hate crimes were motivated by bias based on race, ethnicity, or national origin, with anti-Black hate crimes comprising the single largest portion of those events. In 2023, anti-Muslim hate increased by nearly 67%. Which brings me to a story of a 6-year-old from Chicago, Wadea Al-Fayoum. In October of 2023, Wadea was murdered at the age of 6 years old because of his identity as a Muslim American and as an American of Palestinian heritage. 6 years old. Wadea never hurt anyone. He was an innocent child who should be alive today and playing with his friends in his community, but for hate. While I know that hate crimes that affect my community, it is important to remember that hate comes in different forms and affects many communities. This is why we have been working diligently on helping all communities accession from this bill to, for example, SB 413, a $4 million allocation to the state's nonprofit security grant program that would help keep communities safe. While we look to prevent these events from occurring, we also have to look at other avenues to ensure that things like the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre cannot happen here for any community, which is why it is important to discuss these issues today about firearms is just another opportunity for us to prevent harm to our Nevada community and our Nevada family. Today, I'm thankful for the conversations that we are having about hate crimes in our state and what we are doing to prevent mass casualty events from occurring. In 2018, during the final weeks of the election, a man walked into the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and opened fire, causing the single deadliest mass casualty event in modern Jewish American history. This bill would bar people who have been convicted of certain hate crimes from buying, owning, or possessing a firearm for 10 years. This is not a permanent ban on the ability to purchase, own, or possess a firearm. It is temporary. I understand how hard these conversations can be. However, it has been a long-standing precedent in this country that people convicted of certain crimes lose their right to purchase, possess, or own a firearm. This conversation today is not to stop law-abiding Nevadans from owning a firearm. It is not even about permanently depriving an individual from owning a firearm. It is about keeping communities safe. 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas, a man was arrested by the FBI for planning a mass casualty event against the Jewish community. 2 weeks ago. This is very real for us. This isn't politics. This can be life or death. Last week, we heard a bill on Muslim American Heritage Month. And I bring that up because the opposition to that bill reminds me of the hate that we are here to combat and to try to keep communities safe. So with that, thank you, chairs and members of the Joint Committee, and thank you, Senator Pizzina, for asking me to be here today.
Thank you so much again to the committee. I would like to say on a personal note that when I found out our colleague, Senator Harris, wouldn't be returning, I asked her if I could bring this bill forward this session. After the events of October 7th and watching some of the horrible acts that have come out of that, be it the rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of hatred toward other religious communities, the rise of hatred toward my friends in the LGBTQ plus community, and those of color, I felt strongly urged to bring this bill forward. Some of you may know my first childhood memory was watching a large group of people walking toward my car with white hoods and white robes. And I felt voiceless. And I started advocating and campaigning for local candidates at the age of 11 because I never wanted to feel voiceless. And I hope that this bill provides communities that are concerned about hate a voice and a protection against that hate. So thank you so much. And with that, we're open to any questions.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. It looks like you're inviting a couple of other experts forward to help you answer questions. And members, who has questions? I'll start with Assemblymember Urick.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here to take our questions. I want to start and address what I'm just going to call the proverbial elephant in the room, and that is that this bill, SB 89, appears to largely mirror SB 171 from our 82nd last 2023 session. And of course, we all know that that bill was vetoed by our governor, and he did, in fact, issue a veto message that was dated May 17th of 23. And so as I compared 89 to 171, it looks like, again, they largely mirror, but while 171 amended merely NRS 202-360, which clarifies how, I'm sorry, let me start with SB 89. This bill amends and it does 202-360 as well as 2621 or 3621, which makes ownership and possession illegal under certain circumstances, and 360 is how it has to be charged, or the opposite. So ultimately, my question is, with the amendments that have been done, can you clarify for us how this bill might address the concerns that were raised by our governor?
Thank you so much for the question. Julie Pizzina for the record. I will say that I reached out specifically to the governor's office before this hearing, long before this hearing, to ask them how we could work together, how we could collaborate to get to a place where we could get this signed, because I do think it's very important legislation to help protect our communities and our neighborhoods. That said, they were very open and they thanked me and said that they would be back in touch. While I've not heard yet, I hope to address, because obviously I read the veto message as well, which is why I met with them saying that I hope to address some of their concerns, but let me know how we can collaborate to work together to get this passed.
All right. I will go next to Assemblymember Gonzalez.
This one. Oh, there's two. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the presentation. You know, as a NHPI woman, we definitely have seen uptakes in hate crimes since COVID. So I really appreciate this bill and the intent. My question is, do we know how many people have been convicted of hate crimes in Nevada?
Thank you so much for the question. Again, Julie Pizzina. And, you know, that's one of the interesting things about this bill, because adding the hate crime specification to the charge is very rare. So it doesn't happen a lot here in Nevada. And I will point that out to the committee. I'm happy you asked the question, because not only does an element of which the conduct of the offender was motivated by the perceived race, color, religion, national origin, physical or mental disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression need to be met, but also a court of competent jurisdiction has imposed that additional penalty pursuant to the finding. So both of those need to be met. And while I don't have an exact number, and I will look to get that for you, not that many have actually been charged with that and been convicted.
Other questions? Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with your instructions, I'm going to lump three questions into one. So I believe we're venturing into very dangerous and questionable constitutional territory here by now taking somebody's rights for what is deemed under the law a misdemeanor. First question is, wouldn't it be better and just easier to elevate these hate crimes to felonies? And next question is, the testimony provided today says that we've seen a dramatic rise and maybe underreporting in hate crimes. Could it be because, you know, every few years we're expanding the definition of a hate crime and we're just adding more? It's not really more violence, it's just more crimes being identified or classified as hate crimes. And then finally, in recent years, especially just prior to COVID, we've seen a lot of violence directed directly at law enforcement officers. I mean, down to the point where they're just simply executed sitting in their car. Will this extend to them? Because those are, I mean, the way I look at it, if somebody's executing a police officer, it's solely because they're a police officer, and that should absolutely be classified as a hate crime.
I'm going to ask some of my co-presenters to answer the first two questions. I will say on the third question, though, that first, we all thank law enforcement because the job they do is so incredibly important. I presented a bill yesterday for our law enforcement community. So they're very much appreciated, and we will look into that. However, I'm going to have our other, either one of our representatives from Brady or Everytown answer the first two.
Tanya Shart from Brady on the record. I'm just going to answer the first question with regards to the felony. I think that while you're contemplating prohibiting someone from carrying a firearm, you're understanding that they're at heightened risk for engaging in violence. That doesn't necessarily mean that the crime itself, the underlying crime, is reflective of a felony or the penalties that come with a felony. Understanding that kind of implicates or impacts that person's entire life. So this is kind of a moderated way to ensure that they don't have access to lethal weapons and are charged for the crime that they've committed, but not necessarily escalate every single crime to a felony, because that's not going to accomplish what we really want to accomplish completely. I'm going to send it over to Ethan.
Ethan Murray, for the record. I'm a state policy attorney at Giffords. I'll tack on to Tanya's response that felonies also carry a lot of other consequences, including loss of voting rights. They make access to certain government benefits difficult. So this is a more measured approach by maintaining the misdemeanor. For your second question, there was a distinct rise during the pandemic that I don't think can be directly associated with the expansion of hate crime definitions. It was very targeted at AAPI persons. That was where we saw the most dramatic increase. I don't think that would be explained solely by any expansion of the definition of hate crimes. And then your third question, we certainly agree that it's very important to protect law enforcement. I do not believe the Supreme Court has ever recognized law enforcement as a protected, law enforcement as an identity that's protected, a protected class. So that would be there's no precedent for that identification.
Julie Pizzina, and we did actually find an answer, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, so I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Shart.
Let me just make sure the year. In 2023, there were 116 convictions for hate crimes in Nevada. I will note that in 2024, there were 161 reported hate crimes. I'm not sure that's convictions, and we are expecting to see an increase in 2025 based on reporting from the Attorney General.
All right, I will go next to Assemblymember Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. I was wondering if you could clarify for us, when it comes to maybe a physical altercation, for instance, somebody shoves somebody and says a slur, is that going to lead to a permanent ban on firearm ownership, or is that just going to be in the 10-year prohibition?
Thank you so much for the question. This is Julie Pizzina again for the record. So no, if someone were to just shove someone due to a motivation of perceived, whether it's race, religion, sexual orientation, whatever it may be, they would also, in addition to that, have to be found by a court of competent jurisdiction, be convicted of that conduct. So both things have to happen. You can't just attack someone, you also have to be convicted of a court of competent jurisdiction. I hope that answers your question. And I will hand it over to my friend from Giffords as well to add on to that.
Ethan Murray from Giffords for the record. So the 207.185 statute imposes a very high burden on prosecutors seeking a hate crime enhancement, requiring them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person would not have committed the crime in question but for the existence of a protected characteristic. And then on top of that, incidental comments alone must not be the sole basis for imposing the enhancement. They can only be considered alongside other evidence as to the motivation of the person committing the crime. So to answer your question, I can't say what a judge would rule or what a jury would decide based off of one single incidental slur while shoving a person. That's a matter of fact that a competent jury, as the senator has stated, would have to decide. But the protection against that one incident or one incidental comment being the sole basis for an enhancement lies within the statute itself.
And Assembly Member, I forgot to answer your other question. I apologize for that. It is convicted within the immediately preceding 10 years. So after 10 years, then that falls off. So it's not forever.
Okay, other questions from the committee? I think I had Senator Orenshaw first.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think my questions might be either for the gentleman from Giffords or the lady from Brady. In states that have passed similar laws where being convicted of a hate crime puts a time limit on when you can then purchase a firearm, is there any data that either of your organizations have that show that those people who were convicted of the hate crime, whether it be a misdemeanor or a felony, then during that period did not commit another violent crime or didn't commit a crime that involved a firearm? Is there any study or data you have that shows that these laws in the other states that have passed them have been effective at preventing violent crimes or crimes involving firearms from these people?
Thank you, Senator. Tanya Sharp, for the record, from Brady. And I actually don't know, so I will go back and see if we can find that data. Again, also sometimes a lack of information or data is reflective of the fact that they haven't engaged in crime, but I'll see if there's been any specific studies in those states.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. And a brief follow-up with your indulgence. And about how many other states have passed laws like this?
About 11 states have, I'm saying 11, it's 11 states that have very similar laws. A larger group of states have other laws that preclude people who have been convicted of hate crimes from prohibiting firearms, but they're a little bit different from possessing firearms, but it's a little bit different than here. And I'll just note that there haven't been any successful legal challenges or legal challenges to this prohibition generally.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'll go to Senator Hansen next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for legal, first of all. Under current Nevada hate crime statutes, is gender one of them? If I, for example, attack a woman because I don't like women, is that a hate crime under current Nevada law?
Yes, it is.
So gender is included in that regard too? Okay. Next question, and that would be for a very interesting case just happened in Florida. Jewish individual went and shot, attempted to kill 2 people who he identified as Palestinians. He went and told the police that he did so. He intentionally shot them on that racial basis. It turns out, however, that both of the individuals that he identified as Islamic turned out to actually be fellow Jews. Under Nevada law now, would he be prosecuted under a hate crime?
Elliot Mallon for the record. I want to be very clear about something. His intention was to harm somebody because of their identity based off national origin. So the answer to that question should be yes.
Right. I just wanted to double check because the way we've been talking about this, it could be like, okay, because actually he didn't shoot somebody that was a different from his own origin, actually. So kind of an interesting case. I wanted to see what your thoughts were on that. The other problem I've got with this whole hate crime thing, if somebody walks into the room right now and he shoots me because he knows my religion and he hates my religion, then that is an elevated hate crime. If he comes into the same room and he shoots me because he doesn't like my political views, then I'm lesser of a victim in the eyes of the law. There is no enhanced penalty because he doesn't like that reality. And the truth is, when we start looking at some of the hate crime stuff that's been going on in the United States, if you wore a MAGA hat or you did anything that was perceived in certain cities as being pro-Trump, they were threatened physically repeatedly all across the country to where people that I know, including in my own family, are afraid to wear a MAGA hat publicly because of the violent attacks that have been made on those kind of people. But I don't see in this category where there's any political protection of people with unpopular political opinions. Why would we leave that type of a hate crime out of a statute like this?
Julie Bazina for the record, and I will say that if someone shot you, I hope they'd be charged with a felony either way.
Correct.
And then there wouldn't really be the discussion in regards to the hate crime enhancement for having a weapon within 10 years. So that part I can answer. When it comes to a hate crime, I'm looking at what we've generally done by statute in the past in regards to hate crime.
Right, well, I got it. But what I'm saying is, once again, we're talking about trying to reduce violent crime. You didn't mention just misdemeanors. You're talking about violence across the country in all sorts of different categories. So we obviously are talking way beyond just the purchase of a handgun in the discussion that we've been having. My point in all that is, why are we making certain victims, even in a situation like the one I described, somehow lesser in the eyes of the law? We're going to enhance the penalty if somebody came in here and shot me because they know I'm a Mormon, versus if they came in here and shot me simply because they think I'm a right-wing Trumper. Why am I lesser of a victim in one case than the other?
Julie Pazina, and I don't know if anyone else really wants to take this one. You know, I will say, for the purposes and the scope of this bill, we're looking at, because there's a different penalty when it comes to whether or not you can purchase or own a weapon for committing a felony during a misdemeanor. And this particular scope of this bill is looking at misdemeanors. So that's really where my head has been for this, with misdemeanors. So someone is just as likely to be very angry at me, and I won't even share with you some of the ear-scalding things people have said to me, including during Commerce and Labor Committee, during public comment, as the result of my political persuasion. But, you know, it does go both ways. I see what you're saying, but I'm really concerned with the scope of this bill in regards to the misdemeanor versus felony.
I have the same concerns. And I've had people attack me. In fact, I've had the chair cut people off when they call in and tell them what a jerk I am and say, you know, no ad hominem attacks. She may agree that Hanson's a jerk sometimes, but not going to be able to express it publicly. But no, the whole hate crime thing has got some real unusual loopholes in it. And the other last comment I will make, I've seen very disproportionate applications of it. For example, when a white individual kills a black individual, it's almost automatic that the district attorney brings up it's a hate crime. But when it's a reverse of those races, in so many cases, it's like pulling teeth to get that kind of an application immediately. So really, the application and the fact that it's not uniform, everybody, in my opinion, that gets killed by a violent act should be treated with the same respect, and the law should apply evenly, whatever the motive may be of the individual. If they commit a serious crime against the individual, irrespective race, creed, color, or whatever, the penalty should be uniform. It should be the act that they've done that is wrong, not always basing everything on what the perceived individual's gender, sexuality, race, whatever is. It's wrong to murder, period. All lives matter, and that's how we should apply the laws as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We'll go next to Assemblymember Roth.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I look at this legislation, I think it's, I appreciate how thoughtful it is. To me, it's very narrowly tailored. I think, I believe it was brought up earlier, the question of if this is, who is protected, who gets to be protected. So there was an example of, peace officers, for example, but battery on a peace officer is a Category B felony, and that would ultimately result in the loss of your Second Amendment rights for a lifetime or until pardoned. But then looking at this legislation, it seems much more narrowly tailored, and I know it was said in the presentation that this would only limit any Second Amendment infringement for a period of 10 years. So can you speak to that a little bit on how narrowly tailored this is?
Yeah, so Ethan Murray for the record. Sorry, I'll try to be better about that. The narrowly tailored aspect, so there's kind of two components of this bill working at one time. So hate crimes generally are a 10-year prohibitor under this bill. Violent hate crimes are a lifetime prohibitor. Violent hate crimes include assault, battery, harassment, association with paramilitary groups, and threatening to cause bodily harm or death to people, school employee, by means of oral or electronic communications. So it's a very small subset that get the lifetime prohibition, and again, that is only in hate crime enhanced statutes, and as I stated earlier, the hate crime statute itself has protections, so that's a very high burden that prosecutors have to meet, and as the Senator alluded to earlier, it's a very small category of individuals that actually get convicted of violent hate crimes.
I'll go next to Assemblymember Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is around data. Do we have any specific data indicating that a perpetrator of a hate crime, especially nonviolent hate crimes, pose a greater threat, or they're heightened risk of committing future acts of gun violence that would justify and warrant the ban that you're asking for in this bill? And then to follow along with that, how did you choose the 10-year?
Thank you for the question, Tanya Sharp, for the record. There are studies that reflect that those convicted or engaging in hate crimes are more likely to repeat that activity and engage in future violence. There's a couple of studies, I'm happy to cite them. The first is the Journal of American Medical Association, and again, I'm happy to send you the link there. The second, actually this is the same one, it's from Garen Wintemute. So there is indications that engaging in this type of behavior is reflective of future violence, and that's why these prohibitions are so important. They're tied and linked to the risk and dangerousness. They're not arbitrary. These are people that we think will, in the future, escalate their behavior or engage in similar behavior, and if they have access to a gun, all of a sudden that behavior becomes lethal. That's why it's so important to make sure that there are reasonable prohibitions. I believe the reason for the 10-year prohibition is it kind of mirrors what we've done in other states. It's a reasonable amount of time. There is a belief that after 10 years, perhaps that person has reformed or changed their ways, and then they have access to a firearm. Again, in the instances of the most extreme violent behavior, it makes sense to make that permanent. Again, that is in line with kind of domestic violence misdemeanors, other violent misdemeanors in other places as well.
All right, I'll go to Assemblymember Cole next.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I've got 3 questions generally, so I'll run through those, and then if I need to repeat anything, just let me know. So I'm following up on a question from a colleague related to why we're not simply taking some of those misdemeanor hate crimes and creating those as being felonies, right? And then that sweeps them into some of this automatically. Because my question is specifically, violent hate crimes are not felonies, but yet if somebody attempts to purchase or own or have in custody or control a gun, then they would be a felon. And it seems to me like the hate crime should be considered a worse crime than trying to purchase or own a gun. And that goes for either the violent hate crime or the nonviolent, right? Because we're talking about it being either a Category D felony or a Category B felony. So 6 years or more. That's significant. So that's question number 1. Question number 2 is there's no intent here that's mentioned in any of these prohibitions related to the ownership or the purchase of a gun with the intent to commit another hate crime. And I think that's sort of an important nuance here because you're pinning this being a crime to past violence, past hate crimes. So I think that the intent to commit another one would be important for this. And then my third question is related to the custody and control aspect of this, because it seems to me like you're sweeping in everybody in that person's household is now no longer able to have a gun. And I think that's an important infringement on Second Amendment rights that we have to talk about. Thank you.
Tanya Sharp for the record, thank you for the questions, and I'll start. I'd just like to reiterate that while there may be a risk of harm and there's concern about that person possessing a firearm, that does not necessarily mean that they should be convicted of a felony. To my colleague's point, a felony obviously carries a lot of other things with it. There's no reason not to take a scalpel approach versus just kind of, taking a sledgehammer to this and just saying you're convicted of a felony, you're going to go to prison for this many years, you'll never be able to vote again, when we know that we can reduce the risk simply by removing firearms from them. Not every single one of these crimes meets the level of a felony. If it does, they'll be charged and convicted of a felony. However, so many of these crimes are reflective of the risk that makes a prohibition to access to a firearm make sense. So this is, again, a tailored approach, a measured approach to make sure that people are safe. With regards to intent on purchase, at this point, these people are prohibited. They understand they're prohibited. Them going and purchasing or possessing a firearm is already prohibited under federal law. It's already a felony under federal law. I don't think that you necessarily need a mens rea or an intent to go and purchase a firearm or possess a firearm. If you know that you're a prohibited purchaser, you should not be going and purchasing a firearm. I don't think that you need to have the intent to engage in that hate crime at that point because you've already been convicted of a misdemeanor hate crime. You've already been prohibited. You know that you're a prohibited purchaser, and that purchase of a firearm is problematic. And I forgot your third question. I'm so sorry.
Control.
Sorry. Oh, that I would kind of defer to the experts on Nevada law. In my mind, that wouldn't extend to anybody else in the home. That would simply apply to the people who have possession or own the firearm.
Julie Pizzina for the record. Can committee counsel answer that? Because my understanding was it was for the individual who committed the hate crime with intent and then was convicted by a competent court of jurisdiction, but can you confirm whether that extends to the rest of the household? If that's okay with the chair, I'm so sorry.
Oh, absolutely.
And I would just clarify, I think what my concern is that, in control, if somebody has a gun that, it's not locked, right? So you have a person who's been convicted of this, and then their wife has a gun that's in just the top hand drawer or whatever, that could be considered control, right? They own the house. They're on the deed.
I would probably have to look into that a little bit more. Obviously, that's a situation that exists right now with prohibited persons and other outside of the scope of this bill. Convicted felons, for example, certainly live in households with other people. I don't believe that that's the way law enforcement interprets that provision to say that you simply can't have a firearm in the house at all. I think it would have to be more directed at, actually within someone's custody or control, within their reach, some area that only they go into. But I would probably have to look into that a little more to confirm that.
Thank you. I would very much appreciate that. And just to the first question, I still think that I have concern on saying that someone who just tries to purchase a gun or owns a gun should be punished with 6 to 10 years in prison rather than the actual violent hate crime that caused them to be falling into this category. I think that's worse.
Okay. Elliot Mallon for the record, really fast. I want to go back to the third question that you asked. If an individual in Nevada is convicted of a misdemeanor domestic violence, no one in the house can have a firearm because of constructive possession. So I wanted to make sure that that was clarified for you as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go next to Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for answering our questions today. So you actually started to allude a little bit to my question, which is we're hearing concerns of this should be elevated to a felony if we want to remove these rights. But is it my understanding that there are many things listed in this section that are actually misdemeanors, right? Domestic violence is a misdemeanor. C, the violation of NRS 200.575, that's stalking, that is a misdemeanor. So can you just speak to how this aligns with those other misdemeanors that are currently listed as offenses from which you can lose your right to have firearms?
Thank you so much for the question. Again, Tanya Shart for the record. My apologies for not doing that every time. Yeah, you make an excellent point. So there are lots of states, including Nevada, have taken the step to make sure that certain misdemeanors, violent misdemeanors, misdemeanors that are reflective of heightened risk and dangerousness, do attach a prohibitor. So that's what we're doing here. We're just extending that to hate crimes, again, which are reflective of that heightened risk. It also aligns with federal law, which under federal law, misdemeanor domestic violence crimes are also prohibitors as well.
All right, I will go to Senator Ellison now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some good questions and good answers. I do have a couple. Elliot, how many people in your church carry weapons?
Elliot Mallon for the record. That's a very hard thing to say at any given moment. We have at least 4 people who are carrying a weapon. Part of that is because we hire private security to keep us safe. Part of that is because RPD and Washoe Sheriff park within our confines to keep us safe. And part of that is because some of our members do have CCWs with the purpose of keeping the synagogue safe.
Yeah, well, I agree on that. But what happens if somebody come in there holding a gun and under bad intentions but didn't fire the weapon and somebody from your church fired back first? Who's going to get the violation?
Elliot Mallon for the record. Well, it's important to note how our synagogues operate. Our front doors don't open unless you're there, that somebody that knows you can identify you, because we are so afraid of violence from what we've seen from Tree of Life to everything from October 7th and on. If an individual comes in brandishing a firearm, threatening the life of our members, and a member that legally possesses a firearm for the purpose of protecting the synagogue shoots them, that person that shot them is not going to be necessarily convicted of a crime. They have the right to self-defense and defense of others. And the individual that came in threatening us will likely be charged with a crime.
Yeah. And most churches now are locking their doors.
Yes.
It's automatic. One thing I do have maybe the chair can answer this. You got crash and grabs all over this country right now. They're coming in, they're breaking the doors in, they're robbing the place by large amounts of people, and they're beating them. And to me, is that a felony or is that a gross misdemeanor? What is that? Because to me, that's a hate crime against that business or a hate crime against the people that own a store. And they're everywhere. So that makes no difference from there to here. And then the other thing, and I hope we can add into this, is college students around the country right now are beating Jewish people with sticks and stones. Are we going to outlaw that next? I mean, that's an issue that we've got to address. They're allowing people in these colleges that's got a different belief, but yet they're beating them, they're chasing them out of school. The kids are scared to get out of their classrooms or out of their dorms. So can you address that? Because this is no different than this. Could you guys answer them 2 questions? Thank you.
Elliot Mallon for the record. And I apologize, Chair, I've been going direct. Is that still okay?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So 2 questions there. I think that if somebody were to go and do a smash and grab for the purpose of targeting a business based off of the identity, that would be a protected class. That would raise to a hate crime under the law, the current law, not just this law, but the current law. The second part of that is it is already illegal to attack the Jewish students, and I appreciate this question very much. It is something that is near and dear to my heart, as many of you know, is keeping our Jewish students safe and all of our students safe. If an individual is attacking a Jewish student at any of these colleges, and luckily that's not happening on our campuses really, but anybody that is attacked because of their identity with physical violence is already a crime and is criminalized, and they will likely be charged with a crime, and it will likely have a hate crime enhancement on it. Thank you.
I haven't seen anybody arrested yet. That's my problem. And they're still going on. Now the cities are coming out and protecting them, and I got a problem with that. So is the city now in violation, the police in violation, or the school in violation? But the problem is the hate portion is getting bigger by the day. So this kind of law would, I don't know, would address anything like that. And this can happen anywhere. In Nevada, it could happen in California, wherever. But could you answer that? And then I'll quit there, ma'am.
Elliot Mallon for the record again. Thank you very much for this follow-up question. Again, something that's very important to me and my community and our college students. Right now, what we are seeing is that there are charges being pressed against those violently attacking Jewish students on college campuses, and any student for that matter. Now, what we hear in the media and what we see online isn't going to be indicative of the full story. But we do see, and we are seeing that people are being charged with crimes. Now, am I always happy with the charges? Maybe not. But that's not up to me. That's going to be up to the DA for that jurisdiction. On the other end of that, we are seeing plea deals, and we are seeing that a lot of these institutions are being more responsive to instances of hate on their college campuses. Is that recent or not? That's up for debate.
Okay. Other questions from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any on the Senate side. Not seeing any on the Assembly side. I think there were a couple of legal issues that came up during the course of this conversation that I'm hoping our legal counsel would be willing to clarify. And the first one being that the bill, it cites to the statute that we should be looking at for the definition of hate crimes as NRS 207.185. Or a couple of these other ones, 200.471, 481, 200.571, 575, 080, and 392.915. And so I know a number of people on the dais have been pulling those statutes to try to come up with a comprehensive list of protected classes. And I'm wondering if you can just educate us a little bit on whether all of those statutes include the same list, different lists, and especially if you could speak to whether gender, sex, or sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression is included in those. I know that was a very long question, and I apologize for that.
Thank you, Chair. You have a few questions there. Yes, gender identity or expression is included in hate crimes. For your first one. There's two different definitions at play in this bill. There's hate crime, and then there's hate crime involving violence. And some of the crimes you have listed there, which I looked them up myself, although I'm familiar with most of those. But you have assault, battery, different forms of harassment, stalking, armed association, and making threats of bodily harm or death to a pupil or school employee. Those are the ones listed in the hate crime involving violence. And then as far as just a hate crime that's punishable as a gross misdemeanor under NRS 207.185, there quite a few different crimes listed there. Some of them are in common with the ones I just previously mentioned. You have assault, battery, abuse of an elderly person, harassment, stalking, a bunch of crimes in Chapter 203 that I would have to click on to see what those are. And also you have theft. Punishable as a misdemeanor, which would be elevated to a gross misdemeanor, as well as a whole bunch of other crimes, graffiti, and some different property crimes in there. So there are quite a few things that are hate crimes, but not all of them would involve violence necessarily.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I do have a question going back to the presenters. Can you clarify whether somebody who's been convicted of a hate crime would ever regain their right to own or possess a firearm? And if so, how?
You want to take? Tanya Shart, for the record. Thank you so much for the question, Chair. The way, again, it's divided here. If it's a hate crime involving violence, it is a permanent prohibition. That doesn't mean there's not necessarily some ways to restore rights, potentially. And then if it's a hate crime without violence, it is a 10-year prohibition.
And so at the end of that 10 years, would the right automatically be restored? Would they have to make some kind of application? How would that work?
I believe it would be automatically restored.
And if we get your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Tanya Shart, again, for the record. I believe it would be automatically restored.
Okay. And based on those questions, does anybody else have any follow-up? Senator Wynn.
Thank you. And I think this is more of a clarification from legal as well. I know that there was a question earlier on from down at the end, I'm not sure who it was, that had asked this question about, I understand what this bill does, but there was some indication that we don't have other areas of law where we find it important as a policy decision to protect other classes and have enhancements. And I just wanted to clarify, I'm sure other people in this committee have heard already bills about how we have enhancements against crimes committed against people over the age of 60. And I think there was some indication that our law enforcement officers are not protected. And I just wanted to confirm with legal that there is a statute that actually doubles any penalty against crimes for our first responders. Is that correct? Is that my correct understanding?
Yes, that is correct. The NRS 193.1677 has a additional penalty for crimes committed against first responders because they are first responders, and that was something that was added to NRS back in 2017 by, current AG Ford, then Majority Leader Ford.
And then can I also clarify, I remember in 2019, we expanded that definition to even include enhanced penalties if the commission of a crime was because a victim was a spouse or even a minor child of a first responder. Is that correct? Is that my correct understanding from my very first session in this body?
I believe you are correct about that also.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any indication that this legislative body didn't make it a priority, not only to want to protect people against hate crimes, but we also were protecting our law enforcement community against targeted crimes as well as our aging community in that same respect. And in fact, I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record. So thank you for that.
And I think I saw that Senator Hansen had a follow-up as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple. The question on the first responders wasn't that we already have enhanced penalties, which is true. The question was because the police in particular have been viciously attacked and there were clear assaults made against the police officers, wouldn't we want to include them in a hate crimes category, as I think what my colleague was getting at. Obviously, we do have some enhanced penalties for people that attack law enforcement, but what happened in the last 5 years or so was a huge expansion of attacks on law enforcement, intentionally incited by people that were trying to create violence against them, even drive them out of their communities. But the legal question I had, and this is back to Mr. Wilkinson, I had asked previously, not just in this hearing, but my understanding is male, female are not protected categories. The law says gender identity. My understanding that was more on the LGBT type of identity. Because if in fact, if a spouse attacks another spouse based on male versus female or vice versa, that would dramatically expand the number of hate crimes that occur even in the state of Nevada. So I've always been told that that aspect of this was not part of the hate crimes. So I need a clarification. If a man attacks a woman because he doesn't like women, is that going to be a hate crime now going forward, or vice versa?
Yes, Senator. The law actually, as you stated, covers crimes committed based upon gender identity or expression, which I believe would include, male, female, as you suggested. If that's the actual reason, and there's proof of that, and the prosecutor can, prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that that is the reason for committing the crime, that would seem to be something difficult to prove, perhaps in some cases. But if the facts support that, then yes, I believe that that would cover, what you're saying is sex.
Well, thank you. That would make sense, but that would also dramatically increase the number of potential hate crimes on the categories that they listed, because then essentially any violent act between people of different sexes could at least be considered initially a potential hate crime. So just it's a little different understanding than I've had previously in some of these types of hearings. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Any other follow-ups? Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify something that I had heard that may not be correct. Sir, I'm sorry I don't remember your name, but you had referenced, as well as I think somebody else on the panel, people convicted of felonies in Nevada losing their rights, their firearm rights. Actually, they don't. They immediately upon release from prison, so they could serve a year in prison, 2 years in prisons. Their voting, I'm sorry, not their gun rights. Their voting rights are immediately restored. So they, they don't. I don't know what the penalties are anymore, but I should have included that on my question of why aren't these elevated to felonies, because that right there would, it would bring parity.
Julie Pizzina, I'm so sorry. I think I might have missed the question in there. I understood the follow-up, but did you want us to answer? I'm sorry. I don't want to leave you hanging.
Mike doesn't want to stay on. Thank you, Senator. No, it really wasn't a question. It was just a clarification of what I was asking before, and then when you brought up the voting rights, that as of 2019, as soon as inmates are released from custody, their voting rights are restored. So there's, the penalties aren't apples to apples.
All right. I don't think we have any more questions. Going once, going twice. All right. That concludes questions on SB 89. Thank you so much for the presentation, for answering all of our questions, including the tough questions. And at this time, it is time to begin testimony. As previously indicated, we will start with 30 minutes of support testimony. We will start with anybody who would like to give support testimony here in Carson City. If you'd like to give support testimony in Carson City, go ahead and take a seat in one of the four chairs where the presenters were. And please state your name for the record when you begin and its spelling. And limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy, Nancy, Podawils Baba, P as in Peter, ODEWILS -BABA. I live in Reno, Nevada. I'm a member of Moms Demand Action. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker. I am here in support of SB 89 for the following reasons. The people to whom this bill would apply have already demonstrated an inability to use a firearm safely. Rather, they have committed and been convicted of at least one violent act and have shown animosity toward their victim or victims based on arbitrary factors such as the victim's race, sex, age, ethnicity, gender, identity, or the like. Therefore, this person cannot be trusted to use a firearm safely, even if their circumstances have changed. For example, they may no longer be using alcohol or drugs, which could have contributed to their impulsively using the firearm, but their basic beliefs are still likely to be present. And giving them access to a firearm would risk the possibility of their acting on those beliefs with lethal consequences. For these reasons, I urge you to vote in favor of SB 89. Thank you.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Falgout, AMBERFALGOUT, and I am the Communications Director with Battleborn Progress. I am here today to express our full support for Senate Bill 89. SB 89 is a vital safety measure that would prevent firearms from getting into the hands of individuals who have been convicted of misdemeanor hate crimes. This measure is crucial to improving public safety in Nevada and protecting vulnerable Nevada communities. As we have heard today, these communities are seeing increases of violence and hate crimes toward them that we need to address. Many of the deadliest mass shootings, additionally, in recent history were perpetrated as hate crimes targeting victims for terror based on their faith, their sexual orientation, gender, ethnicity, and more, ensuring that people with the most significant histories of hate-motivated criminal conduct cannot access firearms, including assault weapons, will help protect all communities. Nevada is a very diverse state. I want to thank Senator Pezzina for sponsoring the bill, as it is near and dear to her heart, and we urge the committee to pass SB 89. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else wishing to give in-person support testimony in Carson City on SB 89? Not seeing anybody, we will go down to Las Vegas for support testimony. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Joint Committees. My name is Sue Birch, SUEBURTCH. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women. We strongly support SB 89. I'll keep this short because I think the presenters did a fabulous job, and thank you to Senator Pezzina for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and Chair Scheibel. My name is Elizabeth Becker, ELIZABETH, BECKER, and I am here in support of SB 89 on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. I am also the former chapter leader of Moms Demand Action. I want to thank Senator Pezzina for bringing back this important and life-saving legislation. I live in AD 14 and SD 18. And I would just like to ditto what the folks have said before and also add that California passed a similar bill to this, the Disarm Hate Act in 2017. That vote was bipartisan and unanimous. I also believe that anyone convicted of a hate crime has proven themselves to be a danger to our society and deserves to join the ranks of prohibited purchasers that we have decided are too dangerous to have weapons. The Second Amendment does not guarantee the right to threaten, harm, or kill someone simply because of who they are. Also, if anyone on this committee feels strongly that hate crimes should be elevated to felonies, I encourage them to draft that legislation. Please close this loophole and vote yes on AB 89. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and Chair Scheibel. My name is Wendy Starkweather, WendyStarkweather, and I reside in Henderson, Nevada. I've lived in Nevada for nearly 47 years and am a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action Chapter, and I'm testifying in support of SB 89. As you have heard, more than 25,000 of the hate crimes committed each year involve guns. And you may also have heard that perpetrators of hate crimes deliberately target people in minority communities or based on their identity. While I have not been a victim of a hate crime, I still have a story to tell that I think is a story that thousands of Nevadans would like to tell. Thousands of Nevadans who, like me, are not members of a marginalized community and who haven't had a hate crime perpetrated on them, but who nonetheless empathize with the many who have. The problem we face is that we feel powerless to do something about it, to add action to our stories. So now we can act. We can urge this committee and our own Nevada legislators to feel that empathy too, to appreciate the psychological distress experienced by hate crime victims. We can urge this committee to strengthen the current law to ensure that people with the most significant histories of hate-motivated criminal conduct cannot access firearms. This bill respects the rights of law-abiding, responsible gun owners while still improving overall public safety, including vulnerable Nevada communities. So today I'm taking action for myself and for the many who are unable to testify, and I'm urging you all to support SB 89. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Tomlinson, Paultomlinson. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action in Las Vegas. I'm in support of SB 89. I'm a very privileged person myself. I'm a white, Christian, straight man. However, as such, I have great respect for people of differing religious persuasions and people with sexual orientations different from myself. I have friends who are Jewish and friends in the LGBTQ plus community. I'm aware that those communities are often the targets of hate crimes. We've heard the statistics of the different classifications of bias and prejudice. Our state must do everything we can do to protect these people. In fact, to protect all people from violent crimes, including hate-motivated crimes which utilize firearms. People who have committed or attempted to commit hate crimes have shown their bias and prejudice against people different from themselves and have revealed their willingness to use violence to harm or intimidate those people. It is imperative that we do all we can to prevent acts of gun violence so as to safeguard the freedoms of all communities. Thank you.
Hello, both chairs of the committees and members of this committee. My name is Eric Jeng, ERICJENG. I'm the executive director of One API Nevada, advocating and organizing the fast-growing Asian American and Pacific Islander community. I'm here to thank Senator Brzezina for sponsoring this critical legislation and offer our support for SB 89. Gun violence and hate-motivated attacks have had devastating consequences for our communities. In 2012, a white supremacist opened fire in a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, killing 6 worshippers and wounding several others. More recently, in 2021, a gunman targeted Asian-owned businesses in Atlanta, murdering 8 people, including 6 Asian women. Last session, when we testified in support for, at that time, SB 171, we also noted that FBI released its hate crime statistics at that week of hearing for 2021 that cited 746 attacks targeting people of Asian descent across the country, up from 249 the year before and the most in 3 decades. As the third most diverse state in the nation and with more than 14% of our population identified as Asian American Pacific Islander, this bill takes an important step in strengthening our response to gun violence and hate crime, ensuring that individuals commit these acts are held accountable, and also make sure our communities are safe and have dignity. So we urge for your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Greer, and I'm a volunteer with Students Demand Action and a member of the Youth Voice of Nevada. I'm here to express my strong support of Senate Bill 89. This bill aims to enhance public safety by prohibiting individuals convicted of attempting to commit hate crimes from purchasing, possessing, or owning firearms. By implementing these measures, we can help prevent future offenses and protect our communities. I urge the committee to pass SB 89 to ensure a safer Nevada for all residents. Thank you.
Hello, committee members. Tony Ramirez with Make the Road Nevada. That's TonyRamirez. Ditto to all previous supporting comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, and committees. I am Teresa Crawford, TERESA CRAWFORD, a 23-year resident of Henderson and volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and also a retired nurse. I'm here in strong, heartfelt support for SB 89. As we've heard from everyone, it's the most important thing we can do is to keep guns out of dangerous hands. Hate is especially deadly when armed with some kind of firearm. As we've heard, people convicted of hate-motivated misdemeanors, including use of force to intimidate, brandishing, shooting in a threatening manner, and other violent threats, are still eligible to own firearms because the actions themselves don't rise to the level of a felony. And I appreciate how narrowly tailored this bill is. And I've seen the research that individuals are likely to continue or escalate their threats and pose a danger of harming others. Allowing people with a known history of targeted violence to possess firearms is a preventable risk to public safety and our precious lives. Multiple states have passed disarm hate legislation, including California. Our state is wonderfully diverse, and this bill sends a strong message that every Nevadan has an equal right to protection from gun violence. Please vote this bill out of committee. And again, thank you, Senator Fazina, for sponsoring it.
I want to give you a more personal perspective. I don't know how it is when you all go to worship or attend a community religious event, but I'm Jewish, and first of all, when we sign up for an event, we may not even know where it is because they won't give us the exact address until we buy a ticket and go through a process. When I go to services, there's, it's a more involved checking procedure than we went through to get into the hearing room. Everything is opened and checked. There are metal detectors. There are people with guns. I was at one community event at a park, and they had not only a lot of police and people watching, but police dogs sniffing for explosives. This is no way to live. This is just innocent people pursuing their own lives and getting constant threats. So please pass SB 89. Thank you.
Before you step away from the microphone, we need your name. Ma'am?
My name is Adonna Frankel, ADONNA, F like Fred, RANKEL.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we don't have anybody else wishing to give in-person support testimony in Las Vegas, so we will go to the phones for support testimony.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer a testimony in support of SB 89, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Munger, M-U-N-G-E-R, representing Silver State Equality, Nevada's statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization, and I'll ditto what you've already heard so far. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jane Grossman, Janegrossman, and I strongly support SB 89. I speak as a member of the Jewish community. We've already heard about some of the challenges we're facing, and as an ally to every single minority group who has experienced hate crimes and hate-motivated violence. I also stand with anyone who has lived in fear due to their gender, religion, political belief, or profession, our police officers, as we've heard today. In speaking about hate crimes, Damon T. Hewitt, President and Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under the law, says the following: these hate crimes are distinct from other crimes because they are messaging crimes. They send a message to anyone who shares the identity of the targeted victim that they are not welcome or safe in the community. As it says in our Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're all endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When someone commits a hate crime, I believe they need to lose some of their liberty, including the right to have a gun, as that right overwhelms the hate crime victim's right to a secure life and happiness. I read Governor Lombardo's veto letter, and I agree with him and Assemblymember Cole, but I would add in, when appropriate, the misdemeanor hate crime should be classified as felonies. I disagree with him when he says that this law would deprive individuals of their Second Amendment right to bear arms. I believe that when you spew hate and you make others feel unsafe or unwelcomed, you should lose some of your rights. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Please support SB 89.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 746. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Zober, Benjaminzober, and I am one of the rabbis of Temple Sinai in Reno. I feel as though our community is pretty well represented, which I think speaks to our concern for ourselves and for others. And I don't wish to add further details of the needs and concerns of our community, but to speak broadly about this important bill. One of the first questions was, haven't we been here before? Haven't we seen this before? And in reality, we have. Some of our old texts in Leviticus, we are told that you shall not hate your kinsfolk in your heart, and you shall not stand idly by when your neighbor's blood is shed. But we are still trying to figure those things out. Honestly, I'm baffled that discrimination is still a thing. Sometimes I try to stand back and understand how, in this day and age, we still think it's okay or find ourselves being all right with the fact that we are discriminating for any reason. But we actually see that discrimination is getting worse, that violent hate crimes are increasing at astounding rates, putting all communities in danger. And so this is about more than just that. And the crimes that are hate crimes are more than just crimes. If we can ever say something is just a crime, they are crimes that also have that inexplicable hatred and bigotry attached to them. And the best way to solve this would honestly be to legislate love and to make everyone care for one another. And unfortunately, we can't do that. Maybe not now, maybe not ever. And so what we have to do is we have to protect people from this kind of hateful violence, because it is an unfortunate reality. And putting in protections such as SB 89 are proposing would be
And
be
you
better.
are over 2 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Enforcement. Yes, I will finish very quickly. Better for law enforcement, but most importantly, better for those who face discrimination and hatred. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Gray. I'm a Carson City resident, and I would like to voice my support for SB 89. Preventing hate criminals from buying or owning firearms seems very reasonable to me. I support what other people giving testimony have said about it's very reasonable for someone who has been tried and convicted of a violent hate crime to not have some of their rights taken away from them, and having their right to own a firearm seems very reasonable to me. Please support SB 89. Thank you.
If you have recently joined us and would like to provide testimony in support of SB 89, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. There are no other callers wishing to offer support testimony at this time. Oh, sorry. One more caller. Caller with the last 3 digits 947, please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
I'm sorry, is this for opposition?
No, we're still
thing.
we're still in support right now. We'll be getting to opposition in just a minute.
All right, thank you.
There are no further callers to offer testimony in support at this time.
All right, then that takes us to opposition. Again, we will start with in-person testimony. Anybody wishing to testify in opposition here in Carson City is invited down to the front now. And please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and Chair Scheibel and members of the Assembly and Senate Judiciary Committees. Paloma Guerrero, Paloma Guerrero, on behalf of the Clark County Public Defender's Office. Hate crime is an offense in Nevada punishable by a gross misdemeanor. Hate crime is not its own offense, it's an enhancement to the underlying crime. It's misdemeanor acts where you found, or if you found to have done it because of the perceived race, color, religion, national origin, or some other protected class of the victim, then it's enhanced from a misdemeanor to a gross misdemeanor. But again, the acts that we as a society have decided they are misdemeanor acts. It could be a battery where both people are yelling pejorative words at each other. Assault, breach of peace, petty larceny are also listed under there. You could throw a rock at a bicycle and say a pejorative word, and under this bill lose your Second Amendment rights to lawfully own a firearm. And it's not only if you committed an act, but if you attempted to commit the act. That's what the bill language says. The Second Amendment presumptively protects people's rights to bear arms, and it's the government's job to justify any regulation that they are trying to impose. Bruin is one of the latest Supreme Court cases on firearms. It was decided in 2022. There, the Supreme Court stated that when the government is trying to justify its regulations for firearms, they simply cannot say that it's promoting an important interest. To pass constitutional muster, the government needs to demonstrate how the regulation is consistent with the nation's historic tradition of firearm regulation. In light of this, the other prohibitions are currently being challenged, including which felonies would disqualify a person from keeping or bearing arms under the Second Amendment, based on Bruin's historical analog test. In this situation, there is certainly no historical analog in removing someone's Second Amendment rights based on a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. Gross misdemeanors is a type of offense which doesn't even exist in some states. Further, the Nevada Constitution says all citizens have the right to keep and bear arms for security and defense, lawful hunting and recreational use, and other lawful purpose. The Nevada Supreme Court addresses the classification of citizens in its decision in Poe Label in 2012. However, that analysis was done against the backdrop of Heller, exclusively without the benefit of Bruin's history and tradition test. Whether a person convicted of a gross misdemeanor is labeled a citizen remains unanswered today by the Nevada Supreme Court, but given the current landscape of Bruin and Poe Label, the loss of the right to keep and bear arms is likely to be deemed unconstitutional. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, Chair Scheibel, and committee members. Angela Knott from the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, ANGELA-KNOTT. I ditto the constitutional concerns raised by the Clark County Public Defender's Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller. My name is Bruce Parks, B-R-U-C-E-P-A-R-K-S. I'm chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party. I'm sometimes known in some circles as the Jellyfish King. It appears that we are once again addressing a problem that's not really that big of a problem in the state of Nevada. I heard a lot of emotional appeal here this afternoon, but I want to share some facts, and I want you to use your thinking capacity, because I don't care what you feel. It's irrelevant. I want you to think. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, in 2021, there are 232 hate crimes in the entire state of Nevada. In 2023, that figure dropped by half to 116, while in the same year, there were 2,417 robberies. A much, much bigger problem, in my estimation. When asked how many occurrences of hate crimes happen in Nevada, now you have the facts. Is it that large of a problem? Infringing on an individual's right to self-protection and protection of their loved ones and their property is not justified in this bill at all. And I'd also caution the committees that when you have folks invited to give testimony here, how about we have a fair and balanced approach to that? Would that be possible? Because the Brady organization, the Everytown America, and several other organizations that I heard referenced here today are anything but unbiased. They have an agenda against gun ownership. And I would recommend that perhaps you get somebody from the Nevada Firearms Coalition, of which I'm a member, and that we have somebody from the NRA, which I'm also a member of, for a fair and balanced approach. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Bob Russo for the record, and that's spelled R-U-S-S-O. I oppose SB 89, which in my opinion violates a person's right to possess and use a firearm long after they have paid their debt to society.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Is your microphone on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please continue.
You can't hear me?
I can now.
You can now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Should I start over or continue? Okay,
no need.
I'll continue. Okay, anyway, long after they've paid their debt to society for a gross misdemeanor, which is now would be up to 10 years. Now, it's my understanding that the punishment for a gross misdemeanor in Nevada is up to 364 days in jail and a maximum of a $2,000 fine or a combination of the two. So not allowing such a person to possess and use a firearm for up to 10 years after they have committed a crime, in my opinion, violates the Second Amendment and is excessive punishment that does not fit a gross misdemeanor. It could be argued that this bill violates the Eighth Amendment, which prevents excessive or unusual punishment from being inflicted. And as an aside, ditto to what Senator Hansen said, that this bill is very one-sided in its application. And for these reasons, I ask you to please oppose SB 89. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Keely Hopkins, and I'm the State Director for the National Rifle Association, here today on behalf of our members in opposition to Senate Bill 89. I'd like to echo a lot of the statements that have been made here today, especially by the Public Defenders Association. Due process limits restrictions on constitutional rights to only serious convictions. And for those convictions, there are higher and more robust procedural safeguards in place throughout the duration of the case because the punishment is severe. But under Senate Bill 89, on the other hand, these are misdemeanor violations that will still result in the loss of a constitutional right, but without those same safeguards in place that we see in felony cases. The sponsor framed this as just a temporary loss of Second Amendment rights. But 10 years is not temporary. If you're an individual in need of a firearm for self-defense, 10 years is not temporary. It seems like the intent of this bill and a lot of the support testimony for the bill has been focused on violent hate crimes. But as we heard from counsel, this bill extends far beyond that. This would also apply to nonviolent crimes like graffiti and property crimes. So for these reasons, amongst others, we encourage your opposition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Deanne Davis, D-E-A-N-N-E, D-A-V-I-S. I oppose this bill because it punishes someone for their perceived thoughts rather than their actions. I agree with the senator who said victims of crime should be treated equally. I disagree with the concept of protected classes. All people should be treated equally. The definition of hate crimes is too vague and ever-changing. Hate crimes today will get expanded to include hate speech tomorrow. In Europe right now, people are being prosecuted and jailed for reposting memes on their social media accounts because it's considered a hate crime. This bill will cast a very wide net of people who could lose their right to bear arms. The presenter said there are 25,000 incidents per year of hate crimes, and that number is increasing. In 10 years of this bill, if you multiply that out, that's 250,000 people who could lose their right to bear arms. That would be the entire population of Lyon County, Carson, Nye, Elko, and Douglas counties combined. And then someone brought up that it would also include anyone in their household who would be limited to owning firearms. If you multiply that out, you've got half the state of Nevada who could lose their right to arm themselves. SB 89 violates our First Amendment right to free speech, and it's very subjective about what constitutes hate speech or a hate crime. We've heard examples where misgendering someone has been called a hate crime. A comedian who makes an off-color joke as part of his career is accused of a hate crime. Someone who flies a historic flag, like a Don't Tread on Me flag or an Appeal to Heaven flag, has been accused of a hate crime. I understand the desire to stop violence, and I don't condone violence for any reason, but writing laws to prevent people from having access to guns does not prevent the bad guys from getting guns. I myself have been a victim of domestic violence.
I'm sorry, that is 2 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
And I had to get several restraining orders against the person who abused and threatened me. That order should have prevented the person from getting a firearm, but it did not. Gun laws do not stop violence. Paper does not stop a bullet. Thank you.
And real briefly, before you begin, sir, I'd like to ask if there's anybody in Las Vegas who intends to testify in person in opposition. We have been going for 10 minutes here in Carson City. So it looks like we do have a few folks in Las Vegas. I'm going to go down and get them, and then I'll come back up to you here in Las Vegas, here in Carson City. So we'll go to Las Vegas for a couple minutes of testimony. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for allowing me the opportunity. I just want to express my opposition to SB 89, as I believe it expands Nevada's prohibited person categories for certain misdemeanor crimes, even nonviolent crimes. I remain concerned over legislation that impacts the rights given to us in the U.S. Constitution and the free markets in our state. I do agree with the previous opposition testimony given, and I too am concerned with what could constitute a hate crime, as that definition can often be very broadly and politically defined. So for these reasons, I would ask this committee and urge this committee to vote against disarming citizens. Thank you.
And before you step away from the microphone, we need your name.
Sorry. Yes, my name is Jill Douglas, Douglass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Leslie Quinn. I am a registered voter in Clark County. I ask my SD8 Senator and my 85 Assemblywoman and all legislators to stand with me and oppose SB 89. Also, ditto to all the opposition. It was excellent presentations. I recently read this about hate. Hate can stem from various factors, including personal experiences, learned behaviors, and societal influences. It is often rooted in fear, perceived threats, or a desire for power and control. I absolutely oppose hate crimes. Yet, we've had the previous POTUS and leadership call fellow Americans domestic terrorists for using the MAGA acronym. Parents standing up for their children at school board meetings all over the United States are accused of hate crimes. So who gets to decide what a hate crime is? Whose hands are dangerous? Or the definition, or define the bill's verbiage, actual or perceived, is. SB 89 does not address the unintended consequences against law enforcement, who on the regular are blamed and or charged with hate crimes just for doing their jobs, just like my husband is, who is in law enforcement. SB 89 will not disarm hate, nor does it address hate crimes in a balanced proportion. It clearly targets the taking away of the Second Amendment constitutional rights from law-abiding United States, Nevadans citizens. Criminals will always find access to weapons to carry out nefarious acts. The weapon doesn't have to be a gun. Please oppose SB 89. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Daniel Smith, Daniel Smith. I'm a Christian, I'm a veteran, and a patriot. I also teach the Constitution. Now I'm wearing my NRA hat. I am a licensed firearms instructor also. And one other thing that I'd like to bring out is that I'm in a mixed marriage. Are there hate crimes? Yes. Individuals that, they're demented, and we understand that. I have no problems of carrying a firearm and being able to defend myself, my family, or someone else in need. There is no reason to take and have this bill whatsoever. It is infringing or starting to infringe on our constitutional rights. So, one other thing. I also run a security at church just to make sure that we can take and worship without any violence. Thank you very much for letting me share, but I oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Tauber, Tauber. I'm opposed to SB 89. After listening to almost 2 hours of dialogue here, I haven't heard of any single faction of our society that doesn't constitute some form of hate. I believe all crime is based in hate. And like the previous speaker said, we're not going to keep, what's going to keep the bad guys from getting guns? I'll tell you why they are still able to get firearms. because of liberal DAs, liberal judges, a liberal justice system, and liberal political bodies. I am opposed to this bill. It's too broad and expansive. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. CYRUSHOJJATY. I appreciate the sponsor bringing this very important issue. We don't want hateful people who will commit huge violent acts to have access to firearms. And by the way, she did a good job handling the meeting last Friday. I appreciate her. But we do have some concerns. We need to know how hate crime and so-called hate speech is distinguished. So for an example, if I make a speech of what I believe to be true about a certain group of people, race, or whatever, will that be counted as hate speech? Let me give you an example, if that's okay. If you look at people who are from sub-Saharan African descent, they score less on math, and they're less fortunate than societies like where my mom and my parents are from in Iran. And this is largely because of the fact that even 500,000 years ago, sub-Saharan Africa was a less performing society even before European contact. And by the way,
okay, we are going
Iran
to move on to the next commenter. That violates the one rule that I set forth here, which is that we have to be civil and respectful. We're going to go on to the last person to testify in Las Vegas.
My name is Ian Fenty, for the record. I will simply say ditto to all of the opposition to this for the same reasons. And I will also add that, or point out that if you were to look on the Nellis site of 33 pages of folks that have voted in a response towards this SB 89, 95% are opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a few minutes to get a few more people in here in Carson City. I'll just remind you that you can say ditto or I agree. When you use your full 2 minutes, you're preventing somebody else from being able to call in. So please go ahead when you're ready here in Carson City.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel Miller and Joint Committee members. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid, JIMDEGRAFFENREID. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman in opposition to SB 89 on behalf of the party. The Nevada GOP is opposed to SB 89 because of its subjectivity. It is an attempt to again pass SB 171 of the 2023 session, which was vetoed by Governor Lombardo. It proposes to revoke Nevadans' right to purchase or own a firearm from 10 years to permanently, but only if they've committed a so-called hate crime, which would otherwise be considered a misdemeanor, a crime that I would note is already enhanced if it is determined to have a hate crime. Vague and subjective definitions of so-called hate crimes leave Nevada wide open for unequal justice under the law. As was mentioned earlier, Nevada has consistently expanded the definition of hate crime in recent sessions, creating a multi-tiered justice system based on subjective factors rather than the objective facts of the crime. If a crime has been committed, it does not matter why. Criminal behavior should be punished consistently regardless of what motivated the crime. To deny anyone their constitutional rights based on someone else's opinion of what they might have been thinking is a travesty. We urge these committees not to proceed down the slippery slope of punishing the same crime partially as a misdemeanor, partially as a felony. The governor noted in his veto message for SB 171 that when it comes to these types of crimes, SB 171 would go much further than existing law by depriving individuals of their Second Amendment rights to bear arms, which would effectively open the door to more laws restricting others convicted of gross misdemeanors from owning firearms to protect their homes and families. We support constitutional rights, and accordingly, we cannot support SB 89. Thank you.
Madam Chairs, members of the committee, my name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom. When I read the bill on page 4 and those that are covered by this hate crime, I see that I am not included. The fundamental law of the United States in the 14th Amendment says that equal protection under the law. This is important because it means that government must treat similarly situated individuals in a similar manner. This bill does not. It gives some people more protection than others. It is unequal in its addressing our laws. I have been threatened many times, including in this building, and had to seek protection from the legislative police. I have had my children threatened, my home threatened, my business threatened, but I don't fall under this special protection. I believe in equal protection under the law. I especially appreciated the testimonies of all those that have gone before, but particularly that of the public defenders. I appreciated what she talked about in the current laws and in the Constitution of the United States. Thank you.
Tanya Brown, TONJABROWN, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. We ditto the previous comments made today and the concerns from the members themselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tanya
I'm
Freeman,
sorry.
I live in a small community.
I'm sorry. At this time, we do have to move to the phones. I promised each side 30 minutes to testify, and that would be divided between the in-person and on-the-phone locations. We've already spent 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes on in-person testimony, so I'm going to go to the phones, and if the callers are quick, we may have time to come back to in-person testimony. So to the phones, please, for opposition testimony on SB 89.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer testimony in opposition to SB 89, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan, Michaelryan. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada and a Marine Corps veteran. I'm also a responsible gun owner. Ditto on the previous comments in opposition to this bill. Please vote no on SB 89. Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is John Carlo, calling out of Las Vegas. And I definitely ditto Carson City. You guys are rocking up there in Las Vegas, my people down there too. But I'm actually talking to you guys as a Christian, someone who was reformed in the criminal justice. I am an ex-con. I was convicted of a felony. And people should not be judged on their past. You know, what I did, I made some mistakes when I was 18, 19 years old, and it hunted me for the rest of my life. And I do believe that this is just unconstitutional of felons not being able to have the right to bear arms. Just to read the Constitution, it says a well-regulated militia, that's not a bad word, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. So I know some of you guys got law degrees, but you guys just really don't understand simple English. But even, you know, and I would agree with the public defender's office that there are holes in the justice system and that you guys cannot fully trust what is a hate crime. These people are unprotected. It hinders business opportunities. And also, if it passes, you guys should include hate crimes against conservatives, Christians, and Trump supporters. I am a Christian. The Bible talks about weapons. And for my Jewish people, the Bible says, no weapon formed against thee shall prosper. But where are the Jewish people when they talk about protecting the most innocent? Babies in the womb.
And that is 2 minutes. So we are going to go to the next caller, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Banuelos. That's Banuelos. I'm calling to represent the Libertarian Party of Nevada. We oppose this bill. I want to echo, all the great statements made before me in opposition. I want to add one thing I think has not been addressed yet, and that's this bill also kind of runs counter to another core value of this country, and that's the a presumption of innocence. This is a bill that strips someone of a natural fundamental right to self-defense, not because of the gravity of what they've done, but because of what some people think or are afraid that they may be more likely to do in the future. As a nation, we just can't be in the business of giving people extra punishments because they have bad thoughts, right? Even if the thoughts are really ugly, that's not what we should be in the business of doing. We should be holding people to justice for what they've done and not trying to strip them of fundamental natural rights that are constitutionally protected because of what is most of the time a misdemeanor with ugly thoughts. So thank you for your time.
Hello, this is Mike Hawkins, Hawkins. I also am against this bill for all the reasons that have been stated, and one other. I'm appalled at the reason that the legislature has ignored that it was last session was defeated, and now they've put it together with two other bills, put it at the very last minute on the issues for everyone to talk to, and cut down the number of people that are against it, again, trying to force it down everybody's throat by not giving equal protection under the law by doing it this way. I oppose the way the legislature has handled this. I am anti for this. I am for guns. I would never have anybody get a loss of a gun just because the legislative body wants it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noemi. My last name is Southwind, how it sounds. I'm originally from San Diego, California, and I'm in Henderson. I oppose this bill. If you want to prevent violence, it has to start with the adults. For example, just yesterday, my son was treated badly by another student, saying that he didn't belong in the school when he was older. See, we aren't victims. We are the inclusive ones. Both these children recently have been, both children, meaning children at other schools, have been attacked. And these children are special needs children. Does that include them in this bill? Those children were, one of them was autistic and the other child, I believe, had some sort of special needs. Sorry, I was running. Please include that, otherwise it's discrimination. This bill is actually divisive. I've had people from the LGBTQ community come and make death threats at my home just for opposing the LGBTQ flag. And this was in California, where it's gun restricted, people don't have no guns, but literally Fridays, the kids get guns anyways. So, restricting people of these guns, gangs, and drugs, rampant in California. That's why I came here, because it's a better state, and I'm opposed to this bill. It's disgusting.
If you have recently joined us and would like to provide opposition to SB 89, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Katrin Ivanov, Katrian Ivano Frank. And I want to say my heart goes out to anyone that has experienced a harm or a loss of a loved one. It is a feeling I wish to no one. However, the stronger the emotions are involved in decision-making, less reasoning is used. It's a normal human reaction. Everybody does it. But we have to use the reasoning when we're passing laws. And I don't see what's the reasoning of trying to push laws that were vetoed last time around. It's a loss of everybody's time. See, both committees are here. They were here last time around. All the people that opposed it last time and many more are here now, including the one that supported. If you want to move misdemeanors that shouldn't be in the misdemeanors category to felonies, do that. But don't just punish everybody that did a small crime to lose their rights to bear arms. Please stop looking for ways to go around our Constitution. The Constitution is the law of the land, and you should not be making laws to prevent our constitutional rights of being enforced. I'm also confused with the term hate crime, the way it's used. If someone kills a person, regardless of it was because they were seeking a truth or because they hated the person's race or gender or religion or political affiliation, etc., the result is the same. The person is dead and the loved ones are hurt. So crimes like that, to me, they should be punished with the equal law and should be punished severely. Whatever the harder one is,
All
the one
right,
with the
that
hate
is
crimes,
2 minutes.
and that one.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
All right, thank you. And with that, we have run out of time for opposition testimony. I told you that you'd each get 30 minutes. Each side would get 30 minutes. We have been taking opposition testimony for over 30 minutes at this point. So we will move into testimony in the neutral position. If there is anybody here to give testimony in neutral, please come on up to the front in Carson City now. Anybody in Las Vegas to give neutral testimony? All right, I'm not seeing anybody to give in-person neutral testimony, so we will go to the phones, please, for neutral testimony on SB 89.
Thank you. If you would like to provide neutral testimony for SB 89, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 827. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin. Once more, caller with the digits 827, please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
So sorry about that. My name is Sherry Powell, SHERRYPOWELL. I'm the founder of the Ladies of Liberty, which is a victims' rights organization. And my opinion on this is that while these laws are intended to protect victims in certain categories or all categories, what I have found is that it does not protect anyone. In fact, it usually inflicts on those who do not break the law, such as when they were bringing up domestic violence. All the domestic violence person has to do is say they were mad for a minute, and they take anger management, and they can do it 7 times, and they still have a right to bear arms. I have not seen any place in Reno where an individual who hates an organization has presented with a firearm. There was one in Fernley where an individual who had been charged over 7 times with domestic was not held accountable by firearms law. What I have found is that the innocent person trying to just purchase a firearm for Christmas for their grandchildren is the one that is held accountable. So I am not for or against. I think it is a constitutional issue that should be taken to the ballot and let the citizens decide. Thank you so much for your time. Once again, my name is Sherry Powell, Ladies of Liberty. Have a great day.
There are no further callers to provide neutral testimony at this time.
Thank you so much. That closes testimony on SB 89, and I will invite the presenters back up to make any closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Chairs Scheibel and Miller. I'd like to thank the committee, and I'd also like to thank everyone who came up for testimony and support, as well as testimony in opposition and took time out of their day to discuss this bill. You know, the last point I think I'd make is that hate crime does mean here not only inclusive of an element that the conduct of the offender was motivated by one of the discussed perceived topics, but also that a court of competent jurisdiction convicted them. So both are necessary for this. It's not so much intent that the element was present in the crime and that they were convicted as such. So I thank all of you. There were amazing questions from the committee throughout. You have a busy day ahead, so thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And that concludes the hearing on SB 89. I will now close the hearing on SB 89. And I just want to confirm we're going to open the hearing on AB 245. Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing on AB 245. I invite those presenters down to the front now, or take your time, get organized, and whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, and members of the Senate and Assembly Judiciary Committee. I'm Sandra Howdigi, and I proudly represent Assembly District 41. Many of you know my story, how a night at a concert in Las Vegas turned into a nightmare. Every session, I've shared a piece of my story or insight into the struggles I've encountered post-1 October. In 2019, I read the very personal letter I sent my family. In 2021, I shared my struggles with recovery. In 2023, I shared how the healing process 6 years later had finally begun. I share these personal elements because it is important for the committee to know why I champion this issue and why I will continue to champion this issue, because I never want a Nevadan to experience the trauma that I and so many have endured. The unfortunate reality is there is nothing I can share with you that will make you truly understand the physical and, equally important, emotional and mental scars that lingered with me. 8 years later, and I no longer feel guilty to smile and to say good morning, good afternoon, or hello to people as I pass by them, to laugh at a joke, to feel joy, and to be myself. It is not my fault that I survived. It is okay to let go of the guilt. Although I may never be as lighthearted, as jovial, and as carefree as I once was, I have healed and I no longer fear sharing my story. And instead, I have in me a fire to never give up, the fight to make our community safer, to take action, the kind of action that turns grief into positive change. Today, I'm here to continue that mission so that no Nevadan has to go through the struggle that comes with survival or the hole in your soul that comes from losing a loved one. Today, I'm presenting two bills, and we're starting with Assembly Bill 245, which will make it illegal for someone under 21 to have an assault rifle or semi-automatic shotgun, and makes it illegal for someone to help anyone under 21 acquire an assault rifle or semi-automatic shotgun. We have seen far too many shootings by people who are under 21 who get their hands on assault rifles and go out and kill. 2012, Sandy Hook, Connecticut, 26 dead, 2 injured, the majority of those children. 2018, Parkland, Florida, 17 dead and 17 injured, high school students. 2022, Buffalo, New York, 10 dead, 3 injured. 2022, Uvalde, Texas, Abbott Elementary, 21 dead, 18 injured, the majority of them children. All of these horrific events that took place were committed by individuals under the age of 21. Studies have shown that since the restrictions on handgun sales to individuals aged 21 to be 21 and older, we have experienced an 18% decrease in the suicide rates among 18 to 20-year-olds. The age requirement to purchase a handgun is already 21. The same should be true for assault rifles. With your permission, Chair, I would now like to turn it over to my co-presenters.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, committee members, and thank you to Assemblymember Howdigi for her leadership and for her commitment to this issue. My name is Tanya Shart, and I'm Senior Counsel and Senior Director of State and Federal Policy at Brady. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of AB 245. Everyone in this country is all too familiar with the impact of firearms, in particular semi-automatic, shotguns, and rifles in the hands of those under 21. There is a disproportionate representation of young men amongst the most destructive mass shooters in American history. Just last year, several years ago, the mass shooting at Tops Friendly Market in Buffalo, New York, and the subsequent slaughter of elementary students and their teachers in a classroom in Uvalde, Texas, a week later, were perpetuated by 2 to 18-year-olds who were legally armed with semi-automatic assault-style rifles. The assault weapons design and purpose makes these guns the choice for mass shooters, particularly young male mass shooters. All of this is especially troubling given the industry targets male adolescents through predatory marketing practices. Adolescent and young men are both highly susceptible to product advertising and in particular receptive to advertisements that depict impulsive, thrill-seeking behavior. They have an elevated risk of attempted suicide and engaging in violent behavior. In fact, the FBI data shows young people disproportionately commit gun homicides. 18 to 20-year-olds make up 4% of the U.S. population, but comprise 17% of known homicide offenders. In fact, people aged 18 to 20 commit gun homicide at a rate nearly 3 times higher than those 21 years or older. Federal law prohibits anyone under the age of 21 from purchasing handguns from licensed dealers, which leaves it up to the states to regulate other types of firearm purchases to ensure that they are not found in the hands of individuals not yet ready for the responsible handling of a semi-automatic firearm. Passage of this law would be in line with a nationwide trend to increase the age to purchase these weapons. Importantly, similar prohibitions were recently upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and in several district court decisions across the country under the new test we found in the Supreme Court decision in Bruin and Rahimi. This bill presents a common sense opportunity to protect all Nevadans from further acts of gun violence perpetuated by adolescents in the state, and I urge the committee to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairs Miller, Scheibel, Vice Chairs Marzola and Flores, and members of both committees. For the record, my name is Ethan Murray. I'm an attorney at Giffords, the gun violence prevention organization founded by former Congresswoman, gun owner, and gun violence survivor, Gabby Giffords. I'm here today to express Giffords' strong support for AB 245, which establishes that an individual must be 21 to possess semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. We know that firearm access amongst young people leads to preventable tragedies, whether through suicide, homicide, or unintentional shootings. The data is clear. Increasing the minimum age for gun possession and purchase can reduce gun deaths. Young adults between the ages of 18 and 20 are responsible for a disproportionate share of gun violence, as my colleague has mentioned earlier. One study of incarcerated gun offenders found that 17% of those individuals would have been legally barred from purchasing a firearm if their state had raised the minimum age to 21. More than 2/3 of K-12 school shooters are under the age of 18. Importantly, this bill will not only reduce homicides, but also suicides. Suicide rates among young people have risen dramatically in recent years, and access to firearms is a major risk factor. Adolescents and young people experience high levels of suicidal ideation, with rates peaking between ages 14 to 24. Firearm turns a temporary crisis into a permanent tragedy, 90% of suicide attempts with a firearm are successful. By restricting, I should have said fatal, apologies. By restricting access to the firearms for individuals under 21, we can prevent impulsive suicide attempts and give young people the chance to get the help they need. The good news is that minimum age laws work. When states raise the minimum legal age for purchasing firearms to 21, firearm suicide rates among 18 to 20-year-olds drop significantly. In Washington State, where a law was passed setting a minimum age for assault weapons purchases, there was substantial decrease in firearm incidents involving these weapons among young people, as well as an overall decline in gun violence statewide. Unintentional firearm deaths and firearm suicides among young also fell after the federal minimum age law was enacted on handguns. This is not about taking away rights. It is about implementing common sense measures that prevent gun violence and protect communities. AB 245 strikes an appropriate balance between of firearm access for people age 21 and protection for the community. It allows them access to the type of firearms usually used for hunting, while prohibiting them from possessing the types of lethal firearms more commonly used in shootings. We already set minimum age law requirements for purchasing alcohol, tobacco, and even renting a car because we recognize the risks involved. Firearm possession should be no different. Thank you.
For the record, good afternoon. My name is Charles Allen. I serve as a government affairs manager for Everytown for Gun Safety, where I'm responsible for supporting state legislative efforts in Nevada. Everytown is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country, with nearly 11 million supporters nationwide. We have over 350 active volunteers in Nevada, representing nearly half of the counties across the state. I thank lawmakers in Nevada, especially Assemblywoman Howdegee, for pursuing such a comprehensive gun safety platform this session. And I also thank this committee for allowing me to testify in support of Assembly Bill 245. In recent years, Nevada has made great strides on gun violence prevention, passing universal background checks, an extreme risk protection order law, and a safe storage law. This year, Nevada Legislature can cement its status as a leader on this issue. However, Nevada lacks a strong age restriction on the purchase and possession of semi-automatic assault rifles. Right now, a resident of Nevada could purchase an AR-15 at the age of 18, but not a handgun. AB 245 closes this loophole in Nevada's suite of gun safety policies by requiring residents to be 21 or older to purchase high-powered semi-automatic rifles and semi-automatic shotguns. Minimum age laws like AB 245 can help prevent gun homicides, mass shootings, and suicides. So much of the carnage of our nation's gun violence epidemic falls on young Americans. Firearms are now the leading cause of death of Americans' children and teens. The suicide rate in this country is at its highest point in 20 years, and more than 3,100 young people die by gun suicide each year. And unfortunately, 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides triple the rate of adults who are 21 and older. One study of offenders incarcerated for gun crimes found that 17% of them would have been barred from buying a gun if their states had enacted laws like AB 245. According to criminal justice researchers, the average age of those who carry out mass shootings at schools is 18. The gunman who killed 21 people and injured 17 at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, waited until his 18th birthday to legally purchase 2 assault weapons. AB 245 can help prevent these tragedies. The bill requires purchasers of especially dangerous firearms to be 21 or older, meaning that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds could no longer purchase semi-automatic shotguns and semi-automatic rifles like an AR-15. This bill is sensible and protective policy. This bill is sensible and protective policy that mirrors the laws other states have put in place in wake of mass tragedy. Nevada has a chance to do this now. Everytown encourages and fully supports the efforts of AB 245. I thank this committee for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out to the committee that there was an amendment that was presented. I wanted to make sure that everyone had it, that will make changes to exempt target shooting, hunting, and predator control on the range. With that, Madam Chair, we are open for questions.
Thank you. And I also wanted to clarify, we received an amendment from the Clark County District Attorney's Office. Has that been accepted?
Yes, that is a friendly amendment.
Okay, excellent. So we have two amendments in front of us, plus the text of the bill. Questions from members of the committee? I'll begin with Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read this question because I want to make sure the words chosen are very specific, and I don't want to have any flare-ups. It's not meant to be inflaming, but it is a question that's been running through my mind for a couple of years. And Assemblywoman Hadegui, I'm really sorry about what you experienced. I can sympathize with you on numerous fronts, but I've got to ask this question. So here we go. How do we as policymakers reconcile this proposed restriction on Second Amendment rights based solely on being between the ages of 18 and 21 years old on the premise of public safety and insufficient maturity, with the simultaneous arguments that have been made in this very building that minors and much younger children are mature enough to make permanent life and physically altering decisions about their gender identity? I really think there is a disparate situation here where in one case they're old enough to make a decision, and mature enough, but not in the other.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Gray. Assemblymember Sandra Hadegui for the record. Assemblymember Gray, there's precedent in our statute that says, as soon as you turn 18, you can do certain things, but you can't do certain things until you're 21. So there's precedent existing in Nevada revised statute. When you're 18, you're legally allowed to vote. But when you're 18, you're not legally allowed to drink. When you're 18, you're not legally allowed to buy cigarettes. So there's already statutes that exist for the protection of people.
All right, we will go next to Assemblymember Marzola.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much for bringing this presentation, very common sense legislation. So right now as it stands, if you're 18 or older, you're allowed to purchase an assault rifle. If this legislation passes, what happens then to those individuals who will so 18, 19, and 20 will no longer be able to purchase those rifles, but what happens to the underage individuals that have already purchased?
I can start, and then I'll turn it over to my co-presenters in case there's anything they want to add. But there's various options. They can sell their firearms, they can voluntarily surrender them, or they can transfer them to family members until they turn 21. I'm not sure if there's. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Other questions from? Okay, Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Many questions, actually. We've revisited this several times. There's an estimated 400 million firearms right now in the United States. By restricting 18, 19, and 20-year-olds from purchasing these two categories, what evidence do you have that that would reduce suicides? Are those the only types of firearms that are used in youth suicides?
Ethan Murray for the record. We have evidence that suggests there is a 12% decrease according to a research conducted through NIH. As far as the two specific firearms, of course there is access to other firearms that could be used for suicide, so it is not all encompassing, but we believe it strikes the right balance between Second Amendment and preventing access to the most dangerous firearms.
Tanya Sharp for the record. I just add that it's already prohibited under federal law for anybody under the age of 21 to purchase a handgun. So this is just encompassing other semi-automatic weapons that might cause risk to those under the age of 21.
So right now, because it's prohibited, is there no suicides under the age of 21 using handguns?
Tanya Sharp for the record. No, that's certainly not the case. However, they may be able to access the weapons even though they're not able to purchase them. This goes a little bit further as it is also a prohibition on possession, which we think will further protect these individuals and certainly everybody else in Nevada given the high risk. I will say this, there's no one fix for anything. Gun violence is a multifaceted issue that requires a multifaceted, comprehensive approach. Each of the types of gun violence have different root causes, but there is a string that binds it, and it's unfettered access to firearms. It's imperative that we create a system of regulations to ensure that those who are high risk or shouldn't have access to firearms don't. Again, it won't be perfect, but it should prevent gun suicide and gun homicide.
Excellent. Well, I would agree with that, and I would point out that since Nevada enacted the CCW program, there's been a dramatic drop-off in gun-related crimes and all crimes in Nevada. Substantial drop-off. So last thought on this, and that is, I was watching a show about Vietnam veterans, and there was a 19-year-old young man flying a Huey helicopter into combat. Yet here, you guys are going to take away the right of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who could be drafted. We go to war with Iran, which seems to be on the agenda. They can be drafted into the military, but you would deny them the right to self-defense right now. And I'd also point out, since I'm supposed to kind of lump the questions together, that there's been a huge spike in women, young women especially, purchasing firearms in Nevada and across the nation. In fact, if you look, the numbers have been enormous. There's now an estimated 50 million AR-15s that have been purchased in the United States. But there's been two big spikes. One with women, especially younger women who feel threatened, especially when the police presence were removed from their communities. I'm kind of wondering, now you're going to basically, if we pass this law, say that every 18, 19, and 20-year-old woman would not be legally able to purchase these types of weapons. Is that correct?
So I'll start with the first part of the question, and then I'll turn it over to my co-presenters. I also do want to point out in my opening remarks, I've noted that there was a decrease when handguns were raised to the age of 21 in suicides amongst 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to 18%, which is a significant number. And so I look forward to seeing the decrease in suicide rates once you have to be 21 to buy these semi-automatic rifles as well. To your question, there is carve-outs for people who are part of the military. In Section 15A, it exempts, Section 4A, it exempts people who are members of the armed forces of the United States or reserve component thereof, the National Guard. So there is exemptions for those.
I read that in the bill. We're not talking about exemptions for people in the military. We're people that could potentially go in the military and literally drive a tank, but you're going to deny to them an opportunity to exercise their Second Amendment rights for self-defense and purchase a firearm in a very specific category.
They can still purchase firearms. They just can't purchase these types of firearms, Senator.
And, of course, they wouldn't use those kinds that they can purchase for suicides, though, right?
I'm sorry, what was
You said that this is going to decrease suicides, but they can still purchase other types of firearms to commit suicide, could they not?
Senator Hansen, just like with handguns, when they were still able to purchase other firearms, but the suicide rate did decrease, so we would expect to see a decrease.
So you take away this particular category, and the people that want to kill themselves will no longer do so. Crazy, just crazy. But anyway, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm debating here. I shouldn't be. My apologies. If you'd like to go to your next presenter, I'd love to hear their side of this as well.
For the record, Ethan Murray, I will just add that I appreciate the beginning of your story. My grandfather, John Murray, was one of those helicopter pilots in the Vietnam War.
I salute him for his service, sir.
Thank you. I'm sure he appreciates that all the way from Oklahoma. I will add that he would have gained, under this bill, he would have gained the right to have firearms under the age of 21. I don't remember off the top of my head how old he was when he joined the military, but once he joined the military, he would fall under the exemption of this bill. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten, I believe we've forgotten your second question, focused on women.
Oh, I'm not sure myself at the moment. You guys have covered a lot of it. My point is, look, suicides are when people want to kill themselves, what happens when you do remove one type of method, they will use another form. Okay, it is true firearms may be the most convenient, but when you look at the statistics on suicides and all the different ways people do it, what we found is that when you do take away the firearm option, suicide rates still are there. People are still killing themselves. They just use a different method. And in this case, they may not use a semi-automatic assault weapon, but they certainly have access to all sorts of other firearms that center fire bolt action rifle or a pump shotgun. If you actually were going to try to define the method of use, the type of weapon they could use, they could still use whatever. So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't mean to ramble too much here. But yeah, thank you for your presentation, but I think there's some serious flaws, and we haven't even addressed the constitutional question of taking people's rights away at that particular window of age. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I will go to Senator Ellison next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the questions I have is most people don't commit suicide by rifles. That's a fact. Shotgun is one of them. Why? Because they're so hard you can't get the weapon out away from you to commit suicide. So you're having to try to use your toes or whatever. So that doesn't fly with me. But what does fly with me is most women hunters use an automatic shotgun. Why? Is because of the recoil and doesn't kick them so bad. That's why they go to automatic shotguns. And you can't believe how many young women are out there hunting with automatic shotguns because the recoil is so much lighter. They don't have to worry about trying to pump another shell into a shotgun that the automatically ejects a shell in there. That is one of the most important things there is. And most suicides aren't by guns, unless handguns, they're by drugs. And that's the problem in this country is drugs and methanol. And look at the children that are being killed right now by methanol. And we're not doing nothing to stop it. So if you want to answer them questions, but I tell you what, you guys you're totally wrong about automatic shotguns being used for suicide. And I've seen suicides done by shotguns and people in trucks, and they had a heck of a time getting it done, but they did get it done, and then we're big guys, not a woman. So please, if you can answer them.
Tanya Sharp for the record. Thank you so much for the series of questions, Senator. I'll note that certainly suicide prevention is part of the goal of this bill, but certainly not the only goal, right? Again, we're dealing with a reality where you have young men shooting up schools, churches, concerts, and other places. And that's a reality that has really changed the fabric of this country. And I think that this bill is targeted at preventing that type of reality for all of us, in addition to preventing suicide and other homicides. In terms of hunting, we are creating an exception for hunting, so I appreciate your points with regards to female hunters, and it sounds like the Assembly member has already dealt with that in her proposed amendments. In terms of suicide rates, I understand that gun suicide is not the #1 cause of death for suicide. However, it is the most lethal mechanism of suicide. And we understand that suicide is often a rash decision that somebody makes very quickly. And when you have access to a gun, more often than not, I believe almost 90% of the time, that will actually result in death. The percentages of suicide by other mechanisms to be actually carried out is far lower. So we always need to contemplate that access to firearm is a huge risk for gun suicide, or for suicide, period. Thank you.
And I see where you said you could use for hunting. Problem is, you can't buy a gun and borrow it. Like if I wanted to borrow her gun to go hunting, under Nevada law, you can't do that. And I can't go sell a gun to somebody or give it to somebody under Nevada law. I have to take it to a shop, and they got to transfer that gun to somebody else. That law was created here in this building also. So by Nevada law, you're breaking the law by asking them to go and trade these guns or give them to somebody else. That's a law. So we need to make sure that the laws you're putting in here is not affecting another law. And I think if a child with parents that goes through gun training is probably one of the safest people you can do. My children went through training. They went through the whole deal through the NRA training program, and they all hunted. My sons and my daughters, both. So, but there is a problem because you can't borrow a gun under Nevada. So you got another problem here. So If you could answer that.
Absolutely. Tanya Sharp, for the record, I appreciate that. And I understand the importance and relevance of hunting. It's true all over the country, in fact. As you know, the amendment is kind of a proposed amendment, and we are going to flesh it out and make sure that we're creating an environment where people can actually use these firearms to hunt legally.
Other, excuse me, other questions from members of the committee? I'll go to Assemblymember Urick next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. And Majority Leader, your story continues to be impactful, and I appreciate your heart on this issue. We've talked a little bit about the constitutionality issues, and we've talked about suicide, but your most recent comments, it kind of redirected us back to the issue of mass shootings and the prevalence of these is the issue that I want to hone in on. And I guess I would like to say that I'm concerned that this bill is primarily the probably unintended result is going to impact law-abiding youths, those who actually follow the law rather than those individuals who already obtain and use firearms illegally anyway. And so if a person 18 to 20 years of age is intent on committing a violent crime and is already willing to break the law, what makes us think that they're going to be deterred by a separate statute prohibiting firearm possession based on age?
Tanya Sharp, for the record, thank you so much for the question, Assemblymember. You know, we hear this a lot. Why create laws if people are just going to break them? It's important to have laws. It's important to have standards. It's important to have regulations. That's true for guns. It's true for everything. What I will note, and I think there was a New York Times cover story about this, most of these mass shooters who are under the age of 21 are legally purchasing these firearms. We need to create barriers to make it harder or to make it impossible for them to purchase firearms. That's just a reality. And again, like by not doing that, we're creating an environment where all of our children are having to have shooter drills. We're creating an environment where children are scared to go to school, where teachers are scared to be there. And if we can create reasonable regulations to prevent that, I think we have an obligation and a duty to do that.
I think I will just add that these mass shootings are done by people who are legally purchasing. Don't forget that the Abbott Elementary shooting in Uvalde, Texas, happened by an 18-year-old who, on the day he turned 18, walked into an FFL and bought 2 semi-automatic rifles that he used to commit that horrific crime. Assemblymember Sandra Howdigi, for the record.
Thank you. I'll go next to Assemblymember Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, and Majority Leader Howdigi, it never gets easier to hear what you experienced, and all Nevadans are just horrified at what happened, and that's not something we want to be known for in our state. So we're here as legislators because we're trying to find solutions to problems, and I know we've talked a lot about what's happening in our nation, but we only have legislation that affects Nevadans, and that's what we're here about. So I want to dial in a little bit about what's been going on in Nevada in regards to mass shootings. UNLV, their criminal justice, Center for Crime and Justice Policy, issued a report in 2024, and it has a section on Nevada from 2000 to 2022, a 22-year period. We experienced 2 mass shootings. Now, we would all agree that's too many. But in 22 years, there were 2 mass shootings. One, we know, was a middle-aged male that was the shooter in the horrific October 1 shooting. The other one at my middle school, not when I was there, but in 2013, unfortunately, an 11-year-old boy, and then he later committed suicide. And in that suicide note, he mentioned that he was having trouble, he was being bullied, and he was already on Prozac as an 11-year-old and psychotropic drugs. Now, I bring up all this in a backdrop. As a mother of 4 sons, I have 4 daughters who also have their hunter safety cards. I have a son who's a Navy SEAL. 4 of my sons have been affected by if this were to be law. They're older now. But if we're trying to find a solution, the majority of mass shooters, according to this report, in the United States were between the ages of 21 and 30, not under 21, the majority of the mass shooters. And in Nevada, one was an 11-year-old, illegally obtained a weapon that in his home. So I'm not understanding how this legislation will do anything different. It's not the age group we've had a problem with in our state. And so just wanting to know, how is this going to solve an issue in Nevada when the mass shooter was a middle-aged man? And so if you could elaborate for me, what we're looking to truly fix that already we're not doing.
Tanya Sharp, for the record. I appreciate that the two mass shootings that you guys have experienced in the state were not those between 18 or not under 21. But if the next one is, I think you will all wish that you passed this bill. I think that these are, again, these incidences that are happening, these children's lives that are being stolen, these are people, these are children, these are our responsibility, and we know that there is a way to prevent or preclude or reduce the chance of this happening. So sometimes it's not an immediate reaction to what's happening in the state, but it's looking at what's happening globally and saying we can prevent this before it happens to our middle school, before our high school, before our elementary school. And again, I'll say it, like, these laws are constitutional. There's no reason not to do it. We know that this category of people is high risk. We know that their brains haven't fully developed. We know that they're more likely to engage in risky behavior and in dangerous, violent behavior. So again, to try to prevent that next tragedy from happening, I think it's important to pass this bill.
And I will, Assemblymember Sandra Howdigi, and I will just add on that although the two incidences that you pointed out, one was 11 years old and the other one was over 21. Research shows that individuals aged 18 to 20 years old commit gun homicides at a rate 3 times higher, greater than adults 21 and over. It's not just about mass shootings, it's about all gun homicides.
Chair, could I have a follow-up to that? Thank you. Thank you for that. And in regards to those statistics that you just shared, that it's not just mass shootings and talking about that age group, can you give us the breakout of how much of that is related to gang violence? Because a lot of the gun figures and death figures that we talk about are related to gang violence. And so perhaps maybe with the experts up here, you have those statistics on how do we parse out how much of this gun violence is gang-related, guns obtained, illegally, that sort of thing.
Tanya Sharp, for the record. To be frank, I don't know the numbers, but I would posture that it doesn't really matter because the lives lost in that type of violence are equally as important as the lives lost in a school or in other instances. All of these laws are targeting that high-risk group of individuals, irrespective of whether or not the violence they might engage in is community violence, gun suicide, mass shootings, or other violent behavior. We know it's a risky category of people, so we need to take action.
And thank you for clarifying that. And perhaps if you don't have those numbers, maybe if I don't know if law enforcement's going to come up at any time, if we could maybe look into those numbers about what does that look like? How much of the gun violence we're seeing, not only in our nation, in our state, is related to gang violence in those 21 and under age groups?
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Wynn next.
Thank you. Just kind of following off, I'm wondering if some of the intent behind Section 1, Subsection 2, and the corresponding Clark County Office of the District Attorney Amendment has to do with what Assemblywoman Hansen had mentioned previously about the circumstance where you have an 11-year-old child who, committed those terrible acts at Sparks Middle School, and then also ended their life. And she had mentioned something about how that child obviously can't go into any store and buy a gun at this point. And then she also mentioned that there was circumstances surrounding that child having mental health issues where they were under the influence or were taking Prozac for that, and ultimately ended their life as well. So I'm curious if what the intent behind Section 1, Subsection 2 was to also hold some responsibility for those people that give access to those, children and young adults under that age who they know shouldn't have access to those firearms or, weapons that could lead to the ultimate, like, end of life.
Tanya Sharp, for the record. Yeah, the way that the bill is drafted, it certainly prohibits possession by those under the age of 21, but also creates responsibility and accountability for those who might allow access to those under the age of 21, and also requires secure storage of firearms, to be frank. We've seen far too many instances in this country where firearms have been accessed by those who are minors, who have caused harm to themselves or others. So creating these standards with reasonable penalties is really important to make sure that adults, parents understand that they have an obligation to keep the people around them safe, specifically the people under the age of 21.
Assemblymember Sandra Howdige for the record, and thank you. Sorry, we were just bringing up the amendment. We didn't have it printed out in front of us, but yes, the intent of the amendment is the same.
May I have a follow-up? I guess my other question is just, and you had kind of clarified for the record that it really shouldn't matter whether or not these are gang-related, suicide, mass shootings, school shootings, shootings by like a 31. And you had mentioned this. This obviously in no way is going to be the solution to like solve the tragedies surrounding gun violence. Is that correct?
Tanya Sharp, for the record, that's correct. But I do believe it's an important step to preventing gun violence. And preventing gun violence means save lives, preventing trauma, preventing communities from perpetuating, from just cycles of violence and incarceration. So whatever we can do to prevent this type of violence is very important.
And just more of a comment, Chair, if that's okay. I commend you, Majority Leader Howdige. I know that you are using your tragic experience to like move the conversation, save lives, one bill at a time, and I appreciate that. And so I do see this as a step in the right direction, to address other issues that I know you've, like around ghost guns. Those are things that maybe are not purchased in like stores and are not registerable, but you know that you've seen how they are used on the streets, how they're used, and how they are just as destructive. So I appreciate all the pieces of thoughtful legislation that you've brought around this area. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this. I taught the students that survived that Sparks Middle School shooting, so it is very personal, especially the beloved teacher that was killed defending his students during that event. And, I think of my role as a teacher in these schools and also my role as a parent. My daughter started kindergarten when Uvalde happened, and we saw the child coffins. And she was taught nursery rhyme songs about keeping quiet in the corner to stay safe. And that is traumatizing for every one of our children that have to live through that. And so I appreciate your efforts to try to keep them safe. And thinking through this, my question is just how does this align with other restrictions on 18-year-olds that are in statute? You mentioned it a little bit, but I think of the fact that I have students that are 18 and they still have to ask me permission to go to the bathroom when they are in the classroom, right? And the idea that they can then purchase these weapons and bring them to school is really quite terrifying. So could you speak to what are some other limits in statute on 18-year-olds that we have, and why do we have those?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Sandra Howdige, for the record. And I'll point out the two that I used earlier, Assemblymember, because, you're 18 and you're allowed to vote, but you cannot legally drink. You cannot buy cigarettes. You cannot gamble. There's plenty of things 18-year-olds can't do. And, the state exists to enact legislation to protect our community. That's what we're here. You think of the laws that we pass to protect the people we represent, things like seatbelt laws. That's a law, that the state passed to protect the people we represent. So this is no different than a law like that.
Thank you. We will go to Assemblymember Nadeem next.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for bringing up such an important topic, Majority Leader. My question is, can you tell us about the other states who have already implemented this resolution?
Tanya Sharp, for the record, my apologies. I'm realizing I don't have a complete list of states that have have done this, but there are numerous states, and what I'll say is these cases have been challenged, and most importantly, we have two recent cases on the West Coast, Ninth Circuit case and a district court case in California that have upheld very similar laws. But I'm happy to also get you the full list of states that have passed these types of laws.
Thank you.
Other members with questions?
Chair, if I
Oh,
might.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, Assemblymember Sandra Howdigi, I don't have the complete list, but there have been 9 states who have passed it.
Thank you. Now I'll go to Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I wanted to echo Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch's comment, and thank you, Majority Leader, for bringing the bill. I think that there's been a lot of brain science in the last 20 years, and a lot of studies that show that young people, young adults, the frontal cortex doesn't fully develop till they're 25. I think there's a lot we know now that we didn't know 10, 15, 20 years ago. So, and talking about the laws we have, that there's certain things, yes, you can vote when you turn 18, but you can't purchase alcohol, marijuana, cigarettes, go into a gambling establishment. So I see this as in line with that, and I think that a lot of the brain science that we have now kind of is in line with your bill. So thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
All right, other questions? Okay, I think we have 2 follow-ups. I will go to Assemblymember Gray first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The suicide rates and the numbers you guys had, what year was that from? And what year was the follow-up done for the drop in the states that you guys said you saw the drop in the statistics when the law was passed?
I don't have the exact date of the federal one in front of me, but I'm happy to follow up with you and get you the citation for that. And then one of the other studies we referred to was from 2015.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we could get that information, that'd be great, and send it to the entire committee. That would be fantastic. And again, Assemblymember Howdigi, I really do sympathize. You remember the IHOP shooting, I'm sure. I knew 4 of those people very well, two of which had died, and then one of which who was injured, who had actually been one of my direct supervised medics. So, I do get where you're coming from. We may not agree, but I do get where you're coming from. I do have another one, though, that really, I was doing some research while we were sitting here, and this is as of 2023, an article that was published in JAMA, authored by Dr. Brent R. Klein. Title of the study was Characteristics and Obtainment Methods of Firearms Used in Adolescent School Shootings. Again, I want to point out that this study is not even 2 years old yet. It's just barely a year old. It was November of 2023. They found that 42% of adolescent school shooters obtained the firearm from relatives, mostly through theft. Additionally, around 22% obtained firearms from friends, and 5% from strangers or victims. Only 2% acquired them through licensed dealers. The same study also indicated 30% of adolescent school shooters procured firearms from the street or an illegal market. So my question is why aren't we holding the people accountable that are allowing these kids to get these guns? The parents of the friends who own the guns, why aren't we going after them? I mean, there's already laws on the books that we could put them behind bars.
Ethan Murray, for the record. I'll answer partially the last part of that and then refer to my colleague Tanya. The bill itself does take effort to hold those people accountable. That's what the secure storage, knowingly allowing someone access who's under the age of 21 to a firearm, that aspect of the bill accomplishes. So I would argue that this bill does accomplish some of what you're saying.
Tanya Sharp, Tanya Sharp, for the record. Yeah, I will say it again. It's important to prevent gun trafficking. It's important to prevent access to firearms to those who shouldn't have them. Secure storage of firearms is a huge way that school shooters access guns. It's important to create safe storage mandates. All of this is important. on top of that, it is equally important to prevent access to these weapons to those 18 to 21. And I did have a question on the study. When they say adolescents, does that actually go up to age 21, or is this primarily focused on people under the age of 18?
From what I can see, the article did not define adolescents, but I would assume it's less than 21.
Okay, I would love to see that article too, so I'll come after and get it from you.
Roger that. And thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Are there other questions from members of the committee? I've not seen any further questions. Okay, so I will close out questions on AB 245, and we will move into testimony. Again, we will do 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, and then neutral testimony. I'm not sure we're on track to make our 6 p.m. goal, but you know, I think it's worth it for democracy. So we will start with in-person testimony here in Carson City. As a reminder, please state your name and spell it for the record when you begin, and limit your comments to 2 minutes. And you are not just allowed, but encouraged to say ditto or same or we agree. And when you do that, it clears up more time for other people to also testify. So please go ahead, in support, in person, in Carson City, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Nancy, N-A-N-C-Y, Potterwills Baba, P as in Peter, O-D as in David, E-W-I-L-S hyphen B-A-B-A. I live in Reno, Nevada. I'm a member of Moms Demand Action, as well as a licensed clinical social worker. I'm here in support of AB 245 for the following reasons. Again, this bill not only would address access for the teens, but it would penalize people who knowingly permit a person under 21 to have access. As Senator Orangel said, the brain of a person under 21 is not fully formed. Adolescents are often impulsive and act without fully appreciating the potential consequences of their actions. That's true, of course, for people under 18 as well. A semi-automatic weapon, the main difference in my way of thinking, is it can do so much damage very, very quickly. So it should not be accessible to anyone who is not emotionally stable or is not able to appreciate the damage such a weapon can do, to really appreciate the consequences. Therefore, no person under age 21 should have access to a semi-automatic weapon. I urge you to support AB 245. Thank you.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Falgo, and I am the Communications Director for Battleborn Progress. I am here today to express our full support for Assembly Bill 245. AB 245 effectively balances Second Amendment rights with responsible gun ownership to ensure we address gun violence. Nevadans need to be 21 years old to purchase a handgun. Similarly, Nevadans need to be 21 years old to purchase tobacco products and alcohol. I am actually old enough to remember when you could buy tobacco at 18 here in this great state. And I remember when that bill was passed. I was not very happy about it. However, I could see the reasoning, right? We don't want teens and young adults to pick up a habit that is inevitably going to lead them to death. Firearms can also be deadly. We all know this. Through suicide and mass shootings, the impact is the same on families and communities who lose their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their parents, their children. We have minimum ages for when teens can drive and minimum ages for when children can be out of car seats and booster seats, all in the name of protecting them from harm. AB 245 sets us on a path to ensuring responsible gun ownership is a cornerstone of our laws. Thank you, Assemblymember Howdigi, for sponsoring this policy. We appreciate her dedication to ensuring Nevada moves forward on policies such as these. We urge the committee to pass Assembly Bill 245. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, members of the Joint Judiciary Committee. My name is John Jones here on behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office. I am in support of the bill with the proposed amendment from the Clark County District Attorney's Office. Just so you know, our issues centered around the potential argument for preemption. In other words, us being able to file other more serious charges when the evidence supports those charges, and our concerns are alleviated by our potential amendment. Thank you, Chairs.
Hi, I'm Mary Catherine Stebbins, last name Stebbins. I'm a resident of Reno. I'm a member of Mothers Demand Action for reasonable gun safety. And I urge you to vote yes for AB 245. It will provide consistency with gun procurement for the state, and also I'm hoping that you will help us save all of our young children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Egan. It's E-G-A-N. And I wanted to just share a little bit of my thoughts on this, this bill, and maybe a little bit bigger picture as well. As a citizen of Nevada, listening to different testimony, hearing various things, reading various things that we are all exposed to, you know, it appears that some of the questions and arguments seem to be from the opposition, seem to be making an attempt to absolve us from having to take steps to provide more safety for Nevadan families. I really believe that there is an effort to make us feel that we don't have an obligation, that we have no responsibility in this matter, and I think nothing could be further from the truth. This rests in your hands. We elected you and brought you here for these reasons. So I respectfully ask you that you support AB 245. Thank you.
All right, I think that's everybody here to testify in person in support in Carson City. We will go down to Las Vegas for in-person support testimony. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Becker, Elizabeth Becker, and I am testifying in support of AB 245 on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. For all of the reasons that the presenters gave, that is why we are supporting this bill, but I have a personal story to share. As the stepmother of a child who purchased semi-automatic weapons after receiving an honorable discharge at 20 years old from the Army for mental health reasons, this bill is very personal to me. My son's in his 30s now, and I no longer fear for his safety or others. But no one should have to feel that someone who desperately needs mental health support and is not getting it is able to go and buy a weapon that they can then use to harm themselves or others. Millions of Americans have been impacted by the gun violence epidemic. As already mentioned, multiple mass shooters waited until they were 18 years old to purchase a weapon legally because they are not prohibited purchasers and they did not have previous convictions. This bill is extremely important and necessary based on all of the evidence that was already presented. And I would like to point out that the opposition always accuses supporters of gun violence prevention legislation of being swayed by our emotions. But I would argue that lawmakers should be listening to the millions of us who are suffering and begging you to save other people from having to go through this misery. I second Senator Nguyen in commending Assemblywoman Jauregui for using her platform to prevent others from experiencing her pain by advocating for common sense gun safety legislation for the past 5+ years. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Greer, and I'm a volunteer with Students Demand Action and a member of the Youth Voice of Nevada. This bill prohibits anyone and I am in support of AB 245 because it prohibits anyone younger than 21 years old from purchasing or possessing semi-automatic shotguns and semi-automatic assault weapons. AB 245 could reduce youth gun homicides and suicides. AB 245 could also help prevent mass shootings. Supporting this bill means prioritizing the safety and well-being of all Nevadans through effective firearm legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Sue Birch, SUEBURTCH. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women, and we strongly support AB 245 and thank Assemblymember Hardigy for bringing it forward. We support it for all the reasons that have already been presented. It just makes sense. And just for the record, as a parent, I have received that horrifying phone call about an active shooter on campus twice from one of my kids. It's not a call you want to receive. And for all the teachers there on the committee and in the legislature, I have a daughter that teaches first grade and has to teach those kiddos those unbelievable active shooter drills. So we strongly ask you to support AB 245. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Starkweather, WENDY-STARKWEATHER, and I live in Henderson, Nevada. Longtime resident, and I'm a volunteer with the Nevada Moms Demand Action chapter here. You have been hearing the alarming statistics relating to the high rate of homicides committed by young adults aged 18 to 20, and that guns are the leading cause of death of American kids and teens. So I won't focus on that. I'm here to ask you all to really comprehend what those statistics mean and appreciate what you can do to help keep Nevada's children from being reflected in those statistics. Namely, you can vote in support of AB 245. I am in support of 245. As part of that support, you can fully consider how prohibiting the purchase of semi-automatic shotguns and semi-automatic assault weapons by young people under the age of 21 can help minimize the potential for significant loss of life here in Nevada. You can also consider the statistics in the context of a climate of anger, where bullying of both children and intimidation of adults seems rampant, when our TV and computer screens display examples of these actions daily. No matter how many pundits, podcasters, or general newscasters attempt to make sense of many of the horrific events, at some point, we must admit that our children are dying at alarming rates as a result of preventable gun violence. Some of them are killing themselves or others by getting access to or buying these extremely lethal weapons on a whim, or at a depressed moment, or on a dare, or to respond to a bully. And finally, I hope you will consider the voices of gun violence survivors, like Assemblymember Hodeggy, and remember that they represent the multitude of victims who can never tell their stories. I ask for your full support for AB 245. Thank you.
Hello, committee members. Tony Ramirez, TonyRamirez, with Make the Road Nevada, and I will just go ahead and ditto all previous supporting comments. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair and esteemed committees. I am again Teresa Crawford, Teresa Crawford, a volunteer with the Nevada chapter of Moms Demand Action, a longtime resident of Henderson, and a retired nurse. So I've had some experience in trauma bays with gunshot wounds. And I'm here to support AB 245 to raise the minimum age for possession and purchase of semi-auto rifles and shotguns to 21, the same minimum age as federal law requires for purchasing handguns. And of course, thank you, many thanks, Assemblymember Hardigy, for your commitment and passion and unwavering devotion to making life and times safer here in Nevada and the nation. Firearms are the leading cause of death for people under 21. We keep saying that, and it's actually true that individuals aged 18 to 20 commit gun homicide at a rate more than 3 times greater than those 21 and older. In Nevada, DHH stats for 2017 to 2020 showed suicide the leading cause of death for age 10 to 17. And more than males are 80% of the victims in firearms, the method, and 54% because of the increased lethality of using a firearm versus, say, a drug overdose. This is such a complex and tragic issue, and if anything, it underscores the need to reduce firearm access in vulnerable populations. AB 245 could also help prevent mass shootings where semi-auto rifles are the weapon of choice. No one's mentioned a shooting I looked into again recently. The Gilroy, California Garlic Festival shooting in July 2019 has an unfortunate Nevada connection and kind of one reason we're here. A 19-year-old gunman killed 2 children and a young man and left a shattered community. He bought his AK-47 style weapon legally in Fallon, but it was illegal for him to buy the same gun in California. The amendment, the bill has a carve out.
And that is 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh, okay. I was just mentioning the carve out for people currently serving in the military who are under 21 are honorably discharged to also access semi-auto weapons. This bill balances public safety, including across state lines, with respect for the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Anybody else in Las Vegas here to testify in person in support of AB 245? I don't see anybody coming to the table, so we will go to the phones for support testimony on AB 245.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer testimony in support of AB 245, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Webster, Tarawebster. I'm the policy manager with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. I'm calling in support of SB 245 because a loss of a life is a loss of life. And if we have the means to reduce gun violence, then we should do it. The argument that this won't fix everything, so let's do nothing, is wrong, and there's no justification for inaction when a common sense solution is being proposed. Every lost life is a tragedy. And if we have the means to prevent these losses, then let's use our moral obligation to do so. I urge you to support SB 245.
There are no further callers wishing to offer support testimony at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us to the conclusion of support testimony. We'll now move to testimony in opposition to AB 245, starting with in-person testimony here in Carson City. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, as members of the committee, my name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom.
The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in San Francisco ruled that California's law, which raised the minimum age of rifle and shotgun sales from 18 to 21, violates the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. The court found that the law burdened the right of young adults, 18 to 20, to keep and bear arms, stating that the Second Amendment protects the right of this age group to purchase firearms. Several years ago, I had 9 of my grandchildren living with me, ages newborn to about 15. We had a loaded shotgun by the front door because we had problems with coyotes and wild dogs. We didn't have any problems with children understanding what a firearm was, what it did, that you don't play with it. We had no problem. And why is that? You don't become responsible to use a firearm when you're 21. You start learning about firearms when you're a child. We also took the children out for target practice, even the little ones, so they understood what a gun did. This bill interferes with understanding about how to responsibly use a gun because they aren't taught from the time they're little. It also prevents children 14 and under who have hunter safety from using a semi-automatic, as well as those between 18 to 20. So they don't learn about them. They don't have the opportunity to experience that. And so it really violates the principle of teaching children things when they're young so that when they grow up, they'll know how to use them. In the amendment, I have some problems. Does target shooting cover a family going out to target shoot? Does predator range control, is that only for official people to range control? I have to use a shotgun in my yard oftentimes for critters and other things that are in my yard, in my property in Elko. So I would like those clarified. I think that's very important to know those things. And we have to realize that responsibility doesn't start at 21, it starts when they're babies and goes from there, so they can learn to be responsible gun owners. And that's the only way it's going to happen. It isn't going to happen all of a sudden when they turn 21.
Thank you. And I was hoping we could just get legal to clarify that California case in the Ninth Circuit. It was referred back to the district court, correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. The Ninth Circuit case came out in May of 2022, I want to say, and after that it was vacated and sent back to the federal district court, which just yesterday, as a matter of fact, upheld the constitutionality of the California law.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank goodness we don't live there.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, committee members. I am Adrian Hunt, ADRIANHUNT. I represent Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. First of all, we commend Assembly Member Hadigi for her courage and strength. But unfortunately, we will be opposing. We understand and respect the bill's intention, but we find it uneven that an 18-year-old can join the military, serve in our country, and carry a rifle, but is restricted from doing so under this bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Montana, ANTHONY-MONTANA. I am a resident of Reno. I come here on behalf of myself. I have concerns about this bill as I am under the age of 21. I am a firearm owner. So as this bill currently stands, I would be committing I believe it was a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor. I cannot recall at the second, I'm sorry. But under that, I would then be prosecuted as such if found guilty of such things, and this would result in me severely having a limited ability to financially seek, hold on, I'm sorry. It's my first time being able to speak like this, so I'm like really disconnected. But essentially what I'm saying is that under that law, if this bill were to be passed, I would be committing a crime. I would be charged as such, and as such, I would now have severely limited opportunities. The incarceration rate within this country is already high enough as it is. There's long-lasting impacts already as it is for people who are charged or arrested for a crime. This would severely affect people who do not have access to such resources, minority groups and such, from being able to have the right to defend themselves. Whew, sorry. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
My name is Jim. Is this on? My name is Jim Davis, Jim Davis. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am speaking in opposition to not just AB 245, but also 105 and Senate Bill 89 as well. It seems that once in a position of government power, many forget the purpose of government, at least in America. As stated in our Declaration of Independence, approved by a unanimous vote of our founding fathers, quote, "The people are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." And here's the critical part I want to emphasize, quote, "that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Governments in America are here to secure our rights. Yet it seems that every chance they get, many in government are determined to infringe on rights. I propose this litmus test to any legislation. I propose this litmus test to any legislation. Quote, does this proposal act to secure rights, or will it infringe on them? I urge you to drop any request that does not help secure our rights, and drop the requests for these infringing bills. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman and all the committees. My name is Lynn Chapman, and I'm the State Vice President of Nevada Families for Freedom. We have for years been telling people and teaching our children that life is cheap, it can be disregarded and thrown away. Our movies, music, games, and tells us all of the same thing. We encourage 17-year-olds to register to vote, and at 18 years old, they can vote and are considered adults. But 18 to 20-year-olds are considered children and not able to be trusted when it comes to firearms. As parents, we should be teaching our children proper handling and shooting of firearms. That's what used to be taught in schools. But if we as parents are allow our children to go hunting or target shooting, we will be violating this law. My husband and I took our daughter to gun safety classes and then out to the shooting range to teach hands-on education. That's what should be happening today. Drugs and gangs are a lot of the problem with young people having their hands on guns. We parents know what's best for our family, so please vote no on AB 245. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, Scheibel, and joint committee members. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid, Jim Degraffenreid. I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman in opposition to AB 245 on behalf of the party. AB 245 mirrors AB 355 of the 2023 legislature, which was vetoed by Governor Lombardo. Since 245 and 355 are similar, Governor Lombardo's veto message from 2023 is relevant. I quote from it that the United States has little, if any, tradition of entirely prohibiting the possession of semi-automatic firearms to those under 21 years of age. Additionally, this month, a federal court in the Eastern District of Virginia, noting that the Second Amendment's protections extend in full to law-abiding adults age 18 or older, ruled that there was insufficient support for the proposition that restrictions on the purchasing and possession of firearms by 18 to 20-year-olds is part of our nation's history and tradition, end quote. As we testified in the last session, we're opposed to this bill not because we don't take firearm safety seriously, but because we understand that this is not an effective way to reduce gun violence. The Department of Justice commissioned a report in 2004 that concluded the federal ban on assault weapons' success in reducing criminal use of the banned guns and magazines has been mixed. They further noted that there had not been a clear decline in the use of ARs, noting that these assessments were complicated by the rarity of crimes with these weapons. These were referring to full bans for all ages. Banning for only those under 21 would be expected to have even less of an effect. We're surprised that supporters indicate that the bill will reduce suicide rates. The difficulty of using a long rifle or shotgun for suicide makes it rare enough to not be a factor. As was mentioned earlier, it makes no sense to prohibit 18, 19, and 20-year-olds from possessing the firearms in the bill when they're considered by the government to be old enough to use these arms in defense of our nation. As referred to in the 2023 veto message, the Second Amendment is a constitutional right for all persons, not just those under 21, and we suggest not supporting this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. Bob Russo for the record. That's R-U-S-S-O. I oppose AB 245 as it clearly violates the Second Amendment and a person's right to keep and bear arms without infringement. Such laws have no measure of safety associated with them. In fact, it is in the best interest of civil and family safety to have children, adolescents, and young adults engender a respect for firearms and to be familiar with their safety and proper use. I received my first firearm from my uncle when I was 14 years old. Shortly thereafter, I enrolled in an NRA safety course, which has guided me in the safe operation of firearms my entire life, whether that firearm is a pump-action shotgun or a semi-automatic rifle. And to place a restriction on the use or handling of semi-automatic rifles is outrageous and serves no purpose other than to throw a wrench into young Americans' rights to bear arms and place limits on firearm safety, understanding, and training for young people. Over the years, I have read several instances where a young person familiar with firearms saved the lives of family members during a robbery or altercation with a criminal. Such restrictions as proposed by AB 245 could have meant serious bodily harm or death to family members under such conditions, highlighting my belief that such bills provide no safety whatsoever to law-abiding people and only give criminals an advantage. On January 30th of this year, the Fifth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals ruled that the federal law banning handgun sales to teens is inconsistent with the nation's historical traditions and violates the Second Amendment. Quote, ultimately, the text of the Second Amendment includes 18 to 20-year-old individuals among, quote, the people whose right to keep and bear arms is protected, the court wrote in its opinion statement. Anti-gun bills are nothing more than an individual step toward banning firearms for good. It's about control of the population and has nothing to do with safety. Please oppose AB 245. Thank you.
Madam Chair, committee members, for the record, Larry Johnson, I'm president of the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. One of our mission statements includes perpetuation of our sporting traditions, and AB 245 greatly infringes upon exactly that. We have about 150,000 plus outdoorsman license holders in the state of Nevada. The great majority of us have children and grandchildren that would be adversely impacted by this bill. I raised two sons. I had my three grandsons out at my ranch Saturday, target shooting. The great majority of youth duck hunters, chucker hunters, upland game hunters use semi-automatic shotguns. What are we trying to criminalize thousands of our youth and their parents by this bill? It is unconscionable. We can't do this. I urge you to reject this premise. And I know we're running late, but in closing, I want to point out that statistics show we've been villainizing firearms here all afternoon. Statistics show that 2 million times a year in America, the use of firearms without firing a shot prevents crime, protects our citizens. The message should be, let's stop this downward decay of American society. Let's raise our children right. Let's give them a value of the sanctity of life and the responsibility of proper use of firearms. Thank you.
And I am going to move at this time to Las Vegas. We've been doing opposition testimony up here for almost 15 minutes out of the 30. So I'll go to Las Vegas for some in-person opposition testimony to AB 245. Go ahead.
CYRUS HOJJATY.
I oppose this bill. I would be less concerned if this would apply to high school graduates who graduate within a high school within a year. I do support just getting rid of everything that's 21 years and older down to 18 except for rental cars. Yeah, that's my thought. And please have some ice cold water out here. We could use it. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair and the committee for allowing the opportunities to speak today. My name is Jill Douglas, Douglass. I'm speaking in opposition to AB 245, which seeks to ban certain firearms for those under 21. This bill would strip our young adults of the constitutional rights to bear arms, a right that cannot be infringed upon. Again, this bill does not address the root causes of gun violence, and it removes the ability of young people to defend themselves in certain situations. As a reminder, guns don't kill people, people kill people, and this bill, if it was passed, it would not stop criminals from getting guns or unfortunately, acts of gun violence. My research shows that the leading cause of death in this age group is not guns. It is, in fact, accidents, car accidents and drug overdoses. And yet we are not talking about raising the driving age from 16 or removing the rights of them to drive 16 to 18-year-olds or 20-year-olds. Also, as the mother of 4 sons, 2 which serve in the military, I just would think, if we can trust our young individuals in the military with national defense, I think it only stands to reason that they should have the right to possess firearms for their personal use. And I think that we need to be advocating for mental health intervention of young people, not restricting their gun rights. Thank you for your time.
Ian Fenty for the record, and I will just leave it as I also oppose AB 245 and agree with the opposition testimony. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Daniel Smith, Daniel Smith. I have a son who served here in the State Guard. He was a 34 Bravo. Being that he was an MP and he was not 21, he still was able to take and have, it was part of his MOS, was to take and carry a firearm. However, at the particular time, if he went off base, he couldn't know one. Didn't understand that. Now, being of age, he went to work for the TSA, and now he's a U.S. Customs officer. Of course, he kind of jabs me sometimes, says, I can carry a gun on an airplane, can you? I said, well, no, I can't. But that's beside the point. This bill doesn't make any sense. And I'm definitely, opposed. I am a firearms instructor. I taught my children how to shoot when they wanted to. I have grandchildren. Are my firearms secured? Why, of course. But of course, when they're old enough, yes, I will teach them how to shoot. But to take and restrict them down to not being able to, properly acquire a firearm, which is their constitutional rights, is just wrong. So I oppose this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you for letting me share.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Leslie Quinn. I am a registered voter in Clark County. I ask my SD8 Senator and AD5 Assemblywoman and all legislators to stand with me in opposition of AB 245. The Second Amendment states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I oppose AB 245. The Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess a firearm unconnected with service in a militia or age to use for traditionally lawful purposes, such as self-defense within a home or hunting for food. Criminals, regardless of age, will always get weapons to do their nefarious deeds. How is a person's brain not fully developed until 24 plus, yet there are bills passed by the same sponsors of this bill that support children 8 or 9 years old smart enough to cut off their body parts? That's irreparable. AB 245 is a wash, rinse, and repeat of AB 355 that was vetoed by Governor Lombardo in the 82nd legislative session. Someone mentioned that this bill is a way to protect children from harming themselves. What about not voting in bills that promote mental health confusion in children about their sexuality or honoring their parents or others? Or students having to learn in a classroom with other students that are allowed to run wild.
Again, I have one rule in this committee that your comments have to be civil and respectful. Calling people mentally ill who have gender nonconforming identities is not respectful. So it looks like there's nobody else in Las Vegas to give in-person testimony. We will go to the phones for opposition on AB 245.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide testimony in opposition to AB 245, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, my name is Noemi Southwind, Southwind. I'm opposed to this because I feel that I'm a lot safer in the state. For example, just today, I was actually going to the dentist and there was a fugitive in North Vegas that had shot somebody. And I was around the vicinity and knowing that, you know, there's officers there with guns that can stop a bad guy. So a lot safer than people that wouldn't have any guns. And I get it. They're trying to tie in, like, you know, kids that need help. But at the same time, these kids need to be prevented from doing that. And the example of the Uvalde shooting was involved. That person needed mental help. That person was from the LGBTQ community, and they should have gotten help for that instead of getting a hold of a gun, you know. But I feel a lot safer there. Coming from a very restrictive state of California, you know, nobody has guns. And going up to that security today, and he had a gun, and if there was a bad guy that was trying to steal my car, this is how somebody has stole someone's car on Boulder, that would have been a lot worse. So, you know, taking rights from people that are law-abiding citizens does nothing. And as a kid, like, growing up in a really bad neighborhood, trust me, like, everybody will get a gun. It doesn't matter how old you are. You can get a gun regardless of, you know, your age, just because you're around different sets of people. And then, you know, obviously you can get those guns. But taking measures like this puts law-abiding citizens at risk. And honestly, I felt so much better being a vulnerable mother right now. I'm 5 months pregnant with my 4th son. And yeah, that would have been awful if, you know, it had.
And that's 2 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
All right. Thank you. And yeah, I'm very opposed to any infringing bill. Thank you.
Hello. So sorry about that. My name is Katie Banuelos. It's Banuelos. I'm calling to represent the Libertarian Party in opposition to this bill. It's not acceptable to deprive law-abiding 18 to 21-year-olds of a fundamental right because some other people may commit crimes. Okay? That's just, we can't continue to remove rights from people because other people might do bad things. I also want to echo what everyone else has said about the importance of teaching children firearm safety early so they know how to be responsible. And to say that logic of continuing to remove rights and eke away at these restrictions and add layers and layers of restrictions is going to lead us to the logic of our friends in Great Britain, where instead of having guns, everyone's just stabbing each other. These kind of rules don't work. And if we're interested in consistency, what we should be doing is having our legislature bring a bill next cycle to remove that previous legislation that prevented young people from carrying handguns. It should be 18 across the board. And we shouldn't have that inconsistency, but we have to fix it the other direction. All right, thanks so much.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Mike Hawkins, Hawkins. I am not only opposed to this law, the legislature has given up their rights to make laws against carrying guns in schools. They have gun-free zones here in Nevada. The reason that people die in Nevada with the people that bring in guns is they allow them to. They don't have any protection in the school systems walking around to prevent that, to keep the doors locked, to have armed guards hired for that. And the reason is money. They've said it's too costly to put people in schools. Yet they go out and they spend millions of dollars on education, and our school system is dead last in the country. That's the one big problem that they need to solve, is put protection in the schools. No one will come in and start shooting. They can't get in the doors. So it's up to our leadership in the legislature and change the school system, change the leaders from the school system to accept the idea that they'll be safer 100% by having people in the rooms, in the schools that will take care of the business like that. Gun-free zones are the only place that have been having these shoot-ups. And I am kind of upset that all the stuff that's coming out of the lips of the ladies that have put this bill up for sale has said, well, they switch it from automatics and rifles and shotguns to guns. So they're trying to say it's guns that are the problem. If they don't even take out the automatic guns and the automatic shotguns, there is no bill. And these things are not used to kill themselves. How many people have you ever heard of sat on the floor or put a shotgun in their feet and pulled the trigger? How many people on these law bills have ever even held a shotgun or a rifle? You cannot commit suicide with those two weapons. I am an anti for this bill and any other gun bills, and I thank you for your help.
Good afternoon. This is Sherry Powell, once again, Ladies of Liberty Victims' Rights Group. And I'm just going to tell you a story that occurred within the last 2 years. I have 10 grandchildren who are all hunter safety trained, and all of them below the age of 18. And my son, who has fought for this country, this state, for the last 20 years, was 17 when he joined the military. And the only infringement that I've ever seen was when he tried to buy a firearm for a Christmas present. But my grandchild, who attended a high school here, 2 of them, sent me a text message that said there was an open shooter at the school. And I asked them what they were doing. One of them immediately left the school and went to a very agreeable spot that we have to pick each other up. My other grandchild, I had texted and asked what was going on. They told me that everything was safe, don't worry about it, that their sister had over-exaggerated. At the end of the day, I picked up that same student, and we went for a ride up to Tahoe just to relieve a little angst. As she told me about the day and this active shooter, she was in a PE class outside of the building. When the notification came over the phones, the teacher immediately lined them all up and said, we need to go back to the classroom. As my grandchild, who was safety trained, said, do you think that's a good idea, considering they were outside of the school already? teacher said that that was policy and led every one of those students back into that school. So for me, it's not an age thing because I feel that my grandchild, who was 14, had more common sense about firearms than the teacher who was leading her back into a school where there was an alleged shooter. So for me,
all right, that's 2 minutes. If you could please wrap up.
Policy is not with age, but actually learning about firearms and what they can do. And not only that, maybe some more training for some of our educators.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Bryce Pollock for the record, BrycePollock. I represent the Nevada chapter of the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and we oppose this bill as it was introduced. It is far too broad and short-sighted regarding its impact. This bill would impact law-abiding minors every year on every day of the waterfowl and upland game bird hunting seasons. Semi-automatic shotguns are a common tool used by youth while hunting ducks, chukar, and sage grouse. So we urge you to reject AB 245. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I am going to close opposition testimony on AB 245. We've been hearing testimony for a little over 30 minutes in opposition.
Hello.
And I had forgotten at the beginning of this meeting to let everybody know that you are welcome and encouraged to submit your testimony in writing as well, especially if you didn't get a chance to testify today. You can talk to our committee secretary over here on my right side. You can hand him a copy of it if you already have it typed out, or you can get an email address off of our agenda where you can then email that anytime within 24 hours of the meeting. Your testimony will still be included in the record. And I personally read every piece of testimony that is submitted in writing, and I encourage the members of the committee to do the same. And so that goes for all testimony, all bills, all positions. With that, we will go to neutral testimony on AB 245. Anybody wishing to testify in neutral in person is invited up to do so now. Go ahead.
For the record, Nicholas St. John, NicholasStjon. I have three comments about that I hope are neutral. One of the things that I heard was three options for if this bill passed, and I would like to propose a fourth one, that they would actually grandfather in if they had already legally acquired their firearm. I believe that some of these bills, when there's goals stated, that there should be a sunset clause. And so I hope that the goals are clearly defined, and that if they don't materialize within a set period of time, that the bill would automatically sunset. That seems only reasonable. And finally, a legislator out of Virginia that I follow made an interesting statement, and I believe it applies here. Will those that vote to pass bills like this face consequences if they keep someone from protect themselves? And so those are the three things that I wanted to bring up that I believe were in a neutral statement. Thank you.
My name is Ashton Gaselli, Northern Nevada Safari Club. I think what I'm going to say is neutral. I just wanted to provide some information from statistical data that was talked about earlier. The FBI identifies that mass shootings is 4 more casualties in the United States, so that when you look up the stats on what a mass shooting is, that's the number. Handguns are 78% of all mass shootings in the United States are by handguns, 78%. One other data point when it comes to gun restrictions, California being the most gun restrictive state in the country has had 26 mass shootings. Nevada has had 3 on record since up to 2024 from 1982, so over the last 22 years. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody in Las Vegas wishing to give neutral testimony, so we will go to the phones for neutral testimony on AB 245.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide neutral testimony today for AB 245, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, Katrinivanov. I will submit my real testimony in writing. However, the proposals I want to share can be also mentioned in this category as neutral because I would like to know why are we not thinking of out-of-the-box solutions? Decades ago, kids as old as 5 years old were taught gun safety because they were living in rural areas. The parents were not around all the time, working on the field. They had to know how to protect themselves. They also had to know how to respect firearms. I would like to see one of our legislature make a bill that proposes mandatory school education to be included in the schools for gun safety, firearm safety from young age so people can learn different culture. The kids can learn since little kids to respect the guns, to know the damages they can cause, and to know when to use them and how to use them in order to avoid the craziness that is going on right now because they know nothing about gun culture. And if none of you wants to propose it, guess what? I'm going to run next time around in 2026. So vote for me, people. I will propose this bill for mandatory school education on firearms. All the time, you're looking for ways to restrict our rights instead of looking for different solutions. There are many, many bills that restrict our rights, but not one bill that increases them. So please look for other ways. And also, I wanted to mention that the definition for assault weapon, I don't know what is that.
And
but
that
I know
is 2 minutes.
AR does not
So if you could please wrap it up.
weapon. Thank you. Just wanted to mention that AR stands
for that was 2 minutes.
Armalite
All right, we
rifle,
will move on to the
not
next
assault
caller.
weapon.
There are no further callers to provide neutral testimony at this time.
Okay, that concludes testimony on AB 245, and I invite the sponsor back up to the table to give some closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I know it's been a long hearing for you too, but I did want to just give some quick closing remarks. My colleagues asked what other things you can't do at the age of 18 in Nevada, and they left out a major one. In Nevada, you must be 21 years of age to become a police officer. And last, I want to answer the question. One of my colleagues asked me about the suicide rate and where I got that stat from, that there were 18% reductions in suicide rate amongst 18 to 20-year-olds when the age was raised from 18 to 21 to purchase handguns. The statistic I pulled from the Sandy Hook Promise website, which is a national organization founded by several family members whose loved ones were killed at the Sandy Hook Elementary shooting that took place in December of 2012. And their source, where they received that from, was from the Boston University School of Public Health. In regard to the number of shootings in Nevada versus California, I would like to point out to the committee that California has a population of 39.43 million people, and Nevada has 3.2 million people. I want to thank the committee for hearing the bill and for the thoughtful text messages I received. Not only is it hard sharing my story, I know it's also hard on you to have to hear these survivor stories. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge your support of Assembly Bill 245.
Thank you so much. I will now close the hearing on AB 245. As you might have noticed, we've all started snacking on the dais. I think a lot of us have already taken a little bathroom break, so I'm going to do a 5-minute recess so my members can stretch their legs, get something to drink, and we will be back here at 5:07. All right, everybody. Let's do this. I will now call the Joint Committee of the Senate Judiciary and Assembly Judiciary back to order. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking it out with us. I know it is getting late, but again, it really is worth it to go through not just go through the motions, but to go through the process and really do our duties to vet bills, to understand them, to ask the questions, and most importantly, to hear from the public, hear from our constituents, their opinions on the legislation that we're considering. So with that, I will open up the hearing on AB 105. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Sandra Howdigi, and I proudly represent Assembly District 41. Since I've already given you my personal remarks, I will spare the committee the intro again. I'm here before you today to introduce my second bill, Assembly Bill 105, which is designed to protect our election workers and our right to vote without fear or intimidation. No one should fear going to the polling booth to cast their vote or sign up to do their civic duty to support democracy in action by being an election worker because someone with a firearm is targeting or threatening the most fundamental American right, the right for our voice to be heard, the right to vote. Assembly Bill 105 simply does one thing. It prohibits people from bringing firearms within 100 feet of a polling location. There is an amendment that I submitted, Madam Chair, that does make some clarifying changes to what a polling location is and makes exemptions for people who are passing through as well. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to turn it over to my co-presenters.
Good afternoon, Chairs Miller and Scheibel, Vice Chairs. It's good to see everyone again. For the record, my name is Ethan Murray. I'm an attorney at Giffords. Our organization recently partnered with the Brennan Center for Justice to examine the intersection of guns and voting. As we highlight in our report, the presence of firearms at polling places poses a direct threat to our democracy. Recent elections have demonstrated that the violence and intimidation at polling locations are growing concerns. A 2022 study by the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism found that fewer than half of voters, just 41%, felt safe at their polling locations. Nearly 1/3 expressed significant fear of violence or a shooting on Election Day. Election workers are also being threatened, making it harder to retain the staff necessary to run a secure and functional election. A nationwide Brennan Center survey found that nearly 1 in 3 local officials have personally faced abuse, harassment, or threats. Nearly half worry about their safety of their colleagues and staff, and that's why we're proud to support AB 105. This bill will help ensure that Nevadans exercise the right to vote free from armed intimidation while still respecting the Second Amendment. In Bruin, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that restrictions on guns in sensitive places, including polling places, are presumptively lawful under the Second Amendment. And there's a long tradition of prohibiting firearms at polling locations. Consistent with this, even states with strong gun rights traditions, like Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, have long prohibited firearms at voting locations. Nevada should join those states in protecting their voters. And for Giffords, this issue is somewhat personal. 14 years ago, our founder, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, was shot in the head at a constituent event in an act of political violence. That morning in Tucson, 6 people were killed and 12 others were wounded. They weren't there to vote, but they were there to interact with their legislator. Gabby's road to recovery has been long, hard-fought, and she has become a champion of bills like this one. As Gabby often says, our country is at a crossroads. We can allow the shootings to continue, or we can act. And I urge this body to take action to protect Nevadan rights to vote free from fear and to prevent future political violence. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
My name is Charles Allen, and I serve as a government affairs manager for Everytown for Gun Safety, where I'm responsible for supporting the state legislative efforts in Nevada. Everytown is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with nearly 11 million supporters nationwide. We have over 350 active volunteers in Nevada, representing nearly half the counties across the state. And I also want to thank this committee for allowing me to testify in support of Assembly Bill 105. The bill protects the democratic process in Nevada by keeping guns away from polling places, ballot boxes, and counting centers. Allowing firearms at polling stations is voter intimidation, plain and simple. The presence of guns at or around polling places undermines fair and free elections by introducing an inherent threat to voters' emotional well-being and physical safety. Voter intimidation is not only dangerous, it's unlawful. Armed intimidation at polling places endangers one of our most fundamental rights, occurring in the most sensitive location of our democracy, the voting booth. AB 105 will ensure that Nevadans can exercise their right to vote without fear of armed intimidation. Voting is a fundamental constitutional right. Every American should be able to vote free from intimidation, and every American should be able to have their vote counted fairly. We've seen over the last several years how firearms erode peace, order, and fairness in our democratic processes. Before the pandemic, armed demonstrations were already on the rise. During the 2020 election, armed protesters gathered outside the vote tabulation centers in Nevada, which was targeted by stop-the-count efforts. Former Clark County Registrar Joe Gloria told the press later that year, "I can tell you that my wife and my mother are concerned for me. I am concerned for the safety of my staff." Gloria had asked the Nevada Assembly to ban guns in polling places in 2017. Widespread lies about election fraud continue to motivate violence, fraying our democratic structures. The Brennan Center for Justice has found that after the 2020 election, nearly 1/3 of election workers feel unsafe because of their job, and nearly 20% said it was because of threats to their lives. The unrest and incivility of the 2020 election pushed many election officials to resignation. Nevada lost top election officials in 10 counties, and there is no reason to think that without lawmaker action, further elections will be more peaceful. Armed vigilantes stood outside of ballot boxes in neighboring Arizona during the 2022 midterms. Prohibiting guns at polling places and counting centers is a broadly recommended policy meant to safeguard our voters, poll workers, and election officials. Everytown urges lawmakers to pass AB 105.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now open to questions.
All right. Members of the committee, I will start with Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. So I just have a question in Section 1, subsection 1. If somebody is a licensed CCW, concealed carry weapon permit holder, and they have their gun on them, they're driving, and they see a grocery store, and they think, oh, I'm just going to run in and grab a few things for dinner. And they go in, and last year this place was not a polling location, so they did not know. They go in, they grab a few things for dinner, check out, leave. Would they now be in violation of this, Section 1, subsection 1?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Krasner. The amendment we submitted was to help clear that up, Again, I'm not an attorney, and I sometimes try to draft my own amendments, but the intent of the amendment was that if anyone is passing through, they would not be in violation of the law.
So, I'm sorry, may I? So, this person, let's say it was me, who's not just passing through, but is stopping there to buy groceries and actually buys a few groceries and checks out, would I unwittingly be in violation of the law?
So if you look at the amendment, Okay, so if you look at the amendment, see it's traveling through a polling place with a firearm for any other purpose other than reaching a permitted destination, right? That was intended to cover the scenario that you are describing, but I am going to let my co-presenter jump in.
Ethan Murray for the record. I would add that there is a mens rea component to Section 1, except as otherwise provided in subsection 2, a person shall not possess or cause a firearm to be present in or within 100 feet of an entrance to a place that the person knows or reasonably should know is an election site. So in your example, they did not have knowledge that the location was an election site. So they would potentially lack the mens rea element of the law.
Chair, may I? And I read that because I don't want to violate the law in any way. But someone could say, well, you should reasonably know because we printed it in the newspaper. But I could say, well, I don't subscribe to the newspaper. Well, you should reasonably know because we did put it in the newspaper. So again, would I unwittingly be in violation of the law in Section 1, subsection 1?
Not with the amendment, Assemblymember Krasner. Again, the amendment is intended to, again, cover the situation that you're describing. And again, you're only in violation if you are within 100 feet of that election site, within 100 feet. So if you are inside the grocery store, you're probably not within 100 feet of the election site. And again, with the amendment, you should be covered.
In this particular grocery store, they're letting you vote inside the grocery store. So I'd be in the grocery store and I'd definitely be within 100 feet, probably within 10 feet. And I appreciate in the amendment it says traveling through. So, but traveling through, you're saying would cover going in, buying a few groceries and checking out. If I did not know, because last year it was not a polling location at that same grocery store, I'd be okay and not in violation?
Yeah, that's the intent of the amendment. If I need to clarify language, and yes. Again, if the intent was not to go vote, the intent was to go buy groceries and you were passing through with the knowledge that this was not an election site, that would be covered in the amendment.
Thank you.
All right, we will go next to Assemblymember Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for answering our questions again. So instead of just dealing with sections, I'm just going to deal with overall the intent of the bill is so that, as far as I'm interpreting it, it's to feel safe at voter locations or when you're going to vote, to have voter protections. And so again, I'm looking to see, do we not have adequate protections in place for voters when they go to vote, to not feel intimidated, to be threatened with gun violence? So in existing statute, we have NRS 202.320 that it's already a crime to draw or brandish any sort of weapon, including a gun. It could be a knife, it could be multiple things that are mentioned in the statute. So it seems like we have that kind of protection in place regardless whether you're 100 feet away or more than 100 feet away. Less than 100 feet away. Then in NRS 293.710, it's already a crime to threaten violence and intimidation of somebody who's going to vote, whether that be verbal or some sort of violent act toward that individual when in the course of voting. So I feel like we've got protections in place already, wondering why the gun specifically within a certain amount of feet. And so it would lead me to believe, is this in an effort to address a concern you might have with open carry, since Nevada is an open carry state?
And so the intent of the bill is so that voters and election workers feel safe when they are there working at an election site or when they are going to exercise their most fundamental right to vote, right? Yes, you are correct. It's already illegal to engage in intimidation or in threats, but it happens. I mean, I can tell you that 2022 election, I was at an election site doing an interview, and there was people outside, and they were open carrying because you can't feel a threat if you don't see a firearm, right? If it's concealed carry. But the threats exist. As someone who's survived 1 October, being there at that election site and seeing people, right? Those threats exist, right? And so the goal of this, the intent of this, is not only to protect people exercising their most fundamental right from any threats or fear of exercising that, while feeling intimidated, but also for the people who work election sites. I'm going to let my co-presenters add before.
And Ethan Murray for the record. And I would add the presence of firearms. We're dealing with the balancing of two rights. We have someone's fundamental right to vote and someone's Second Amendment right to have firearms. We're attempting to strike the proper balance between the mere presence alone of firearms can be intimidating for people trying to exercise the right to vote. So we're trying to protect those individuals from that sense of threat while they exercise in a very narrow, specific Supreme Court approved location. It's kind of narrowly tailored to just encompass the polling location and the surrounding area. So at least there, these people that may be more scared of firearms or have experienced shootings can exercise the right to vote without fear. And again, it's a Supreme Court long tradition recognized, long tradition of protecting polling locations from firearms.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for answering that. So it's the presence of seeing an open carry gun per se, because people who are concealed weapon permit holders, you're not going to know they have their gun, and it's illegal for them to kind of flash it, right? So what we're dealing with then is we're going to legislate for how we feel. Now, granted, I completely understand your concern, Assembly Majority Leader, over guns. I get that. But to place in law if we feel something when we see an open carry versus we have other options if we can vote by mail. If we're having that sort of anxiety, which is real, then we have some other methods. So I guess I'm not understanding why we need to have a law in place when all these other things are illegal already. And if a person's dealing with personal anxiety, then I think there's other avenues to deal with that.
Assemblymember Sandra Howdicke for the record, but it's not just protections for the voters. It's protections for people who work at election sites and are volunteering, sometimes working and showing up to do their civic duty to help work these sites for hours. It's also about them, not just the voter. And I mean, this is consistent with what 25 other states have done. And as my colleagues have mentioned, it was in that 2022, so very recent, 2022 Supreme Court Bruin decision where the Supreme Court categorized election sites as sensitive locations and said these should be places free of firearms.
All right, we will go next to Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address something that was said in the opening. Where the heck did it go? It's been a long day. Please, yeah.
We do have a few other questions. I will go to Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for answering our questions again. So my question is just about other restrictions that we have at polling places. So I know I can't wear like one of my campaign shirts into the polling place, right? And that's a limit on my First Amendment rights. And so can you just explain why have we determined that those limits on our rights are appropriate in our polling places, and how does this align with that?
So electioneering laws exist already, right? You cannot electioneer, whether it's you who's the elected or anyone else within 100 feet of an election site. And that's just to keep voters, again, for the protection of voters so that they can go and exercise their fundamental rights without feeling harassed or intimidated or pressured in any way. And that's how we actually got to the 100 feet. When this bill started, it was a lot longer. And at the suggestion after the hearing we had last session, we actually narrowed it down to match the existing laws of 100 feet for electioneering.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to Assemblymember Gray.
Getting old's hard. Thank you, Madam Chair. So you had said that there were 10 county registrars, clerks that left after the 2022 election, I believe it was. And that was because of, the reasons why they left? Was it all because of the, intimidation, or what was that cause? And can you tell me which counties they were?
We might not have that information, Assemblymember Gray, but I do know that there's organizations here who can secure that information and send it to the entire committee. You will be hearing from one of them during testimony and support, who will have that information for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, I'll go to Assemblymember Cole.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So I have a couple of questions for you. One is sort of following up on a colleague's question. So looking at this in your amendment, you're proposing that it would be an affirmative defense that a person was legally in possession of the firearm and only traveling through for no bad purposes, right? So I guess my question is, why did you go with an affirmative defense where the person actually is going to get arrested, pulled into the criminal justice system, and then having to actually defend themselves, as opposed to it is not unlawful to do such? So that's question number one. And question number two is, concealed carry weapons are by nature not seen, not noticed. So my question would be as to enforcement. How would you ever know that somebody is doing this? Unlike the T-shirt with the electioneering and everything, which I appreciate how you were modeling this, you wouldn't know. Like a T-shirt is obvious and plain. Thank you.
Ethan Murray for the record. Similar laws have set up this as an affirmative defense because an individual could claim very easily that they just didn't know, they were just passing through. An affirmative defense puts the burden on them to actually show that they were just passing through, that they were traveling to their home, for example, or they lived nearby, and that they were, or in the example earlier, that they were going to the grocery store running errands. And so it would be difficult to have this law function in the opposite regard.
And Assemblymember Sandra Howdy, I'll take the second portion of your question. I think simply by establishing the law, we would hope that people would comply with the law, right? But the enforcement mechanism lies with law enforcement. If somebody is violating the law, then the law enforcement would be called in, and it would be up to law enforcement too, and how they enforce it.
Just as related to the first question, I do think that I am uncomfortable with it being an affirmative defense. I think that it should just be not unlawful to do that. So I would love to have a conversation with you and maybe see if we could get there. Thank you.
Other questions from members of the committee? Assemblymember Urick.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for taking our questions. My question goes to dovetailing a little bit on the questions that some of my colleagues have asked. So we're in large part with this open carry is, and I get it, certain people are intimidated by the sight of a gun, and you're trying to address that for both the people that are voting and the election workers, try to prevent that. I had heard that potentially you were considering an amendment that might exclude people with, let's say, off-duty police officers. I know an officer there in the performance of his duty is excluded, but off-duty police officer, somebody perhaps that is a retired law enforcement officer with a valid HR 218 card, those are concealed weapons that wouldn't necessarily, is kind of what my colleague was also saying, that wouldn't subject these people to that fear of guns and feeling intimidated. Is that an amendment that you are still considering to offer?
I had a conversation, Assemblymember Sandra Howdy, for the record. I did have a conversation. Someone approached me with the amendment. I know that they've emailed it to me. I have not had the opportunity to even look at the amendment, but I know that the bill currently exempts on-duty law enforcement officers, exempting off-duty law enforcement officers. I can speak to my brother, who's a detective in Reno PD, right, who wears regular clothes as a detective, right, and getting off of a shift, he might just go vote right away, right? So I am open to I'm open to having the conversation. I do not know what that amendment looks like, so I cannot confirm that I am accepting it until I see it. But it's simply off-duty current law enforcement officers.
Gotcha. And Chair, if I can follow up, I would love an amendment like that. It would allow me to start thinking about the bill differently, because not then are we only dealing with that fear of open conceal, right? If we're limiting it to just that and we're allowing folks to still carry concealed weapons there, because then we would also be able to deal with what I think even is a broader actual threat of physical violence when people might come, if we otherwise made this that safe gun space, right? Say a free gun zone where people are not armed and able to take care of threats. Because I'm going to go back to a concern that I raised on another bill where, we're adding this restriction. Well, if somebody's going to come in and threaten or violate and bring a weapon in and cause harm into a polling location, the mere addition of another statute says, well, you can't be here for within 100 feet because of this law. I think that this sort of an amendment might mitigate both of those situations.
Other questions? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several things. The overall premise that if we eliminate people with firearms, it'll make everybody feel safer. Right now in this building, you're sitting in front of several legislators that are carrying CCWs as we speak. Right? I don't know if you felt intimidated when you came in here or not. Also, if the idea of the very presence of guns threaten democracy or the legislative process, why don't we start in our own building? Our legislative police are fully armed with semi-automatic weapons. And you combine that along with the number of legislators that are CCW carriers. Has anyone come to the legislative building and suggested that those firearms in and of themselves are felt to be a threat to people's opportunity to participate in this process? The question let me throw the bigger question out. The issues like, for example, the shooting at Sparks Middle School. I also went to Sparks Middle School, not during that window of time. Virtually all, 90%, more than 90% of all of the mass shootings that have occurred in the United States have been in gun-free zones. If we pass this law, and we're going to tell everybody in the entire state, including all the nuts that want to shoot people, that if you go to a polling location, you're guaranteed that all the honest people, including the CCW people, will not be armed. What are the odds that like those other locations, that a shooter would have a greater likelihood to participate and harm somebody in a situation like that?
I would like to start, Chair, and then I'm going to hand it over to one of my co-presenters. I just want to correct something the Senator said. It's not 90% of mass shootings occur. Actually, in fact, fewer than 10% of mass shootings occur in what you're calling gun-free zones. I am going to hand it over to my colleague to add.
Ethan Murray for the record. So every town, my colleagues at every town did a good analysis of this. Of the 156 mass shootings that occurred from 2009 to 2016, only 10% occurred in gun-free zones. The majority of these shootings, 63%, actually occurred in private homes. Incidents of mass shootings in spaces where guns were permitted and include Outdoor Festival in Oklahoma in 2022, the supermarket in Buffalo in New York in 2022, a gun store in New Orleans in 2021, Ned Pepper's Bar in Dayton, Ohio 2019, the Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019, and a military base in Fort Hood, Texas in 2009. And the other aspect of your comment where you talked about law enforcement is exempted under this bill, and as some of them were mentioned, openly considering an amendment for off-duty law enforcement as well. So the safety that people feel with law enforcement, this bill recognizes that law enforcement can have firearms in these spaces. Thank you.
Well, I'll dispute your thing, and I'll get back to you like you guys do to us, because I do have the stats that say over 90% of the mass shootings in the United States have occurred. Now, maybe our definition of gun-free zone is a little bit different, but I would point out, for example, churches, typically gun-free. However, you notice the mass shooting was attempted recently in Texas, where 2 CCW holders in that audience killed the individual who had a semi-automatic firearm and probably prevented dozens of deaths. So I guess the whole premise in my mind is when you disarm honest people, that doesn't take away firearm usage from dishonest people. And when you tell everybody in the state of Nevada that all polling locations are now going to be gun-free zones, I think you enhance the ability of people that typically may be the crazy ones that will misuse firearms to actually carry those things out. People who are committing mass shootings, as we know, are not crazy. They are actually very devious, they are very cunning, and they do very careful calculations of where they're going to carry these sorts of events out. Rarely are they just totally spontaneous people that go crazy with a semi-automatic weapon. So anyway, obviously we all, I think, share the goal of making our polling locations as safe as possible, including the workers there. I'm just not certain that by eliminating anybody with a CCW in that potential audience as a voter or as a worker will really truly enhance their safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm going to go next to Assemblymember Roth.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. My question is actually related. So I appreciate the comments from my colleague in the Senate regarding concealed carry in public places. And it's my understanding, and I think what's been touched on, is that it's already illegal to carry a firearm concealed still in many public places like schools and courthouses and in government buildings. I think that those laws are very important. I certainly feel more safe knowing that people are not concealed carrying where they're not supposed to be. And so my question is, and my understanding is that this bill mirrors what we really already have in place in so many different public spaces where we have determined it's incredibly important that we keep guns out of those spaces.
Assemblymember Sandra Howdigi, for the record, that is correct, Assemblymember Roth. This is just a mirror of existing statutes. And again, you can't not walk, if you're voting on an elementary school, you cannot walk onto that elementary school unless you are a law enforcement officer on active duty or off duty. You cannot walk onto that elementary school even if you are a concealed carry weapon permit holder.
All right, thank you. I will go next to Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Chair. And Majority Leader Howdigi, thank you for bringing the bill. It's more of a comment than a question. I think the bill's timely. You know, last session, the Secretary of State sponsored Senate Bill 406, the Election Worker Protection Bill, to try to stop, the threats of harassment against election workers. And we've heard lots of testimony about how difficult it is to find poll workers who want to come and basically, even though there's a small pay they get, it's volunteer work, it's public service. And there's been a lot of testimony about how it's been difficult to find folks who want to come and do this. And I think your bill's timely because if there are potential election workers who might, find it, intimidating, scary, if people are, armed at the polling place, then I think that makes it even harder to find election workers. So it's more of a comment, but I just wanted to thank you for bringing the bill because I think this will help, stop some of those fears of people who might consider, giving their time to be election workers on either an early voting or an election day. And if they're worried about, guns in the polling place, this I think will help prevent that.
Thank you. I'll go next to Senator Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seemed like to me the easiest way to do this is do like they do in a lot of rural areas. They should be in libraries or they should be in schools or wherever the voting place. Because I tell you, grocery stores is where you definitely want to, in some of these places, at nighttime or late in the afternoon. My wife carries a concealed weapon. I carry a concealed weapon. And I don't want her to go into some of these parking lots late at night without one. So the best thing to do is they should be moving these into a place that is secured, like the libraries or the schools or something like this. But in a grocery store, you've got more people that's waiting in the parking lot to do bad things than there isn't. So I think that should be considered in where they're going to hit the polling places. Because I tell you, you get a lot of people that are moving around and people out there begging for money, and they'll get right in your face, and you don't know what's going to happen. So the best thing to do is get them out of there and put them into a library or wherever and have the polling places where they should be, and they're more control. Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doing what I do, I was checking medical journals and stuff, and the Lancet had an article, and it was actually, I didn't find it first. Somebody phoned a friend and sent it to me. But, in a statistical analysis of school shootings of 150 schools, I think it was, let me pull it back up here real quick. Okay, of the 150 active shooting cases, 72 or 48% were determined to have occurred in a gun-free zone. And like I said, this is from the Lancet in September of 24, medical journal. And they stay on top of these things. There were 150 controls where no active shooting occurred. 92 or 61.3% were determined to be gun-free. So what the p-value of this was, it was 0.038, and that, it was 0.38, and it was statistically very significant that, that the gun-free zones are much more likely to have shootings than non-gun-free zones.
Ethan Murray for the record. So I understand that same study to also find that it's unlikely that gun-free zones attract active shooters, and gun-free zones actually may be protective against active shootings. So I need to review the study again, but I am looking at the same article you are, technology these days.
There you go. So are you looking at towards the end where it says the summary of results?
Yes, so findings, one moment.
We could talk about it afterwards. I just wanted to bring that article up and let you know that there's newer studies out there.
I look forward to reviewing it with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, other questions? Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions or comments. Thank you all so much for your presentation. With that, we will move into testimony on AB 105. We will start with support testimony here in person on AB 105.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Nancy Potawils Baba, Nancy, P as in Peter, O D as in David, EWILS-BABA. I live in Reno. I am a member of Moms Demand Action. I'm also a regular poll observer, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm here in support of AB 105 for the following reasons, and some of these things have been stated. The right of all U.S. citizens to vote is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. People are encouraged to exercise that right so that their voice can be heard and the election will be reflective of the wishes of this country's citizens. However, with the recent dissemination of inaccurate information about the safety of the voting process or the voting machines, coupled with news stories of violence against election workers and attacks in normally safe environments such as schools and places of worship, many people have been afraid to go to the polls. Yes, they can vote by mail, but the result is many don't vote. I have, as a clinician, worked with people who are traumatized personally by people with guns, and the sight of someone with a gun can re-traumatize them. Therefore, prohibiting anyone with a gun, except for a law enforcement officer on duty, from entering the voting place is important for people to feel safe, exercising their constitutional right to vote. I urge you to support AB 105. Thank you so much.
Senator Scheibel, I have the answer for the question that Assemblyman Gray asked about the counties. May I answer the question? Thank you.
Yes.
For the record, my name is Emily Prasad Zamora. That's spelled, my last name is spelled PERSAUD-ZAMORA. And Assemblyman Gray, to answer your question, the counties that have had transition in their with their registrars or their clerks are Clark, Douglas, Elko, Eureka, Lander, Lyon, Mineral, Nye, Story, Washoe, and Carson City. And I do have the article, and I will provide it to the committee secretary. Okay. Now,
Thank you for that. Thank you for that info. I appreciate it. But I will tell you that not all of those people resigned due to threats or feeling unsafe or anything like that. Lyon counties, I know for a fact she termed out.
Okay. well, not to my testimony. Good evening, Chair Scheibel and Chair Miller and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emily Prasad Zamora, and I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Voices, and I'm here to testify in support of AB 105 on behalf of my organization and the Latin Nevadans Vote Coalition. Each election season, our organization runs a nonpartisan election protection program, which oversees a phone hotline and a poll monitoring program throughout the entire state of Nevada. During the 2024 general election, and I've been in my role since 2017, so I've had a couple of elections under my belt, we actually received a record number of calls and comments from voters going to our poll workers with concerns around political violence at polling locations. Multiple voters stated feeling unsafe and uncomfortable at different polling locations. Yes, not all of those were due to guns, but a lot of them actually were. No voter should feel threatened or fearful when going to vote, and no voter should have to navigate past firearms to simply exercise their right to vote. AB 105 will provide voters with the sense of security they need to cast their ballot without fear, as well as ensuring the safety of election workers. As someone who is a gun owner, I want to emphasize that this bill does not infringe upon my right or the right of Nevadans to carry firearms. It simply ensures that firearms are not used in a way that would intimidate voters from exercising their constitutional right or disrupt the voting process. I urge your support for AB 105, and thanks for hanging in there tonight.
Good evening. My name is Katie Sanchez. I urge this committee to pass AB 105. A thriving democracy cannot exist when voters feel unsafe at the polls. Both voters and poll workers deserve to exercise their fundamental right to vote in person without fear. Simply telling people to vote by mail due to personal anxiety is not a real solution. It disregards the importance of in-person voting, the need for a safe, accessible polling places. Telling people to vote by mail if they have anxiety is like telling those present who fear grocery stores to order their groceries online. Thank you.
Isaac Tenorio, IZACK-TENORIO, for the record. With Strategy 60, today we're presenting Captioning Legal Center. Captioning Legal Center supports AB 105, which provides significant and essential protections to voters and election workers by prohibiting firearms within 100 feet of election workers with election sites with reasonable exceptions. Our democracy works best when everyone can participate freely and safely. Allowing individuals to carry guns into polling places and central counting places or close vicinity of ballot drop boxes directly undermines that goal. Further, armed intimidation suppresses voter participation and compromises the safety of not just individuals, but our democracy itself. The right of a voter to cast a ballot free from intimidation is a fundamental democratic principle. But the presence of firearms at a polling location or ballot drop box can possess a significant obstacle for a citizen to attempt to exercise their most fundamental constitutional right. As nearly 58% of Americans, adults report that they or someone they care about has been impacted by gun violence, the presence of our individuals can instill fear that they may deter them from voting at all. Captioning Legal Center supports AB 105 because both voters and election officials deserve to vote and work in an environment without fear of violence. We thank Assemblymember Howdigee for bringing this bill, and we thank you for your time in this long hearing. Thank you.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Falgout. Last name is spelled Falgout. And I first want to thank you all for hanging in here. Very long day. I know that. We're almost at the finish line. I am the Communications Director for Battleborn Progress, and I'm here today to express our full support for Assembly Bill 105. No one should be fearful when they go to cast their ballot in our elections because someone is using a firearm to intimidate or harass voters. With our increasingly divided world and political system, we must maintain free and fair elections. Allowing firearms at polling locations is voter intimidation, plain and simple. Not everyone has the same reaction to seeing people open carry or even conceal carry. The presence of guns at or around polling locations undermines fair and free elections simply because of the inherent threat to voters' emotional well-being while they are exercising one of their constitutional rights. With the proposed amendment, we feel that this measure goes above and beyond to ensure the policy's constitutionality. The cornerstone of our democracy is our ability to vote in free and fair elections. AB 105 solidifies this premise and protects voters and election workers. Thank you to Assemblymember Howdicke for bringing this bill and for her continued dedication to ensuring all Nevadans are free from violence, threats, and intimidation, including when they are voting or working our elections. We urge the committee to support AB 105. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Charles, and I'm the political representative for the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. And I'm here, of course, in support of AB 105. Like was discussed during the presentation, many places that public employees work already have a ban on firearms. And that protection should be expanded to the polling centers across the state because both voters and workers deserve the ability to work and vote without the fear of violence. We thank Assemblymember Howdicke for bringing forward this common sense legislation. Thank you.
All right, that appears to be everybody in Carson City wishing to give in-person support testimony. So we will go to Las Vegas for in-person support testimony on AB 105.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Greer, and I'm a volunteer with Students Demand Action and a member of the Youth Voice of Nevada. I am in support of AB 105. AB 105 makes voting places safer by prohibiting the possession or presence of firearms within 100 yards of election sites, which includes any polling place or central counting place. It creates exemptions for law enforcement officers carrying out official duties, security personnel, firearms stored in cars, and people whose homes or businesses are within 100 yards of election sites. It creates a gross misdemeanor for everyone who violates this prohibition. It creates a felony for anyone who knowingly violates this prohibition with a specific intent to disrupt, interfere, or monitor the administration of the election, the counting votes, or any person who is voting or attempting to vote. And I also support the amendment to ensure its constitutionality, and I thank you for making voting safer.
Good evening. My name is Chanel Casanello, Chanel, Cassanello. I'm the campaign manager at All Voting is Local Action Nevada, an organization that advocates for policies and legislative priorities that expand voter access. We are here in strong support of AB 105. The presence of guns at polling places can create an intimidating environment that may discourage voters from exercising their right to vote, a phenomenon that is happening across the country and here in Nevada. In the 2020 election, Washoe County poll monitors reported instances of guns being pointed at polling place entrances, which frightened volunteers, workers, and voters. Such incidents undermine the democratic process and erode trust in the election system. Furthermore, threats to election officials are unfortunately common in Nevada. Since the 2020 election, 10 of the state's 17 clerks have left their positions, with some explicitly citing continuing threats as one of the reasons for their resignations. Election workers and volunteers have also reported not returning to work the following election due to harassment in past elections. Election officials, workers, and volunteers are the backbone of our democracy and should be able to do their jobs without conflict, harassment, and intimidation. Banning guns from polling places is one common sense step to ensuring election worker safety. As the Supreme Court affirmed in 2018, polling places should be an island of calm in which voters can peacefully contemplate their choices. Banning guns from polling places is a necessary measure to uphold the integrity of our democratic process and ensure the safety and well-being of all those who participate in it. We encourage you to support AB 105. Thank you.
Good evening, chairs and both members of both committees. My name is Eric Jang, ERICJNG. I'm the executive director of One API Nevada. We are here to support AB 105, and we want to thank Majority Leader Haruki for being a champion for both gun violence prevention, also for voting rights. Ensuring safe and accessible voting environment is critical for our community. We have more than 420,000 Asian and Pacific Islander community members, and of that, 266,000 eligible voters, which is a 45% increase since the last decade. The presence of firearms near polling stations could intimidate and confuse voters, including those with language barriers, potentially deterring them from exercising their right and duty to vote. By passing AB 105, Nevada will take a vital step towards safeguarding the democratic process, ensuring that all citizens, including those from our community, can participate in elections without fear or intimidation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Starkweather, Wendy Starkweather, and I am still a longtime Nevadan, and I am still a volunteer with Nevada Moms Demand Action Chapter. I'm testifying in support of AB 105, the bill that prohibits the carrying of firearms in election sites. The bill will respond to the concern and even fear expressed by Nevada poll workers, election officials, and ordinary citizens that the process of voting at election sites, a fundamental right that is essential to our democracy, not be undermined by the intimidating presence and threat of guns. And yet in too many places in America and here in Nevada, it is being undermined. I experienced it myself while standing in line outside a library that had been designated as a voting place when a person who was not a law enforcement officer wandered through the line with a gun until getting in the line. Despite the fact that the gun was holstered, the uneasiness and even fear among those of us in line was palpable. Whether intentional or not, the presence of that gun was an inherent threat to my physical and emotional safety, as well as that of the other voters in line. Moreover, that gun was not needed to actually use a voting machine and cast a vote. So it could easily have been left outside the proposed 100-foot limit of election sites. Please support AB 105 and preserve the sanctity of the voting booth and the polling places as a constitutionally supportable, sensitive location. Thank you again for listening.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, and committees, TERESA, CRAWFORD, and still a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, actually since basically the day it was born in the Nevada chapter, and a 23-year resident of Henderson. And I want to especially thank Assemblymember Hardigi for sponsoring this important legislation to prohibit armed intimidation at polling sites, and equally important, at election centers where votes are counted and election workers gather. This bill matters to me because I enjoy civic life, especially campaign season. Our vote is our voice, and the right to unfettered and safe access to the ballot is a pillar of our representative democracy. When we, as volunteers, remind voters of an upcoming election, we want them to feel safe and protected however and wherever they choose to vote. In 2020, the Review Journal published a series of articles about armed rallies in front of the Clark County Election Department, and I actually have a photograph of that, and it's pretty chilling to see somebody with a completely tricked out long gun standing right beside the front entrance of that building, so that nobody could leave or enter, and it had been used as an election site itself. So it's not something we're making up. This intimidation is real, and we've all seen it. For constitutional muster, It appears the majority in Bruin agreed that legislative assemblies, polls, and courts are historical sensitive places where firearms could be prohibited consistent with the Second Amendment. At least 24 states and DC, including some red voting states, have passed laws regulating firearms at the polls. And this is just a simple remedy to make voting easier and more accessible, and it's time for Nevada to join them. Please support AB 105. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. That looks like everybody wishing to give in-person support testimony on AB 105. So we will go to the phones for support testimony on AB 105.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide testimony in support of AB 105, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Paula Luna, Paula-Luna, and I'm a resident of Clark County and Deputy Director of Battleborn Progress. And I'm calling in to ditto the support testimony for AB 245. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Shelby Swartz. That's SHELBIE. SWARTZ, and I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Progressive Nevada and Battleborn Progress. I'm here today to express our full support for this critical bill to prohibit firearms within 100 feet of election sites. Let me be clear, democracy only works when people feel safe participating in it. No voter should have to second guess showing up on election day because there may be a gun near the entrance in the polling place. No poll worker should have to look over their shoulder while doing their civic duty. This bill is about protecting that sacred space where democracy happens, from fear, from threats, and from the chilling effect of armed intimidation. I also want to take a moment to recognize Assembly Majority Leader Sandra Haudegui, both for her leadership on these bills and for her efforts to bring these bills forward in 2 sessions now. It takes guts to stand up to some extremism from the gun lobby and from folks that would oppose common sense gun violence legislation. And I admire her for sharing her story and moving this pieces of legislation forward. We at ICANN are proud to stand with her and with every Nevadan who believes that voting should be safe, accessible, and free from intimidation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kayla Maese, spelled Kaylah. Last name is Maese. I'm a civil rights analyst at the ACLU of Nevada. The ACLU is in support of Assembly Bill 105 as presented today. ACLU of Nevada supports all statutory and constitutional rights and supports limitations on government interference with those rights, including the Second Amendment and Article 1, Section 11 of the Nevada Constitution. That said, and in this instance, we view this bill as being exceedingly narrow with numerous provisions that don't create a blanket restriction on firearm possession while mitigating against the potential chilling impacts of firearms for voters who choose to turn away at an election site because firearm-related concerns and don't exercise their right to vote as a result. Moreover, individuals at voting sites are there for very limited periods of time, and this bill only restricts firearm possessions entering into the 100-foot entrance zone of an election site, striking an appropriate balance. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone on the committee for sticking in through a long day. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Webster, Tarawebster. I'm the policy manager with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada in support of SB 105. Thank you, Assemblymember Haudegui, for bringing this common sense legislation today. To ensure public safety, firearms are already prohibited in the legislative building, and every day, all of you sitting there comply with this rule and benefit from its protection. This bill simply extends the same protections to members of the public and your constituents when they exercise their right to vote. The District of Columbia and 24 states, including South Carolina, Texas, and Nebraska, have already passed legislation prohibiting firearms at polling locations. The consequences of not passing this bill is armed conflicts at polling sites. Even if not used to commit violence, guns are unintentionally and intentionally used to intimidate voters and election officials. I know because I've worked as a poll worker. Last session, our governor vetoed AB 354, overriding the will of the people. If this bill is vetoed again, we urge a veto override vote. Today, we ask you to support SB 105. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Anwar Green. That is A-N-W-A-R, last name Green, G-R-E-E-N. I am calling in support of AB 105 because I believe that polling places should be a place of safety, of comfort, and of confidence. It should not be a place of fear or intimidation or even the thought of violence. And to those who argue that they should be able to have weapons at polling sites, I wonder what on earth they're afraid of. It's not like anyone knows who they're voting for. And to those who would argue that maybe they should be able to have it at a polling place because they're going shopping, I ask again what they might be afraid of, because last I knew, they moved to areas where they could vote and shop to be away from that element. And I hope you hear the air quotes around that element for the sarcasm in my voice, because it's ridiculous. That stated, I am supporting AB 105, and I thank you for your time.
If you have recently joined us and would like to provide testimony in support of AB 105, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no further callers wishing to provide support testimony at this time.
Thank you so much. That concludes support testimony. We will now move to testimony in opposition, beginning with in-person opposition here in Carson City. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
For the record, Nicholas St. John, Nicholas space Jon. There's 3 cases that I'd like to point out that have tested this already. Castle versus Gonzalez. The court ruled that individuals do not have a constitutional right to have police protection. Even if a restraining order is in place, law enforcement is not constitutionally required to enforce it. Warren versus District of Columbia. The court held that police have no specific legal duty to protect individual citizens. District of Columbia versus Heller. The court held that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, such as self-defense within the home. The Supreme Court of the United States has made it clear through key rulings that while we live in a society governed by laws and protected by institutions, we cannot always rely on those institutions to keep us safe in every moment. The Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, the court held that the government has no constitutional obligation to protect individuals, even when a restraining order is in place. Similarly, in the often cited Warren versus District of Columbia, it was affirmed that the police do not have a specific duty to protect anyone from harm. In contrast, the court's decision in District of Columbia versus Heller affirms something powerful, that the right to defend oneself is not only natural, it's constitutional. The Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess firearms for lawful self-defense, especially within the home. It's been brought up that gun-free zones perhaps invite. We all talk about everyone wanting to feel safe. If I were to go into a gun-free zone, I would not feel safe because I believe in constitutionally carrying and concealed carry. I was in a store the other day shopping, and in walked a guy in the aisle that I was in, and he was carrying. So I was intimidated, so I could have been intimidated even for shopping. So apply that across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. Bob Russo for the record. That's R-U-S-S-O. I oppose AB 105 because it creates gun-free zones in polling places. Now, according to a study reported in July of 2023 by Carl Moody, at the Department of Economics at the College of William and Mary using what is viewed as an unbiased methodology. Here's what the study found. Quote, combining newly developed and traditional difference in differences methodologies, we analyzed several policies that have been suggested as possibly effective in reducing deaths due to mass public shootings. We find that none of the proposed policies significantly reduce such deaths. However, we find evidence that mass public shooting deaths are lower in places that allow the carry of concealed firearms. John R. Lott, now he's considered the nation's preeminent expert on gun rights. He explains in 2016 in his book, The War on Guns, that gun-free zones are the preferred target for killers. There's a quote that says, they know what they are doing and they want to kill as many people as possible so they can get more media attention. Using various examples, he concludes, quote, killers have the choice of attacking theaters or malls where guns were allowed, but they consistently went out of their way to attack those rare places where guns were not allowed. So we can conclude from the above that AB 105, instead of providing a safe environment for voters, could potentially put them at greater risk from a mentally unstable or violent individual intent on killing as many people as possible without armed resistance. This bill will hurt lawful gun owners while having no effect on preventing criminal activity because criminals will ignore the 100-foot rule. Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Keely Hopkins, and I'm the State Director for the National Rifle Association, here today in opposition to Assembly Bill 105. Assembly Bill 105 claims to be about election safety, yet AB 105 restricts law-abiding gun owners from carrying a firearm for that very purpose, safety. This bill will prohibit individuals who have a legal right to carry a firearm for personal protection from doing so while in certain locations. These arbitrarily created gun-free zones do nothing to stop criminals. Criminals, by their very nature, do not follow the law. But it will, however, leave our law-abiding citizens defenseless. As introduced, this bill also creates a very confusing set of gun-free zones that may criminalize otherwise well-intending individuals that cross into 100 feet of a polling location while legally carrying. AB 105 also applies to ballot drop boxes, which are placed in a variety of private businesses, which, as we heard tonight, also includes grocery stores. This provides further confusion and potentially ensnares well-meaning individuals. If the purpose of this bill is to prevent harassment or intentional disruptions of election activities, then let's focus on that and the existing protections that are already in place. But it shouldn't involve disarming our law-abiding gun owners. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Scheibel, Chair Miller, members of the committee, Jason Woodard, JASON WOODARD, Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association. Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association is opposed to AB 105 as it's currently written because rather than enhancing safety, it would operate to make polling locations less safe by hampering the ability of off-duty police officers to effectively intervene in potentially violent incidents that could occur. Federal Statute H.R. 218, the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act, or LEOSA, provides for qualified law enforcement officers and retired officers to carry concealed firearms in any U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of state or local laws, with some exceptions. Officers qualified under this statute have undergone rigorous background processes, intensive active assailant training, and have years of experience in responding to, de-escalating, and resolving potentially volatile and violent situations. As recently as March 2nd in Boston, Massachusetts, an armed off-duty law enforcement officer intervened and saved the lives of 2 Chick-fil-A patrons as they were attacked by a subject armed with a knife. Given the current divisive political climate, we believe the bill should be amended to include language to allow law enforcement officers qualified under H.R. 218 to carry firearms concealed within polling locations. Their ability to respond to any incident effectively will help to ensure Nevada voters stay safe as they exercise their constitutional right to vote. I would like to thank the majority leader for bringing this bill forward and also for being open to dialogue. We appreciate that there was discussion about a potential amendment to include these folks qualified under this statute. We'd ask that it is specifically folks that are off-duty sworn law enforcement and those qualified under H.R. 218, and we look forward to further conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Woodard, would you be open to a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think Assemblymember Hansen has one.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Can you are we having trouble with this? Have there been any incidents that you've been involved with in law enforcement where we've had somebody using a gun, you being called out to a situation at polling places?
May I answer directly, Chair? Ma'am, Jason Woodard for the record. I can tell you that I personally have not responded to a gun call at a polling location. What is typical, especially in the more recent years, probably the last 3 to 4 4-year election cycles, police departments have recognized the situations have become more tense and more volatile, so staffing is upped. But one of the things that we attempt to do is to not, as law enforcement, impact or influence the polling location as well. So we will up our staffing, we will shorten or create a scenario where response time is shorter. However, we try not to be directly involved in the polling location. I cannot attest to anything that I know of personally from my agency where we responded to a polling location to deal with somebody who was armed with a firearm.
Madam Chair, Bruce Parks for the record, Chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party. Once again, I think we're trying to solve an issue where none exists. I can tell you, based on my research, the number of incidents involving firearms at polling locations across the state of Nevada is exactly 0. Again, this is a regurgitation of a previous bill that was defeated. I don't believe that a person's feelings should have any impact on my rights that are protected by the Constitution. A gun is a tool, like a hammer. It's no worse or better than the person that's using it. And more importantly, much like a parachute, if you need one and don't have one, you're probably never going to need one again. Is there intimidation that occurs at our polling locations? There certainly is. As chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party, I receive countless correspondence, emails, phone calls, personal testimony about intimidation that occurs at the polling locations. But this intimidation was coming from groups that were purportedly there to protect the elections. I strongly encourage you to vote no on this interference with the public's right to safety. And that's what this is. Again, you being intimidated should not affect my rights. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Scheibel and Miller, Joint Committee members. My name is Jim DeGraffenreid, Jimdegraffenreid, and I'm Nevada's Republican National Committeeman here in opposition to AB 105 for the Nevada Republican Party. We oppose AB 105 as it's currently written. We are aware that there's an amendment proposed by Assemblyman O'Neill that would address some of our concerns, and we hope that the bill sponsor will work with him on this amendment. This is an attempt to pass yet another bill from the 2023 session that was vetoed by Governor Lombardo. In this case, it was AB 354. In his veto, the governor said that AB 354 replicates federal and state laws that prohibit already intimidation at or near a ballot box, and that the provisions in AB 354 are merely duplicative of these existing laws and do nothing but establish more gun-free zones. Additionally, AB 354 is overly vague concerning its 100-foot gun-free radius around a ballot box. Ballot boxes are often located in widely frequented public spaces, such as grocery stores, shopping centers, gyms, and libraries. It's unreasonable to restrict law-abiding citizens from exercising their Second Amendment rights in these common areas, end quote. It stated that infringing Nevadans' constitutional rights is necessary in order to prevent voter intimidation. But in an open carry state such as Nevada, it's unlikely that many voters are intimidated simply by the mere sight of a firearm. I would suggest that an equal number of voters are likely concerned about being unable to defend themselves in a gun-free zone, and it's inappropriate to prioritize one of these groups' rights over another. We hope that Assemblyman O'Neill's amendment will be considered by the sponsor and will address some of their concerns, but we remain in opposition at this time. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am the state chairman of the Independent American Party. In our platform, we quote the Nevada Constitution, Article 1, Section 11, which provides every citizen has the right to keep and bear arms for security and defense. Those are important words, security and defense, for lawful hunting, recreational use, and for other lawful purposes. The Crime Prevention Research Center notes people in the U.S. use guns to defend themselves against criminals an estimated 2,500,000 times a year, more than 6,500 people a day, or once every 13 seconds. AB 105 makes election sites gun-free zones, which makes them targets for those who want to cause problems. I am a CCW permit holder, and I always feel better when I have the opportunity to be in a place where I know that other CCW permit holders will be there if I need defense or if they do. And so we appreciate Assemblyman O'Neill's possible amendment, which would allow people who have CCWs who are in a position to defend other people who may be threatened in a polling place to be able to exercise their right to keep and bear arms as they have been trained to do so. Thank you for opposing this bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committees. My name is Lynn Chapman, and I'm the State Vice President of Nevada Families for Freedom. And just as people feel better in a crowd with a police presence or security presence. And why is that? Because they're armed. I'm more worried about gun-free zones than I am with people who might be carrying, especially concealed carry. I would feel much better knowing people are around me that are carrying or have their CCWs, especially if I'm in a crowd, such as a polling place, in a grocery store or a shopping mall, etc. So we are in agreement with all the others who have come before to oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, that looks like all of the in-person opposition testimony here in Carson City. So we'll go down to Las Vegas for in-person opposition to AB 105.
Thank you to the chair and the committee for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jill Douglas, Douglass. I'm speaking in opposition to AB 105. While this bill intends to enhance public safety at election locations, of which I'm all for public safety, I wish that everywhere we went, no matter what the location was, I wish it was safe. But again, I think it infringes upon our constitutional right to bear arms, and I am concerned that it imposes criminal penalties on individuals who may inadvertently come into a polling location while lawfully carrying a firearm, even without any intent to disrupt the elections. I can tell you that as a all-the-time voter, I've never felt not safe at any polling location. I also want you to know that I have over many election cycles participated as a poll watcher. I've also been a paid poll worker. And in those scenarios, I also always felt safe and have never personally witnessed any form of threats, any form of intimidation, or anyone getting out of line in any way. In fact, I find, however, I want to note that, I feel safe when I'm on an airplane, not because I know there's any concealed carry individuals, but because there's an air marshal, and that air marshal is there who has a weapon is to protect us if someone else gets out of line. I'm also very, very concerned with how this would be enforced. And I appreciate the comments of the Assemblyperson Cole, who mentioned that, because I don't see how it can be enforced. You simply cannot tell when someone is concealed carrying. There are women who concealed carry weapons in their purses. You simply cannot tell. So I hope that we would not be going to some system where suddenly we're going to be subject to being searched because we're exercising our right to vote. And again,
that
I
is
think
2
that
minutes, if you could wrap up.
Okay, definitely. Again, I don't think that that this effectively addresses the issues within society in terms of gun violence. And I would also, in closing, just say that guns are not the only weapon that people carry. Thank you for your time, and I ask you to vote no to this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, legislators and chair. My name is Leslie Quinn. I am a registered voter here in Clark County. I oppose AB 105 and ask all of you to do the same. AB 105 makes law-abiding citizens vulnerable to criminals who do not care about what is legal or illegal. Guns and firearms don't kill people. Nefarious people kill people. We can't allow fear to infringe on Nevadan constitutional rights and freedoms. We need harsher laws against violent criminals. AB 105 creates greater opportunity for those with criminal intent to take advantage of the voter in a fishbowl scenario created by AB 105. It leaves lawful gun owners the inability for self-defense of themselves, their family, friends, or innocent bystanders. The truth is, nefarious people will always find access to the weapon of their choice to carry out ill intent. AB 105 would add additional costs to the elections department to carry out checking voters for guns at a voting site within 100 feet of the voting site. If safety is the goal at polling sites for all involved, then AB 105 is not the road to get there. Let's add law enforcement, as happened during the 2024 election day. Their presence was great. It greatly minimized any issues at the polling site. Also, voting on one day would also save hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Nevadan taxpayers and secure trust back in elections that is very low these days. Please oppose AB 105 and protect our constitutional freedoms of the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the in-person opposition testimony on AB 105. We'll now go to the phones for opposition testimony on AB 105.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer testimony in opposition to AB 105, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan, Michael-Ryan. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada and a Marine Corps veteran. I'm also a responsible gun owner. Vote no on AB 105, which turns polling places into gun-free zones, jeopardizing safety at the polls. Why do you want to criminalize carrying a firearm within 100 feet of an election site, even if you're a law-abiding citizen? The expansion of gun-free zones will make election sites vulnerable to criminals. Responsible gun owners follow the laws pertaining to gun safety. If you pass this horrible bill, do you think the criminals will abide by this law? Obviously, the answer is no. Do not infringe on our Second Amendment rights. Please vote no on AB 105. Thank you.
CYRUS-HOJJATY. I stand in opposition, and the gun-free zone discussion earlier was very eye-opening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Banuelos. That's Banuelos. I'm calling to represent the Libertarian Party of Nevada in opposition to this bill. As many other people have made as a similar point, this is a bill that seeks to make some people feel safe at the expense of the actual safety of everyone else in the polling place. Turning polling places into gun-free zones will not make people more safe in reality. It will make those areas into targets for political violence. And if people do have the means to protect themselves and their communities, that will make everyone else better off. So we oppose this bill, and we'd like you to do the same. Thanks so much.
Hi, this is Sherry Powell, Ladies of Liberty Victims' Rights Group, nonpartisan. So there was a couple of comments that were made that I don't feel were actually accurate. So first of all, mens rea is not determined until you are in a court of law. So if you are a private citizen, you walk through a store, and for whatever reason somebody complains about you having a firearm concealed or not, the police officer is not going to ask you your intent. He's going to arrest you. He's going to put you in jail. They're going to take your firearm. And mens rea will be determined once you actually are in a court of law, once you've already lost your rights, lost your firearm, paid bail, etc. Also, there was a note on the 17 counties that people resigned from 17 counties. There's a total of 17 counties in Nevada. And I know for a fact that Washoe County's voter registrar was terminated based off of issues with the elections and whistleblowing. I know the current clerk for Carson City is the same one that was there during the elections. I know Story County, that person termed out. So I think that the information on 17 county voter registrars resigning because of voter intimidation is accurate or not accurate at all. Plus, the only two counties to appoint are Clark and Washoe. So all the rest of them are elected positions. So maybe the people voted them out of their position. And last of all, over 50% by the two largest counties in the state of Nevada voted by mail. So there is alternatives to this. But not only that, per a quote from Jason Aldean, no gun law would have prevented what happened on October 1st. I encourage you to not support this or any of the other gun bills. Put them on the ballot. Once again, Sherry Powell, Ladies of Liberty. Have a great day.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Gifford, ELLEN, GIFF as in Frank, ORD as in Donald. On or about September 13th, 2023, public records requests were sent out to all 16 Nevada counties, Carson City, and the Secretary of State. These requests asked whether there had been any incidents of intimidation of poll workers at their polling locations, and was prompted by the then proposed bill, SB 406. 15 counties reported they had no such incidents. Washoe County and Clark County reported phone calls and emails they had received, but there apparently was no follow-up on these incidents, and they did not report any intimidation of poll workers. In all this time, the Secretary of State has still not been able to provide any documentation confirming intimidation of poll workers at the polling locations. It's very troubling that this legislative hearing is repeating the language that resulted in SB 406 in 2023, which has not been satisfactorily substantiated. This talk of intimidation at the polling locations needs to be investigated thoroughly, and I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hello, this is Sean Meehan from Minden, Nevada, testifying on behalf of myself. And I want to add to the statistics that Mr. Russo said earlier. There's a recent Crime Prevention Research Center study that showed that concealed carry permit holders stopped 51.5% of active shootings compared to 44.6% that were stopped by police. I have a very unique personal experience related to this I need to share. Several years ago down here in Minden, Nevada, in inclement weather, I accidentally cut somebody off in traffic, pulled into a parking spot. He got out of his car with an aluminum baseball bat and charged my vehicle. I drew my weapon because there was a legitimate threat approaching me. Thankfully, drawing my weapon and ordering him to stop caused him to stop. His girlfriend pushed him in his vehicle and they sped away. Nobody was shot. I was not harmed. Anyone of a mental condition to do any kind of violence to anybody at any location, polling place, school, etc., with or without a gun, is not of the mental mind to know nor to follow any law. Ladies and gentlemen, all you do if you pass this bill is you have crippled my ability to defend myself, the ability of my fellow Nevadans to defend themselves. It was told earlier that there's accelerated conflicts in polling places. They gave lots of data and passion about that, and I believe that's possibly true. Why would we want legal gun owners to not be able to defend themselves? Ladies and gentlemen, please do not pass this bill. Please do not give one more location where you can give somebody else an aluminum baseball bat to come at me. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, Katrin Ivanoff. As of now, we have the. I urge you to please vote no on this bill. As of now, we have the choice to go to a location that is not a school to vote and carry our firearms. And for the ones that are worried or intimidated or feel however they want to feel, they have the choice to go to a location that already prohibits firearms, such as schools, which are most of the polling locations as we know it. Why stripping law-abiding citizens of our choice to carry when gun-free voting zones already exist? This bill is a solution in search of a problem, not the other way around. If you really care about fair elections, and this is not just a slogan you wave around when you feel like it, then you should think of bills that are clearing our voter rolls mandatory, as we are states that a lot of people go in and out of all the time, yet our voter rolls never get clean. There are also people that are voting on addresses that don't exist, yet that's allowed somehow. But law-abiding citizens with firearms that you don't even have one incident to point at, that's your problem? This legislature creates very, very problematic laws, but law-abiding citizens with firearms is not your problem. Please think of some other out-the-box solutions. Stop trying to rinse and repeat the same horrible bills that didn't pass not only the last election, but few elections before that. I am sick and tired of listening to the same bill over and over and over. If it's not passed, give it a break. Don't bring the same bill. We all have things to do.
That's 2 minutes.
And
if you
yet
could please
we
wrap
stuck
up.
all day here. Thank you so much for trying and spending your time, but we should spend our time on better things. Thank you. Have a lovely day.
All right, and that takes us to 30 minutes of opposition testimony. And so we will be closing opposition testimony on AB 105. I will now open neutral testimony on AB 105. Anybody wishing to give neutral testimony is invited forward to do so now. I don't see anybody coming up in person in either Carson City or Las Vegas. So we will go to the phones for neutral testimony on AB 105.
Thank you. If you would like to offer neutral testimony to AB 105, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Hello? Hello?
Are you calling
I'm trying to get through. Hello?
Hi, are you calling to testify in neutral on AB 105?
I was calling to testify against it, and you guys hung up on me.
We were finished with opposition testimony. Thank you so much for calling.
Yeah, I know, you cut me off.
You can submit your testimony in writing to the committee secretary.
That doesn't do any good.
The address is on our agenda.
Not the way it should work, but
and we'll include all of your comments in the record.
You're not doing a very good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure it is.
There are no further callers to offer neutral testimony at this time.
All right, then that concludes testimony on AB 105. I will invite the sponsor back up to give any closing remarks on AB 105 whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, committee. I know it has been a long day, and so I'll keep my closing remarks brief. My colleague mentioned that he knew why the Lyon County clerk retired. I don't know why they retired. I don't know why the other 9 clerks retired. But if one of them retires out of intimidation, if one voter turns away from an election site out of intimidation, that's one too many. This isn't about incidents of violence occurring at an election site where law enforcement has to be called. This bill is about armed voter intimidation, threatening one of our most fundamental rights. And voters have rights too. The right to vote from fear, and the right to vote without threats, and the right to vote without intimidation. Thank you so much, committee, and I urge your support of Assembly Bill 105.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader Howdicke. We appreciate you spending all of this time with us this evening. That concludes the hearing on AB 105. I'll now close the hearing.
Madam Chair, before you close, I want to get one thing real quick on the record. The statistic that was quoted, the 92%, that came from the Federal Bureau of Investigation's most recent national crime stats. It involves public shootings, does not include gangland shootings or private things. So I just want to get that on the record. It was from the FBI.
Understood. All right, and with that, I will really close the hearing on AB 105. Before I get to the last item on our agenda, because I know as soon as I do that, you will all start packing up, I want to acknowledge all of the people who make this meeting possible. Our committee staff has been working around the clock from both the Senate committee and the Assembly. I want to thank my co-chair, Chair Miller, for helping to organize this whole meeting and prepare for it. But I want to give special thanks to our policy staff, our legal staff, our secretary, Mr. Gibbs. It's his very first session here, and he volunteered to do what became a 7-hour meeting. 6-hour meeting. And while he's been here, our other secretary, Ms. Ram, has also been here for backup, even though I did not see Mr. Gibbs move from that seat the entire time. And I want to publicly acknowledge one more person, Beth Rikers. She's sitting right behind our secretary. She's our committee manager. She deserves a round of applause. She provided all of the snacks. So, yeah, a true labor of love. So we really just can't thank our staff enough. Malik Mays is our AVH representative, or BPS, PBS, whatever it is now. The person who makes the voices come over the phone like magic, that is Malik. And so we're so grateful to him for making this happen. And I know I didn't name everybody, but we have a huge, important team of people who make these meetings happen. So I want to thank all of them. And with that, I will move to the final item on our agenda, which is public comment. Anybody wishing to give public comment in person is invited to the front of the room in Carson City or Las Vegas right now. Please limit your comments to about 2 minutes. Don't forget to put your name on the record before you start, and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. I'd like to address my comments directly to you. For the record, my name is Brooke Maylath. That's BROOKEMAYLATH. I am a transgender woman advocating for many years in this building. Once again, I am forced to call out offensive and obtuse language in a hearing about a gun control bill. Earlier today, an Assembly member tried to equate medically necessary gender-affirming care for adolescents to the purchase or possession of a gun. The attempt to equate the two different issues is nothing less than contemptible. After I spoke out against such comments in the 2023 session, it is apparent that the Assembly member has learned nothing in the past 2 years. Since it is obvious no attempt to learn about the lives and struggles of others who have a different lived experience, allow me to elucidate. Gender-affirming care is medically necessary, evidence-based, legally approved care for those with a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. They are under the care of a medical team, including behavioral health, primary care, endocrinology, and possibly, but rarely, surgery. Surgery is extremely rare for adolescents along this pathway, which can take many, many years for each individual with a medical plan tailored to their own particular needs. Purchase of a gun requires no such medical pathway to allow a person to possess or purchase a deadly weapon. Unless there is a suggestion there of 18-year-olds undergoing the medical scrutiny of which transgender adolescents must undergo, putting the two issues into the same breath trivializes the experience of those who are in need of medical intervention. It's a display of arrogant ignorance which pathologizes transgender people and increases the hostility and discrimination against us. Comments of this nature during a hearing on non-medical bills is beneath the dignity of this body. A formal apology to the members of this committee and to the transgender citizens of Nevada is in order. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It looks like we have somebody joining us in Las Vegas as well to give public comment. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It's at the end of the day, so I know we're all tired. I am going to quote the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution protects 5 fundamental freedoms for all U.S. citizens: the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. The First Amendment, when I present on bills, I use words that are written in bills. Unfortunately, I was unconstitutionally cut off for referring to bills about mental health. How is wanting to help children be an excellent mental health a bad thing? As a constituent in Clark County, I support bills that help children and all Nevadans be in excellent mental health. Likewise, I oppose bills that create destruction of our human race and prefer peace be in our community. Please use your positions to not silence your constituents. And by the way, we could use lots more mental health bills. Thank you and good evening.
Okay, that looks like all of the in-person public comment. We will go to the phones for any public comment.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment today, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. Today is the month of March, and this is where the Persian New Year takes place. We've had the celebration about a week ago, and there's a celebration of Seiz Vidar. It's a picnic event. I'm going to go see my family in Southern California. Now, what gets me is that even though there was a bill about Muslim, because Iran is a Muslim country, no elected officials talked about Happy Persian New Year. So I just want to know, does the Persian community matter? Now, about a few hours ago, in the middle of my speech, I couldn't speak any longer, and I was told that I wasn't civil enough. Now, I want to be civil. I don't want this to happen again. But we want to know, how did this violate any policy? Can you give us a transcript, rules? The room talks about how no applause is permitted. How do we know what is civil or not? And how is this a representative of a democracy? Because every voice, every opinion of views, as long as it's respectful, as long as it follows the First Amendment, has to come through. It would be wonderful for us to let us know what goes on, honestly. And some elected officials I see, they just don't want to talk to me for some reason, and some of them do. You know, there was an immigration town hall about 2 months ago, and everybody, the Commissioner Sickerbloom, the school board member, all sorts of people, they respected our views. We had a nice discussion with immigration. We have differences. We need to respect other people's opinion, but hey, just tell us what we did wrong. And, well, I'm actually doing this phone call. I'm pulling over a freeway because I have to read my transcript and somebody parked behind me. This is what we have to go through, all this nervousness, all this time constraints. And to think I'm driving 4 hours back to Orange County and, you know, I have to think about this. And my mom's going to be like, Cyrus, are you okay? Just tell us what we did wrong. It would be a great pleasure to make sure that this doesn't happen again and how this follows the rule. Great pleasure, and happy Persian New Year.
My name is Katrin Ivanov, K-A-T-R-I-N-I-V-A-N-O, Frank. And I just wanted to express my disappointment with the legislature for allowing these three bills to be heard again after they just didn't pass the last session. This is a total waste of time and disrespect of time, not only of the constituents that voted you in, but your time as well. We spent 6 hours, both committee, Assembly and Senate, 6 hours on bills that didn't pass last time. They're probably not going to pass this time. I'm praying they don't. And you could have been passing bills that, or listening to bills that actually make a real difference in Nevada's life. I don't think you're taking this as serious as you should, because there should be a rule for bills not to be reintroduced in such a short amount of time after already haven't passed. If they haven't been heard on the floor, it's another story. Let's introduce bills that haven't been heard, even if they were proposed a session prior, because they haven't been heard. It makes sense. But bills that we spent probably the same amount of time, if not even more last time around, to be presented again, it seems very disrespectful of everybody's time, including the people that are working so hard to make this presentation. I just don't know what to say. It's very disappointing. I'll be running for 2026 Assembly District 42 and hope that people would vote for me so we can put stop on this waste of time.
And that's 2 minutes.
Make laws that help Nevadans. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Hello, my name is Michael Ryan, Michaelryan. I'm a longtime resident of Nevada and a Marine Corps veteran. Senator Carrie Ann Buck has submitted 9 education bills. Not one of the bills has received a hearing. Her bills promote improved classroom performance, accountability, safety, and overall effectiveness of the classroom experience. On Monday, March 24th, 2025, I sent an email to the Legislative Majority Leadership Team requesting the bills receive a hearing. I also asked for a response to my inquiry. Unfortunately, I did not hear back from the leadership team. Nevada's public school performance continues to lag behind the rest of the nation. Give these bills the attention they deserve. Nevada kids deserve your support. Without your support, you are doing a disservice to Nevadans and the future of our children. I ask you to schedule hearings for these bills. Also, there are 2 critical school choice bills that are currently under consideration in the Nevada Legislature, AB 214 and SB 252. Unfortunately, the current legislative majority leadership has been resistant to school choice initiatives. Why are you not willing to listen to the school choice proposals? That's a very perplexing question. Many children are not getting the best education from the Clark County School District. Parents want educational options for their children. How many of you have children of your own in private schools, i.e. Mater Academy, because you have the financial means to pay for it? There are many Nevada families who do not have the financial means but desire a school choice scholarship for their children. They have the same needs and wants for their children as you do. Do not be a bunch of hypocrites. Bring these bills to a hearing, AB 214 and SB 252. Thank you.
There are no further callers to provide public comment at this time.
Did you say that was our last caller?
Yes, Chair, that is our last caller.
All right, we have made it to the finish line. Thank you, members. For those of you who can't see, almost every single member is still on the dais. I'm so proud of us, and we are adjourned.